Jenny, I can barely see you, but hello. Can't hear you either. Madam Clerk, are you there?
Good morning, Councilmember Vice Mayor Weber, actually, excuse me.
How are you doing?
Just fine. How are you?
Good.
Good. Council may hear a little bit of noise today on the back end. We do have the folks updating our elevators here at City Hall. So there's some banging around in the background. You might hear that. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Okay, good. That's good to know. And how are we doing for getting ready to start?
I think we just need another couple minutes. The mayor is trying to get logged on.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi. It's nice to see you. Ashley, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hear
Madam
you,
Mayor?
but not see you.
Okay. Yeah, my camera isn't working, but here's the plan. You guys know I'm dealing with a little bit of an animal emergency here, so I will be here and on the meeting, but I am going to, after we kick off this meeting this morning, I'm going to hand it to you, Vice Mayor Weber.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So we'll get started. I think, Ashley, can you hear us?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can hear you, and we are good to call your meeting to order.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, I would love if Councilwoman Breckus, since you usually always have our American flags, I would love for you to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one unique, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Sorry.
All right, good job. You made it. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you to call the roll.
All right, Madam Mayor, roll call for the joint regular meeting of the Reno City Council and Redevelopment Agency. Breckus? Thank you. Dewar? Delgado?
Here.
Weber?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Shivi?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it right back to you again for item A3, public comment.
Madam Mayor, A3 is general public comment. These are for items not on our agenda today. These have been submitted to council and are part of the record. We received public comment from Bernard Casey, Catherine Stevens, Cindy Chandler, Catherine Schmidt-Maybach, Peter Goyne, William Lithgow, John Carpenter, Joan and Mike Cassidy, Laura Scatson, Maggie Stack, R. Crump, Bruce P., Janice Murray, Robin Ames, Gwen Bourne, and Kathleen Marie Maxwell. Again, these are on various items not on our agenda today. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have voicemails that we will now transition and listen to at this time. There are 7.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I seriously am against the Pounding District project, the apartment building on Riverside Drive. I grew up in Reno. That would be a tragedy.
Yes, I wanted to leave my comments, my concerns mostly for the Urban Lion project, the 34 units between Jones Street and Riverside Drive. I live on Winter Street, about a block from the proposed build. Would be the saddest thing. Being born and raised in Reno, 34 years old, would be one of the saddest things I would experience here. Couldn't think of anything less I'd like to see in that parking lot than a 4-story apartment complex with 34 units. Yeah, it'd just be so sad. All the other dirt, all the other properties. I understand selling your property, doing different things, but how that got approved to be built on to that scale is beyond me. So many other areas, right next to the river, all the homes, the district that we're in. I live at 33 Winter Street, and my homeowner was planning of doing remodels to the interior of my home because it's where I want to stay forever. But to be completely honest, if that complex was built, I would consider selling and moving somewhere. I think there's an area to build high-rise, and not that 4 stories is high-rise, but yes, it is down here in this district, in this area. There's a place to build it. It's not here. I didn't move here to live next to one, nor would I like to see one built across the street. Please do not let them build it. Please do not. Thank you.
I would like to register my concern about the proposed 4-story building on Jones and Washington Streets in the neighborhood of single-story homes. We should protect the corridor along the river for recreation for all. This building is too big. It will adversely affect parking for existing residents and take over Lunsford Park. It seems there should be some compromise so that development of housing and investment doesn't take over the character for everybody of downtown Reno. Thank you.
Hello, I'm registering my concern about the development in the Pounding District. I was born and raised in Reno, and I'm seeing more and more of old Reno disappearing for things like this 4-story building. And I would just register my objection to that kind of development. My name's Doris Carpenter. Thank you very much.
This is Jean O'Brien at 844 Marsh.
My telephone number is 322-1411. I was just calling to say that I am opposed to the project of Pounding Park on Riverside Drive. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Lori Marin. I'm in Ward 1, and I'm calling to encourage you, the Reno City Council, to include a land acknowledgement statement to all agendas for all city meetings, both regular and special meetings of all councils, committees, commissions, workshops, and boards. Reno, Nevada sits on the unceded land of the Numu and Washishu people. They are the rightful stewards of the stolen land in which we now reside. This land nourishes us and brings our communities together. I encourage you to extend your appreciation for the opportunity to live, work, and grow on their territory and to learn from their example and experience. You may read more about the people at rsic.org, as well as many other sources. Thank you.
Yes, hi. My name is Mike Kloss, and I'm calling in regard to the proposed apartment development on Riverside Drive. And, you know, I want to register my opposition to that construction. I have been riding my bike and walking in that neighborhood for almost 40 years, and I would spend my time there primarily because it offered a sense of kind of quiet tranquility. I offered a sense of peace and tranquility, no traffic, and if this particular construction project should go forward, it would lose all of that. Obviously, there would be much more traffic. There would be parking problems, I would suspect, and this sense of peace and quiet would be disappearing. And so I just want to register my vocal opposition to this. My name is Mike Kloss. That's K-L-O-S, and I would appreciate your attention to this matter as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim O'Brien. I'm a homeowner, 844 Marsh Avenue, 89509, and I'm calling to voice my concerns about the proposed pounding project, which is rather absurd to me. And when you have a place that is a cultural hub, if you will, a magnet for people in the community that has created a lot of culture, a lot of exchange, and people meeting. It's an open space. We need open spaces, and a 4-story apartment or condo project, whatever this is, seems way too dense for the area, for the streets around those. I previously worked in a building right across the street on Riverside Drive, and I observed how much those streets can only accommodate so much traffic. But more than that, the loss of cultural space and a place for people to meet and exchange ideas and just enjoy the river will be totally compromised and betrayed by this type of project. And I voice my strong opposition to it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further general public comment. We will be transitioning to your approval of the agenda, in which I'll send it to City Manager Thornley with any changes.
I think we're ready to rock and roll with the agenda as it stands. Thanks very much.
Move to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Reese.
Weber,
With that, Madam Vice Mayor, it does look like we have lost the mayor. I know she's trying to reconnect. If you can call for the vote, then we can transition over.
thank you. Okay, a motion was made by Councilman Reese, and seconded by Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right, with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we are moving on to the consent agenda. It should be noted for the record, there are no public comment items for consent. I will send it back to council for any items that they would like pulled from the agenda before you make a motion for the remaining items.
Thank you. We'll do that. Oh, anyone? Councilman Reese, we'll start with you.
Item B11, please. Balloon 11, B11.
Okay, thank you. Others? Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pull B1C1, Sierra Foods Market.
Okay.
And I'd like to pull B as in boy 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull items B2, 4, and 6. 2, 4, 6.
4 and B6. Thank you. Others? Okay, I don't have it.
Approve.
Okay, move to approve the original agenda, then we'll take these other items. Okay, there's a motion by Councilman Reese, seconded by Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And those items, again, Mr. Manager, would you like to announce those items?
Of course. The first one that was pulled by Council Member Dewar. It's B1C1.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I just wanted to pull this item, which is Sierra Foods Market, Dave Asher. And it's really for a shout out and a compliment. We do not have a lot of places to buy food other than larger chain stores. And in the mall in which this is located, which used to be known as the Old Town Mall, now known as the Reno Town Mall, Dave has been very active, focused on Nevada products, Nevada artists, and those kind of activities. Recently, the one food store there, which served a large area, was called Food Source, and they announced a closure. So they are moving out, and we're left with fewer and fewer grocery stores, primarily the big chains, a couple of niche, more organic stores. Now we have 3, I believe, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, and Sprouts. And there may be more, and I apologize for not listing them all. But I think that Sierra Foods Market is going to meet an important niche. I hope to see more of these kind of stores come forward. This item is actually for the ability to provide packaged liquor, on-premise wine and beer, which is a component, often a money-making component for a grocery store. Most grocery stores have pretty low margins, 1 or 2%, as compared to places that sell alcohol. So I just wanted to pull the item because I'm pleased to see the expansion of locally owned grocery stores of this nature. I'm familiar with one other that's at the 3rd Street Flats. But I think that we need more and more of these, if we're really to reach the next level in our town. So with a full endorsement, I want to endorse item B1C1.
And I take it that was a motion?
Yeah, that was a motion to endorse. Thank you.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Dewar, seconded by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Madam Mayor, the next pulled item off the consent agenda is pulled by Councilmember Breckus. It's item B2. We're going to move over Kurt Dietrich.
Thank you.
We will also have Carrie Koski available, representing Public Works, along with Kurt Dietrich, to be able to answer questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a change order. I don't know why it's a change order, because the base contract shows it allowed to be used, continued for another year. So I guess that's question number 1 for our, to extend the contract. So is this a change order or an extension of the contract under the terms of the existing contract?
For the record, are you here? Okay, go ahead, Kurt. Sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Kurt Dietrich, for the record, city traffic engineer. I have to apologize. My connection went dead, so I missed the very beginning of that question regarding the base bid.
Oh, okay. So it says in the advertisement that it's a change order, but the change order or just an extension of the contract that's a 1-year contract with the option to renew for another year?
Correct. It's a 1-year contract, as you mentioned, with an option to extend another year. So the change order is the mechanism to have both parties agree to extend that additional year.
Oh, okay. Usually we just, we don't usually call them change orders. It's change order, in my view, but that's clarifying how you do it. But I asked some questions of the manager when I met on Monday. I don't know if he got those to you, and some supplemental materials were sent on. So the contract amount we spent in 2020 was $389,000.
Let's see.
Did you hear the question?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So how much was the contract for the first year? It was $389 as a base bid and an alternate $509 for $898,000.
Okay, so the base bid was $389,150, which includes mainly the City of Reno items. And then we had an alternate bid amount of $509,252. And that alternate bid item was exclusive to NDOT relamping, repainting of the backplates, and the addition of the retroreflective strips. So that was what we did for NDOT.
So in 20, we spent $898,000. Correct?
Let's see. Of the base bid, we spent approximately $260,000, approximately.
So
and
if we
then,
only spent that much, why do we need to add more money to this?
Anticipation for an additional year. So essentially, what we asked for, we spent approximately $260,000 for the previous year. So we're asking for the same amount to replace for next year as well. And so essentially a wash between the 2 years. And that gives us ability, if we have a major signal issue, that we have the ability to respond as well.
Okay, so it's only $260,000 is just our responsibility each year.
Correct. That's what we spent last year. So we're essentially asking to replace that for next year for unanticipated issues.
And the other money that didn't get spent, that's not money we can just roll over. That's other people's money.
The alternate bid amount is in the sense that we actually bill NDOT for a direct reimbursement for that. So that's NDOT's money.
That's why that money was so much more. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I get it. So it's just $260,000 each year that we're spending on signal maintenance.
Yes, for last year, and then anticipated to replace that money for this upcoming year.
Okay, and then next year we rebid.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye. All of those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Can I ask our clerk about the sound right now? There's a lot going on.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, we are getting quite a bit of feedback on our end, so I would just encourage everyone who, when you are not speaking, please remember to keep your mic muted, and that should help with a little bit of the reverb.
Thank you. Then we'll go to Mr. Manager.
The next item for consideration is B4. It's pulled by Councilmember Breckus. We have City Engineer Carrie Koski here to answer any questions Member Breckus might have.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So RTC is doing road widening. We all know that. Say in your first sentence of this award to Spanish Springs Construction for the Reno Consolidated Rehab. And when I met with the manager, I had some questions about some of the geography. I don't know if he got to you about that, or some supplemental materials were sent forward. I didn't see that. In particular, because we're jumping around town, on Audi Boulevard, that sewer line that the map shows, is that in Sparks?
Carrie Koski, the city engineer, that particular sewer line is City of Reno sewer main that crosses Audi Boulevard. It comes through, it appears to be the Sparks area, but it is City of Reno sewer main.
So, okay, so it's in Sparks though?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question is, we have a sewer easement in Sparks, which, you know, I could get, but does Sparks tap onto that, and should they have any responsibility? Because it would seem to me that if they do, they should be cost sharing on this in some arrangement like we have down at the plant.
From my understanding, all of the connections to that sewer main are City Reno connections. There are none for City of Sparks.
Okay, and then there was some confusion on, well, a couple things is on your bids, you show on these and some of the other ones, you show all these days of special events that, as far as I know, aren't scheduled. And I'm just wondering if the contractors are charging us for mobilization and demobilization on that, and we're getting higher bids, because we're getting a lot of bids this last month that are well above engineers' estimates, and that's disconcerting to me.
Sure, I can answer that, Carrie Koski, your city engineer. The first issue is higher prices in bids. Something that I just found out this last week is some of our pipe prices are much higher, and the availability is lower because of the freezing that occurred in Texas. Apparently, a lot of the resin plants are in Texas, and it's affected the supply as well as their ability to manufacture the pipe. So that is one of the things that I just found out. Your other question had to do with the special events that we put into our contracts. We don't shut the contractors down if there isn't a special event in that area. The reason we would put the information in the contract documents is so contractors can't charge us more if there is a special event. They don't include pricing or costs in their bids if it's in an area that there isn't any special events. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if it's boilerplate, it's boilerplate, but things have changed, and, you know, I just wanted to raise the question. But on the pricing with the whole materials issue, you're getting multiple bids. They're just all high, but you're not recommending to go out and rebid because the environment is not a good one.
No, not at this time.
Okay.
I don't foresee that coming down for quite a while.
Okay, and then the last one was, it appeared that the bid award of 398 to Spanish Springs, it appears that that's different than what they wrote on the bid opening. Is that right? Because
their actual bid was $3,662,444. If you're looking at the page in the contract, is that what you're looking at the very bottom?
Where it's handwritten 300.
Okay. What that handwritten number is they have to provide, below that number is a percentage, or above, I can't remember. They have to do a certain percentage of the work. And that's why we make them write that number in, to verify that they are doing that a percentage of the work. We wouldn't want somebody to just put in a bid that's only going to, maybe do 5% of the work.
Yeah. Okay. Versus subs. Okay. I get that. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
I'll move.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
There aren't any other questions.
Second. Any other questions? There is a second by Councilman Reese, a motion made by Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you make sure that you are using the timer for us? And also, I have no ability to see if hands are raised or what have you. So if you could make sure that that goes to my, that you open that up for me.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, next item.
The next item is item B6, pulled by Councilmember Breckus. We have City Engineer Carrie Koski here to answer questions on the preventative maintenance program.
Thank you, Councilman Breckus.
Yes. So this is the $3 million award from the street fund.
Yes.
And the question is twofold, is, you know, and I've always supported this. I think it's one of our good programs, although I do believe that it should be other revenue sources, because I think we could backfill the general fund that is very taxed with some of the other sources. But my question is twofold. It looks like some of these subdivisions you're going into slurry are new ones that we've accepted maybe in the last 5 years. Why don't we, or have you ever thought of on new road acceptance bonding for that slurry? Because we know we're always going to go in 5 years in slurry. That's our practice. So why don't we put that on the development costs and hold a bond for that period? That would relieve our fund a little bit. And I just hear every week people with concerns about the quality of their local roads, which are deteriorating. We haven't been catching up.
Sure. Carrie Koski, your city engineer. You make a really good point, and we are working on that with with community development. One of the things I would like to say with respect to pavements is that we have found through a study that the University of Nevada, Reno has completed, that the surface treatments are most effective when you apply them at least 3 years after the pavement has been placed. So what happens is if you put the surface treatment on too quickly, it doesn't allow the volatiles, and I don't want to get into the specifics, but it's just better for the pavement if we wait several years, a minimum of 3, and then what we typically do is try to get it in between 3 and 5 years after that, after it's fresh.
Okay, I'll cut you off because, you know, we put times on ourselves, even on matters of millions of dollars. But I guess my issue is I see this map, I see a lot of new roads, and it just really seems like it's not the most fiscally prudent to go in on new roads within 3 years and spend city revenue. That should be on the development costs. We make landscape bond for 24 months, I believe. I think that we should hold bonds to go back and do this. This is part of the new construction of these roads, my view. But the second question is, we're going out and doing a couple roads out in Verdi. I brought this to the city manager's attention when I met with him on Monday because it was unclear. The mapping was very unclear. I don't know if a new map came in. What are these roads that are being done in Verdi?
We do own some, the city of Reno does own some of the roads in Verdi. And some of those roads are in county in nature, you know, without curbs and gutters and sidewalks. So some of those roads out there, we find that it's most cost effective to do a surface treatment on those roads to keep them from not completely disintegrating until we can get out.
But there's 2 road sections here. What roads are these on this Verdi map?
Let's see, I don't have the names right off the top of my head. And I don't have that information on there, but they are City of Reno. They're in our inventory, put it that way. I can get that information to you and let you know what ones they are.
Well, you know, I did ask for this on Monday, and I just want to say, you know, I think RTC should be doing more local roads than they are so that we can put some of this $3 million every year into public safety or parks. And that hasn't gone forward. But within the framework for RTC we can put certain roads in of a regional character. And as far as I know, all we have out there in Verdi really is West Meadows, not a whole lot else. And why we're coming in here with city money on the far reaches of a road that I have a feeling it's more of a collector character, and that one has not jumped into the regional road service network. To me, I cannot. I mean, I can't tell people on Palisades or on Belford who are asking about their road quality that we're out here not asking RTC to do to do the regional roads and taking on more. So I don't know. I've always been supportive of this, but I'm having a very difficult time with this contract today.
To note, that is the end of the time. Carrie, you can respond to that, but just to let everybody know.
Thank you. Carrie Koski, your city engineer. I would like to say that we do get a lot of bang for our buck with our surface treatment program. This $3 million keeps our good streets good. And I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman Breckus, about the collectors, and that is a discussion that we continue to have with the RTC to get them to consider putting the collectors in the regional road system.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to make a motion. And I don't want, in a perfect world, I'd like this continued. So the information, not knowing exactly what road we're on, having it out in the far reaches, but I know bids get stale. I've always supported this program, but with the information I have today, I'm not going to. I hope that no vote can be one to help prompt some of the equality or better thinking of the regional role and our role, because I think we're getting it in the shorts, and who's losing are the older neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Reese.
Thank you. Before I make a motion or don't make a motion, could Ms. Koski, can you indicate to me if there is a downside to a continuance today? Meaning, is there something time sensitive? Are dollars at risk? Are costs going to go up? I appreciate that we haven't identified some specific road somewhere, but I don't know if that's enough for me not to move the item.
Of course, we're time sensitive. A lot of the times that with these particular projects, we like to get the contracts underway so we can do this work during the time when school is not in session. But that being said, it would just delay the project and further deterioration of the streets.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Reese. I'll second the motion. I just wanted to mention, and I'll ask for others if they have any other comments, but I wanted to mention that by the map, I can tell what the streets are. I don't need to know for the ward, but in Verdi, at one of the projects is in the Del Webb project. You can tell by the map. So those streets are within the Del Webb project. So I just think that we need to move forward. Our staff has recommended this, and I think we need to move forward. So any other comments?
Madam Mayor, for clarity on the record, the street in Verdi that we're talking about is Bridge Street.
Okay, Bridge Street. Okay. But on the map, there's others that are being as well.
Also, I'm going to support, because I do think it's a good program, and we're getting a lot, including within Ward 1. I think it needs to be tweaked on the edges with the new roads we take in, and then also certainly with roads that have regional characteristics. And Bridge Street in Verdi absolutely has regional characteristics, and it's reflective of our expansion and the patchwork corporate boundaries we're developing through our annexation policies, but it should be going over to RTC in my view.
Thank you. Great comments. Anyone else? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Appreciate that. Mr. Manager.
Next item for consideration is B8, a contract for top deck recoating and repair out at Tumwharf. We have City Engineer Carrie Koski, and we'll move over Matt Smith to answer any questions Councilmember Doer and the rest of the body may have.
Yeah, thank you so much. Carrie, if you could give us a 1 minute on this, and as you know, I've done this for going on 7 years. Whenever it's, what over $1 million or well over $1 million. I want our residents to know what we're doing. You know, these are big contracts. You guys do a terrific job. And I want them to know coming soon to a community near you, a neighborhood near you. So could you just give us the 1 minute on this?
I can do that. I was hoping that Mr. Matt Smith was here to, did we bring him in? There he is.
It looks like he's on.
He is very well prepared to give you a 1 minute of what this contract entails. Go ahead, take it away, Matt.
Certainly. So as you all know, Matt Smith, Associate Engineer, City of Reno. As you all know, the Tumwharf is a very old facility. Some parts of it were built back in 1966 and are still in operation today. And through that, there's been several expansions. The concrete on top of most of the process units is in disrepair, the concrete is in fine condition, but the coating is in disrepair. So in order for us to maintain the infrastructure so that we can not spend more money later just replacing it, we recommend to protect that concrete.
Okay. And then how long does this kind of coating usually last?
We are going to have a 20-year warranty on this, as long as it is in place and put in place appropriately, which we are going to assure that that's going to be the case with our inspection as well.
Okay, good job. I like the inspection part. That's very, very good. Finally, the other about 600,000 that would be paid by Sparks.
Yes, that's correct. Based on the
sort
ownership.
of the 2/3, 1/3 kind of arrangement. I don't know that it's exactly that, but close enough.
It's just about 2/3 and 1/3, and that's just based on the ownership ratios for Tumwharf, as approved through the Joint Coordinating Committee.
Okay. Well, here's what I love. I love us taking care of stuff that we already own. I love that because that extends a life. That means, you know, we're invested in our infrastructure. We're doing what needs to be done. And, you know, nothing will extend the life of these kind of things. You know, a multi-million-dollar replacement versus a couple $1 million maintenance item, so much better. So thank you for being on top of it. Sorry, we're a little behind the curve. It sounds like we should have done this probably a few years ago, but I'm glad we're on it. So thank you. And I would make a motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilwoman Dewar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Jordan. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Carrie. Mr. Manager.
Madam Vice Mayor, the final item for consideration off the consent agenda today is B11. It was pulled by Council Member Reese. We are moving over Finance Director Lochner to answer questions, make a brief presentation on the program here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'll let the council member who pulled it go ahead and ask the questions, and I do have a brief presentation to go through.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner, for being here, and I'll try to be brief. I think I want to first thank staff for the work that's gone into this. The staff report is outstanding. I just fundamentally do not believe we should bank with JP Morgan Chase, and I'll explain why. As I have previously done in the past when our banking relationships have come into question, I have asked myself, what are the things that I, as a city council member, can do to positively affect the choices we make and who we use as vendors? And this is an example of that. In 2016, following some of the horrific gun violence we've experienced in this country, Guns Down America began rating banks and their relationships to gun violence. And they have scored JP Morgan Chase as an F in that category. And as a result, I want JP Morgan Chase to know that the city of Reno will not bank with them. It will not be my vote to support them. I can support one of the other banks that are in the queue. I think the one that comes closest to getting a better grade on the Guns Down America scale in terms of who has applied is Bank of America, our current vendor. Although they're not perfect, they're better than an F. I would have liked to have seen Citibank bid on the contract, but they did not, as I understand it. So I won't be supporting this agenda item, and no fault of staff's. I simply believe that where we can, we should try the small measures that we can as a city to affect this national tragedy. With the remaining of my time, I'm simply going to read the names of the victims of the Boulder shootings and the victims of the Atlanta shootings. Denny Stong, Nevin Stancic, Riki Olds, Trelona Bart Kawaki, Suzanne Fountain, Terry Leiker, Officer Eric Talley, Kevin Mahoney, Lynn Murray, Jody Waters. Soon Chung Park, Hung Grunt, Sun Chan Kim, Young Yu, Denali Ashley Wan, Paul Andre Michaels, Jinhua Tan, and Daiyu Feng. And I thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or discussion? Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I want to say that I 100% agree with Councilmember Reese. And I did discuss it with staff ahead. I asked our city manager if we could have gotten a bid from city, like if we could have, if they didn't just respond, if we could have reached out. I have no banking relationship with city. I do have some banking relationships with the groups that are F, D, and C. And I am slowly terminating my personal banking relationships. In fact, I already have with some of the Fs. I strongly believe in this as well. There's very little we can do to affect this issue on a national level. You know, I'm all for people having guns, but I'm all for gun safety and responsible ownership, and especially not having automatic weapons. It's really a concern to me in terms of the kind of carnage that we've seen across America. So this is like the smallest thing that we can do to explain a preference, a policy choice. I explained it to our manager too. We have very few abilities. And again, it's not an anti-gun agenda, it's a gun safety agenda that I'm most concerned with. So I too cannot support this.
Thank you. Well, I think we need to hear from Ms. Lochner on the program.
So I do have a presentation. I don't know if I am able to share my screen, so let me try this.
You should be able to share, Debbie.
Yep, I got it. Thank you. So what I have is, this is an item to approve an award for banking services with JP Morgan Chase Bank. And this is for our purchasing card program. Let's see if I can do this. So currently all of our banking services are being provided by one bank. That one bank actually extracted our services. We desperately needed a letter of credit, and this bank told us that they would provide us a letter of credit if we did our general banking with them. That happened many, many years ago. And they have not been doing a great job for the city. Their customer service is not very good. They have, our earnings ratios are not good. In this particular program, our rebates are much lower than what we could get from another bank. We did an RFP, and instead of having one bank provide all of our services, we broke it into 6 different categories, of which 4 of those I am bringing forward to council. 1 you have already approved, and that was the agreement with US Bank for our payroll cards services. This one is purchasing cards. We received 6 proposals. We interviewed 4 of the banks, and then 2 of the banks we asked for online demonstrations of their platform. So we are actually proposing we go with JP Morgan Chase Bank to provide the city's purchasing card program. And the benefit of that is we get a more efficient program. We're able to approve things electronically and through workflow as opposed to paper. We're able to upload receipts and actually have a better document trail and essentially touch it once as it comes into the office. Our rebates will increase without increased use of the cards. We will actually receive more rebates from this program that's proposed. And this, by having a separate agreement, this allows us to continue to get the most efficient program and the most effective program for the city as technology changes. different banks react differently. So if we saw that there was a big technology change in this particular area, we could go out and just contract for this one service as opposed to the entire banking program. So staff is recommending that we go with JP Morgan Chase for this program. They successfully competed for the work. And if the council decides not to approve this agreement, then I guess we are stuck with our current provider, which is not doing a very good job for the city, and it is not the best program for the city. So that is really my recommendation, is that we approve this agreement.
I have a question.
Thanks so much, but we have Councilwoman Jordan who has a question. She's had her hand raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have concerns with this for additional reasons. I certainly would like to see a local or more local bank be considered for this. I do understand there was something with a line of language in our contract that might have kicked out a couple of local banks, and I'd like to explore that a little bit more and see where that goes. I have concerns with this for probably more equal reasons as to it being awarded to more of a local bank, if at all possible. I understand that we're not particularly happy with our current banker, but I'd like to see us try to do everything we can to award it to a local or more local bank. And what do I mean by that? I mean somebody that maybe began here within our state, maybe they've merged, or maybe there is someone local, but JP Morgan is just a behemoth, and I'm all for customer service, but if there's a way we can get some business to a local, locally based bank, or that started here, I would certainly like to explore that if at all possible.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, and that is exactly my second point that I was going to bring up. During my briefing, I asked, thank you so much, Councilwoman Jordan. I asked the same exact question, is could we have some excellent local banks. I know that maybe the rates aren't there, or maybe you believe the customer service isn't there, but I've heard high ratings for our local banks. And the second thing is, I was just seeking clarity. When you gave your presentation, you mostly mentioned the bank and card services. And I was unclear about if we were also shifting, because B of A has our money now, right? Like our funds, our fund balance, all the cash that we have. Now, were we just saying the Chase for the card services, or a wider array of services?
So the agreement in front of you today is just for the purchasing card program for the city. The local banks that did put in bids were not competitive. They just simply were not competitive. They don't have the infrastructure to really manage this level.
But can you explain what that means, not competitive?
So their fee for the service was more expensive, and the rebates were less. So,
but can you give us a scale? Are we talking about, they're a penny on every transaction, or 10 cents
no,
on every
was
transaction, or
it was significant dollars. That's why they were not part of the final two that were asked to give us demonstrations of their platform.
Well, here's what I want to say. There was only about $1,000 difference, as I recall, between B of A and Chase in the toto. And I may have that wrong, but that's what I thought I read. So my question is, are we talking about $2,000 difference, or $10,000 difference, or?
It was a significant amount, but I'd have to go back and pull out the actual bid document papers to give you that information.
Okay, last question. Do we have to do this today? Do we have time for you to do that research?
And again, I'm actually negotiating 2 other banking contracts for our general banking and also for our merchant services. Those are both with Wells Fargo. So again, I guess I need direction from council if I'm just going to stop negotiating contracts and stay with Bank of America, or if I can continue to pursue the best program for the city.
Looked like Councilwoman Breckus had her hand up.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I've been around these linkage policies for over 20 years related to banking. started early on with redlining considerations and obligations to the Community Reinvestment Act, which I studied, did quite a bit of work on early in my career. And so I value them. But I have to say at this point, we hired, a company to help us do an RFP, which is, really the most you can do when you're going out for a service, to hire a company to be your aid. It means you don't have the in-house capacity. It reflects the complexity. And we signed off on that. And I know, and I do remember concerns were raised, but we never dialed in some other scoring parameters. And I am a little uncomfortable coming this far and pulling it on this thing, because if it's on this thing that we haven't created a policy factor on, why isn't it on redlining? Why isn't it on consumer protections? Why is it on other parameters, advanced goals that, we feel we have? And I do take a little bit of issue with, well, this is the only thing we can do related to this issue of gun violence is, I think I see a bill going down at the Nevada legislature. So I mean, where are we at on that? That's like here in our state right now. So I don't know, I'll wait for that item to come up. I think that I feel most comfortable moving forward, and also understanding that it's a multi-pronged approach in terms of splitting up the banking services. And I'll just say, for those who weren't around in 2012, we had a banking service, and that banking service had us over a barrel because we were in so much fiscal stress that we needed like some float. And when I started asking about the banking, it said, we're banking with them because they're our float, and we needed that float. So we were in panicked, liquidity issues. And we've been on the banking side when you're in stress and duress, and you don't want to be there. I don't see us going there again, but I think now we're straightening it out for our own interests that we've expressed today, and let her go out an RFP. So while I appreciate the concerns, I value linkage policies. I think you need to cook those a little bit further before you get to a contract, which is where we're today.
Thank you for your comments. Councilman Delgado, and then we'll come back to you, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it, and I really appreciate my colleagues' perspectives on this issue. I support Councilman Reese and Councilwoman Jordan for those 2 points that they've clearly displayed today. But again, thank you, Ms. Lochner, for all the hard work that you put on this. If you don't take a position now, then when are you going to take a position? I think it's a great opportunity now to show our community the positions that we're taking, not only locally for our banking systems, but also in terms of our overall gun safety, community safety, well-being. So I support both of them, if not continuing this item, but at least not approving the item that you currently have in front of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Reese.
You're on mute.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to make sure that my comments are understood in context. I think linkage policies are something that we've discussed for the 3 years that I've been on the body. Each time I've expressed a concern, not only about the particular bank's environmental policies, some of it has to do with where they score on human rights and equality indices. The bottom line is most banks are going to have something that I find Devin Reese, personally objectionable. My point is not that we will unlink ourselves from all banking relationships. It's just that when given the choice, especially because of where we are in this country with gun violence, that the way to express the concern that we have, at least one that I think is powerful, is with our financial wherewithal, so that JP Morgan Chase knows that we will not support them because they are making policies that continue to perpetuate gun violence in this country. I'll go down to the legislature and advocate for my cause. I'll join Moms Demand Action. I'll do a lot of things, but this is something that we can do as a city, whereas oftentimes some of the national issues are outside of our purview. And so I would simply ask my colleague to reconsider her position on this linkage question. And certainly if that's not to be, it is not to be. But for my part today, given where we are as a country and an epidemic of gun violence, we can make that stand today, and that stand can be made known, and we can move forward with another banking relationship. I certainly would prefer a local bank, but I understand if they're not competitive, it's harder when you're a community bank to participate in the largesse of city life. But certainly something worth exploring, perhaps long term and next year, and we'll get to a better place with a better bank. But I thank my colleagues for this important conversation. I hope it moves the needle some way measurably, and that we can make those choices known to our constituents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Jardin, did you have your hand up?
I did, and I guess my question was, there seems to be some lingering questions about what the significant differences are, and I'm not sure we got a super solid answer about, you know, what the next bank in the hopper, the difference fiscally was. But, and I think there might be a bigger discussion about moving all things to somewhere else. And I think, and I know you don't want to do a tell right now because that you might lose some negotiating power. I get that. I'm just not sure I understand what the substantial differences were to Councilwoman Dewar's comments, kind of what that means. Is it $1,000 a year on this card service program? Is it 10,000? I've heard it's significant. I don't have a quantifiable amount to understand what that is. So I'd probably be in favor of just pushing this out a month to get some more details. And by then maybe maybe there's something else shakes loose on the other banking negotiations that pulls some other folks, that gives a bigger umbrella picture that service-wise might get us to a point where we're more comfortable.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I might.
Yes, I would ask if you could, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you.
Sure. I believe what Director Lochner is saying is not so much, while the costs are significant, we don't have that number today, it's also the capabilities of the institutions. And so sort of to Councilmember Reese's point, large institutional banks that finance large institutional businesses, many of those will have policies or for lack of a better term, baggage that we may not necessarily care for as a group. And so my caution would be more through the lens of the RFP process and the linkage policies, and saying if there is additional scoring criteria that is particularly important to the body, that needs to be built in. I am not certain we will be able to come back to you in a month with a better solution. This is sort of a false start if we want to go back and look at it through that lens. I see that Director Lochner has her hand up in addition to Councilmember Dewar, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll go to Councilwoman Dewar to ask her question, and then we'll go to
Debbie can answer. Okay, yeah. First thing is that I agree with our city manager. That's not just I'd like more information, but it really may be, and I agree with Councilmember Reese, that we have stated our preferences for a while and our interests. And so I think they do need to be built into the RFP. So it may be reject all bids and start again. That may be an option, and I'm not opposed to that option, with the council laying out what our preferences are. Number two, I know no one's perfect. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. Banks aren't perfect. We totally get that, but we can still advocate for our preferences. Number three, to Councilwoman Breckus's point, I have been out for 4 years. Over the last 6 years with Moms Demand Action and Wear Orange. I've done what I can, and I do expect to write a letter to the legislature, but I am one person writing a letter to the legislature. I'm not the decision maker. Here I'm the decision maker. There I'm a recommender or an advisor or a thought process. So, I am participating on all levels that I can, and that's where I am. And then, so just finally, perhaps a twist on the motion or recommendation by Councilwoman Jardin is just take a look at it, give us the information, but be prepared to reject the bids, maybe go out with the larger package with our criteria identified, reach out to Citibank as one that apparently didn't respond, Maybe we're too small for them. I don't know. I mean, these are all considerations. So those are just some further thoughts as we deliberate. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Well, I would like to hear from Ms. Lochner. And then we'll go back to Ms. Brackett. Thank you.
So I just want to get good direction from council. If the issue is the score from Guns Down America, I'm also negotiating 2 agreements with Wells Fargo that also have an F score. So if you want me to cease all negotiations, then that's what I need to be doing. We've been working on this for a year. So, you know, I'm happy to stop working on it anytime.
You know, Mr. Thornley, I want to go to you for a second. I think what we're doing here is not the right thing. We're making a motion on something. We might be doing it on this discussion. And this is not the way I see that we make that we make policy. And so that's my opinion. So how do you see, Ms. Breckes wants to speak again. So I want to see how you see us weighing in on this.
Well, I mean, I think that you are expressing, or your colleagues are expressing a point of view that is in fact at a base level, a policy preference. I don't think that you should make a motion directing Director Lochner on agreements that are not in front of you today, but I do think we're capable of extrapolating from the conversation where we're headed. I mean, I think it is disappointing that we've spent a year on an RFP process and gotten to this point, but I understand the policy concerns. And if the council's preference is to head in a different direction, then that's what we'll do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Breckes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to defer to Mr. Reese, who wants to make a motion because he pulled this item. But if his motion does not pass, I'd like to continue this for 2 weeks because I just have not heard, and I absolutely want to be certain to help me make an informed decision about, you know, the parameters. If it's a certain group's rating, scoring and rating, I want to make sure that's the most up-to-date one and where they are in their scoring process. Because if it's on 2019 practices or even 2018 practices and there's been a shift, I don't think that's really a good approach. And there may have been a shift because of internal considerations of this vendor. There may have been a shift because of legislation that was put in that we may not be aware of. So I think if we're going to use someone as a benchmark, as a rating entity, it should be introduced into the record, and we should make sure that it is as solid and update information, because I'd hate to take a pass on a very involved contract that, you know, we find down the road in the last 24 months, this vendor has made this, and this change. And maybe someone else who comes in next time, their 21 score puts them ahead of the people we took a pass on. So I'll do that. But if it doesn't go, I'm going to ask to continue it for 2 weeks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Councilman Reese.
I think Councilmember Jordan wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. I too am kind of with Councilman Breckes on this one, only because I need to better understand when you say customer service issues with our current provider. I might need a little more information as to what the severity of that. I too, like Councilman Breckes, I mean, I don't necessarily want to upend a 2-year process, and that was done through, you know, our own approvals and our own guidance from, you know, 2 years ago or whatever it was. So, I mean, is the 10-year thing locked in? Can JP Morgan or Bank of America be 1 year while we update our policy preferences or expectations? I'm just trying to better understand how, I guess my main concern is better understanding the severity of the customer service issues. What does that mean?
Thank you. And Ms. Lochner, can you respond to that?
I'd be happy to enlighten you.
Thank you.
So when we started this process, and I had my consultant look at our current, you know, banking process and looked at our statements and everything, they looked at the earnings credit that we get for the money in the bank. And how that was being, you know, that was severely low considering, you know, kind of nationwide and their look at it. They're the experts. So from them telling me it was low, I contacted our bank and they said, okay, we'll make a change. Well, I'm used to my bank coming in and telling me we have this new program or we have this new electronic process that can benefit you. They come in annually and they do an overall review of your bank. I've been here 3 years and never, ever had that. Before we started the RFP process, they came and met with me, but that was about it. I'm used to having a bank that is a partner, and our current bank is not a partner for the city. They are not proactive in helping us be, you know, better at what we do. And they just don't provide the service that I expect from a bank that is holding $19 million of my money. So, you know, that's where I'm very disappointed with our current bank and the service they provide to us, and the fact that they could have made better our system incrementally each year, because they have those options. When we had a problem with the P cards and saying that, you know, these particular things aren't working, they're like, oh yeah, well, we have this program that you could sign into and get that to work for you. They should be proactive in telling us when these things are available. And that is where I'm disappointed with our current bank. And they have the business, and they felt like even when they came into the RFP process, they walked into that thinking that they had a one-up because they had our business, and because they had their foot in the door. And it's very difficult to change banking. It is very difficult to do the implementation to change. They felt like we weren't going to change, and that they were shoo-in, and they presented themselves that way during the RFP process as well.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm just not, I don't know that I'm compelled to switch until I have more information and we do a better vetting of what we expect as we go forward, as I sit here today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilman Reese?
I'll move to continue with direction to staff to continue an analysis of the linkage policies as expressed by this body, with an understanding that I personally am not going to be supportive of moving to JP Morgan Chase for our banking services.
Second, Delgado.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilman Reese, seconded by Councilman Delgado. Any other discussion, comments? Councilman Ruckus.
The motion was to continue it for 2 weeks? Okay.
I think that's what you asked for.
Yeah, okay, I'm supportive. Ready for the vote.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lochner. Appreciate your work. Mr. Manager.
Madam Vice Mayor, I can jump in if you'd like and get us on track with your next agenda item.
Yes.
Round of D1.
I would like to note for the record, Madam Vice Mayor, item D1 at this time, we will be bringing over acting, I believe actually Angela's title is Assistant Community Development Director, Angela Foos, Nathan Gilbert. Additionally, we do have the applicants for item D1, John Krompatic and Rob Fitzgerald, available to answer questions. Should be noted for the record, we have no public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Foos, are you going to make your presentation?
I will. Good morning, council members. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant CD Manager. This is kind of an odd one for you. You don't see these a whole lot. This is a request to sponsor a regional plan amendment. A little bit of history on this. Back in February, the Planning Commission heard a special use permit, and the special use permit request was to relocate a 120 kV power line. So this is a fairly large size transmission line. It currently runs through the middle of a parcel. The applicant had requested to relocate that line to the outside or the exterior of the parcel. And so that required a special use permit. Planning Commission approved that request in a 5-to-1 vote. And so the next step in the process now is to sponsor a change to the regional plan. Just to give you a little bit of context on actually what this is, this blue line is the existing, again, 120 kV line, so a fairly large size transmission line that runs through this property. And they're going to relocate it to the north side of the property. There's already another power line on the north side of the property. So they're going to relocate that line with the other line. So this is kind of a cleanup, so to speak, of making this parcel more usable and buildable, and then cleaning up the transmission lines so we don't have multiple transmission lines running through a site. Again, what's before you is to sponsor an amendment to the regional plan to update this map. The Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency has a map called the Regional Utility Corridor Map, and anytime there's a change to that map and related to transmission lines, the local jurisdiction where that takes place historically will sponsor an amendment. So that is what is before you today. Again, that special use permit happened. Planning Commission approved it. It was not appealed, so that is not part of today's discussion. What today's discussion is simply to sponsor that amendment that will go to the Regional Planning Agency and to the Regional Planning Governing Board. So those of you that sit on the Regional Planning Governing Board will get to see this again at that point. The applicant is also available if you have any questions. And Nathan Gilbert, the planner who worked on the special use permit, is also available. Thank you.
Okay, so let me go back, and I wanted to make sure, thank you, Ms. Foos. Did we have any public comment, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not.
Okay, you may have said that, so I wanted to just double check. Okay, questions was Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a good, reasonable request, you know, from the regional perspective. I do. It makes property more developable, which is, while it's, you know, kind of, we have our challenges serving Verdi, it's certainly not up against hillsides. So I think it's not bad ground. And I also very much like seeing existing power lines removed from the overhead of that trailer park, which I don't believe is incorporated, but I'll tell you, not here, but when I worked in another community, the presence of those overheads at those that voltage was just a major health concern always, putting those over people's bedrooms. And I think that we haven't looked at it as closely as a lot of other places. But my question is this, and the right of way where it's to be relocated is NDOT, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you go in and work in the right of way, you have to make improvements, and this is a very inadequate right of way to my view. And I've been talking about this since West Meadows PUD came in, and that's why I did not support the West Meadows PUD. Is the pedestrian environment along US 40 is incredibly dangerous because there's no sidewalks. And do you know, through the special use permit process or the discussions with NDOT, if they've been called upon when they work in that right of way to bring it up to ADA compliance?
They're not. They will have to do an encroachment permit for any permitting through that right of way, but there was no plans to actually improve Highway 40 or make any improvements to sidewalks.
So NDOT said this does not trigger Americans with Disabilities Act compliance for this relocation.
That's correct. And Nathan Gilbert, can you jump in real quick and correct me if I'm wrong on that?
Good morning, council members. Thank you. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Angela's correct. This will require an NDOT encroachment permit, but we did not receive any comments or indication that ADA improvements would be a part of it.
Okay, well, it sounds like it's an NDOT call, and I'll be talking to the NDOT district engineer for my understanding and interpretation of how they administer the Americans with Disabilities Act when right-of-way work occurs, and this is right-of-way work, but maybe it doesn't, but I wanna understand for my own clarification, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm prepared to make a motion. I think this is a really great thing for the removal of the overhead lines as well. I'm supportive of it. I didn't know if there was other questions or comments.
I think Councilwoman Dewar did have a question, so let's go to her. Thank you.
Just really clear, I just want to make sure, because I know it's going to come to regional planning. 4 of us are on regional planning. It has to be sponsored by the local government, typically, to get up there. These relocations of power lines are basically considered projects of regional significance. And recently, we have had extensive conversation, I would say last year, about relocation of power lines. In that case, it was associated with the proposed new, I'll just put Hug High School, which is not the name, but the high school that was moving on to the golf course. Big conversations. This hasn't been like, we may not have talked about it here, but at regional, we talked about it a lot. And I just want to make sure I do understand. So the proposal, Ms. Foose, is to put the power line, this height of power line can't go underground, right? So it's just being moved to the side.
It is a large transmission line.
Right.
Typically, we do not underground these. Not that you cannot, you can, but they are extremely expensive, and we don't typically see 120 kV lines underground.
Which number of kV? What did you say?
120, 120.
Right. So I know they moved some really big power lines for the Caramella project, and they undergrounded them in large part. I don't know the voltage of those lines. You know, I don't know if you do, but I know they it was near Brown School, and they undergrounded the whole darn thing up to the mountains, and it wasn't just, to my knowledge, a typical line. It was a bigger line. So at least that's a question. Is that something that we can register a preference for if we move this up to the regional planning? I mean, right now the request is to move it. Well, move it sideways or move it underground. I mean, is that, we have a policy on the city. New developments need to underground power lines. So Nathan's shaking his head no, but I thought we did. I mean, they did it at, okay, maybe Nathan wants to speak to that. Maybe I don't understand.
Sure.
Let's let, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That policy doesn't apply to a major utility. That Toll Brothers project was undergrounded at the request of the applicant. So the city does not have a policy for undergrounding unless there's a public safety concern.
That
for
was
a
a surprise
for
to me
a major utility over 60 kilovolts, and this is 120.
Would you say that last part again? I missed it.
This is for a major utility. So the city policy would not show a preference for undergrounding for a major utility unless there was a public safety concern, which there is not in this instance.
Okay, so can you clarify, because I got confused, but there is a preference for smaller kilovolt lines?
Correct. Yeah, and that's standard code for typical residential service overhead. That would be a code requirement to underground, but this is a major regionally identified utility.
Okay, so I mean, I didn't want all of us to go away thinking we didn't have a policy on undergrounding wires. We do. We do, but it's just the bigger ones we haven't taken a position on. Is that what
Correct.
You're saying?
Yes, and the master plan policy would lend itself in this instance for combining. So there's an existing utility line there. This adjustment of the major utility line would be combining that. That's where the master plan supports.
Okay, so we bringing the two together and moving them over to the side.
That's correct.
So they're not on top of the development. Is that right?
Yes.
And they're maybe in between two developments. Is that correct?
Not sure I follow you there.
In other words, we're not putting it over to somebody else. It's in between, it's between this development and some open land, or this development and another development. In other words, we're not putting the issue over to someone else.
No, it's moving it to the perimeter of the existing property.
Right, but let me just ask, the next door property, does it have houses on it? Is it open land? What's its story?
The
There's
property.
a road. There is a road that separates where this power line is going to go. It's Highway 40 from the West Meadows development. So this power line currently runs on a vacant piece of property right in the middle. We're just moving it next to the road. So it's,
and the road is 40?
Highway 40, correct.
I got it.
And just to note,
Well,
the
I
time
would like
is
to
up
look
at this point.
I think one of the challenges, especially as Verdi or wherever is developing, this is West Meadows, this is on its way out there. I just think wherever possible, we should be undergrounding these things even larger. This isn't the largest. I mean, we're not talking about major regional, this is a big feeder line, but it's not the biggest. It's not 240. Anyway, that's my interest. It'll come up at regional planning. I'm not opposed to this moving, but I do think we should make sure that, driving streets with power lines on them isn't an attractive feature anywhere. So it's something to think about.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilwoman Jordan, did you want to go ahead and make a motion?
Yes, I'm shaking my head like I don't have another question. Yes, I am prepared to make a motion. Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Reese. Any other questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you for all your comments, and thank you, Ms. Foose and Mr. Gilbert. Appreciate it. And for Mr. Fitzgerald and Krompotnik that are also with us. Thank you.
Next, Madam Vice Mayor, is item D2.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not very quick on the switch here.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Madam Clerk, let's go to Madam Clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning to item D2. This is presentation, discussion, potential approval agreements with the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation. At this time, we do have Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Rec, available to give you a brief presentation and answer questions. It should be noted for the record, there is no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that, and I'll remember that next time, Madam Clerk. Ms. Schroeder, how are you?
Good morning. Thank you. I am fine. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. I should also have attending this item Heidi Anderson, who is the Executive Director of Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation, as well as Elena Larson. And she is the Wetland Restoration Program Director. Before council today is an item to review and approve a long-term lease agreement and an associated independent contractor agreement with the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation to convert the former Rosewood Lakes Golf Course back to its wetland state and to turn it into a nature study area. If council desires, I have a short 8-slide presentation, which is specific to the structure of the agreements and why those agreements are needed. And then the Parks Foundation has also prepared a short 9-slide presentation that's really specific to the details of the project. Does council desire a presentation, either one of them?
Is there anyone that wishes to have a presentation? Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, please.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can interject just to make a correction in the record while Jamie's pulling up her presentation. We did have public comment on this item. We had 15 letters of support. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. So just to correct that statement.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing that.
All right, everyone should be able to see my screen.
Yes.
And with that, there we go. Okay. So I wanted to start with a map of the land that we are talking about. And so specifically, we're talking about the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course, which is at 6800 Pembroke Drive. And so there's a much clearer map in your staff report. It's always difficult to put a map into a PowerPoint presentation, but what we're talking about right now is really the area that is shaded in green, which is specific to the former golf course acreage. And that is approximately 219 acres. Council may recall that back in 2017, there was a larger project. And so you'll see parcels on this map that are in a blue outline square. And those parcels are part of this larger project, but today we're really only going to be talking specific to the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. Those parcels on the north really are on hold at the moment. We entered into an exclusive negotiation agreement with the developer to potentially turn those parcels north of the golf course into flat fields. and then do associated commercial development with that. But due to the pandemic, that project has been put on hold. And so we did not want to preclude the Parks Foundations from moving forward with the Rosewood project. And so that's why we're bringing that forward to council today. So why we're here, from 1990 to 2015, the city of Reno developed, maintained, and operated Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. In 2012, the city of Reno entered into an agreement with RTC to construct the Southeast Connector, which is now known as Veterans Parkway, through the middle of Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. That was the best path for that road to be built with the least impact to the surrounding neighborhoods. So construction of the roadway did sever the irrigation system because it is almost directly through the middle of the golf course, which then precludes the use of that space as a golf course. It's very cost prohibitive to restore that as a golf course. And Rosewood has now been closed since June of 2015. How we got this land was it was dedicated and conveyed to the city by Dermody Properties way back in 1988. This land is deed restricted, so it can be used as a golf course, wetlands habitat, open space, outdoor recreational purposes, and then of course transportation facilities, which is that Southeast Connector going through there. So by asking council to consider entering into a long-term agreement with the Parks Foundation, doing so would preserve open space, and then it would create a space for the community to learn about the environment and spend time in nature. So what we are asking council to consider today is a 30-year lease agreement with the Parks Foundation to restore Rosewood Lakes to its natural wetland state. This will also include a 20-year extension option. And then we have to also have council approve an associated independent contractor agreement. And that is really just an add-on that says that the Parks Foundation will provide certain services and programs at the nature study area. So the proposed project is a nature study area. As I mentioned, the lease agreement would be 30 years with a 20-year option, so potentially up to 50 years. There is a soil extraction easement for flood mitigation on those north parcels if needed. And if it's the developer or if the city of Reno comes into funding and is able to build flat fields, we would cooperate with the Parks Foundation to make sure that if we do any soil extraction, that the trail system and the wetland habitat would be protected as much as possible and restored if any damages were to occur. The agreement then has the Parks Foundation agreeing to return Rosewood into that natural wetland state. Because of the golf course, the paths out there, they are able to reuse a majority of those paths for trails. And we're also seeing a lot of wildlife return back to that area. And then lastly, of note in the agreement is that the city would agree to provide up to 72 acre-feet of treated effluent water for use to irrigate at no cost to the Parks Foundation. The Parks Foundation will go into this in a little bit more detail, but I just wanted to make sure that it goes on the record that the Parks Foundation has done an amazing job doing public outreach to get public input on this area. And so they have done quite a few public meetings, presented to the Recreation and Park Commission. And then the last bit was doing a design workshop back in 2019 with over 16 stakeholder groups that you see on this slide. And then they did a presentation to the Rec and Park Commission in 2019 as well. And the commission voted in support of this project. So financial and legal implications, the lease would be recommended at $1 a year. The Parks Foundation would be responsible for costs to maintain, operate, and do fundraising for any capital. There would be no cost for them to be able to use the effluent water, which is roughly a $26,000 annual value. And then the legal requirements, this is something that we would be able to do under NRS 268. And then that is the one that requires that independent contractor agreement. And then the city has done this type of agreement with Sky Tavern. We've done it for Horseman's Park with an adaptive riding group and several other entities. So with that, prior to before I kick it over to the Parks Foundation, our staff recommendation is for council to approve both agreements. With that, I'll stop sharing and we'll have Heidi and Elena jump into their presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. So Heidi Anderson with Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation for the record. And I believe Elena is going to share. There we go. Thank you, Elena. So just to get us started, we're Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about why the Parks Foundation and why we're interested in this. So the Parks Foundation was really established after the 2008 recession when parks budgets were just hit really hard, and especially for City of Reno, whose budget was cut in half. And so groups of the community came together and said, we need to support our parks, open spaces, and our trails to ensure that they are here for the health, mental and physical benefits of our community. So they developed Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. And with that, we support our parks, trails, and open spaces in a myriad of ways, some of which are programming in our parks and trails, in the schools, as well as providing support for infrastructure projects around our parks for the parks departments. So when the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course came up as a potential opportunity for us to step in and be able to provide support, we were just really excited about it as it fits our mission and vision of what we do and preserving this space as a use for the community. So we brought on Elena Larson, who was born and raised in the Reno area. She has a master's in biology as well as additional background in wildlife ecology and conservation, some rangeland management, and has had experience developing protocols and systems for land management that we're going to need, as well as leading restoration teams within the Truckee Meadows. So we just thought she would be the perfect person to come in and engage with the community to determine what the need is and want for this property. And so Elena did that and took that on. So I will pass it over to her to tell you more about the project itself.
Thanks, Heidi. Elena Larson, for the record. I'm going to skip over project history as Jamie went into that with quite a bit more detail than I have here. But when we started in 2018 with our planning grant, we also received a grant through the National Park Service, the Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program. And so this was incredibly helpful with developing this concept plan. And the main part of what we wanted to develop with this was what the community, like Heidi said, what the community wanted to see, what they would use it for, what their wants were, needs, all of that stuff. So we did make it a priority to do a bunch of public outreach in the form of, we did 2 public forums that had quite a bit of participation. The first one we did had 89 people, and then we did the stakeholder design workshop with the information from the original public forum. So the community told us kind of what they wanted to see, and then the stakeholder design workshop kind of broke down how we could go about doing that. And then we had a follow-up public forum that brought the designs from the stakeholder workshop back to the community so that they could give input on some of the final design ideas for the concept. In addition to that, I've done presentations with local groups such as like REI, Sierra Club, Audubon, things like that. And then we do also have a pretty robust advisory board made up of other subject matter experts that offer a lot of guidance along the way. For people who couldn't attend the in-person public forums, we also did a survey which had almost 300 responses through that as well. So really just trying to get as many people engaged and voices heard for this project, because we do feel like it would be such a huge community asset. We want to make sure that we are really putting things out there that people are going to want to use and be effective with. And so we had over 1,300 people engaged for the public outreach portion of the planning. Like Jamie said, maps are a little bit difficult on PowerPoints, but here are a couple of maps from the concept plan. The map on the left is trail measurements. And so this shows mainly the trails that are still out on the property, the former cart paths. Some of them do need a little bit of love, but a lot of the trails are still there, and we can utilize the existing infrastructure, which is great for not disturbing habitat, as well as it's cost effective. So we have quite a few of those trails that can still be used with the addition of Veterans Parkway going through that. However, there are some that got cut, so we will have to do a little bit of connecting, but not too bad. A lot of those trails are still pretty in decent shape. And then the map on the right is kind of the concept map in a very summarized way. So it has the map on there that shows where some of the amenities within the park would be, the trails, some areas for possible public gatherings, where the pollinator garden is, where our clubhouse is, and things like that. And then the concept plan also breaks down project phasing. So we've actually made some pretty good progress with phase 1 and parts of phase 2 so far. The pandemic obviously made things a little bit more difficult, but we were able to put up a lot of nest boxes, increase some habitat quality for our native wildlife, plant quite a few native species, do invasive removal, lots of good stuff from the phase 1 and 2 that we're still working on now. And then some updates on kind of where we are so far. So we're able to show improvement on 52 acres of habitat. We have put in over 1,000 competitive native plants. 7 acres of the property have been seeded, with both a mix of like a wetland seed mix for the lower areas, as well as a upland seed mix for some of the like tee box type spots in the fairways. We were able to make improvements on 1.87 miles of trail. So this includes putting in some safety or guiding fences. We've repaired the access bridges and been able to reduce some of the sediment and debris that has been on the trails. So far, we've been able to raise over $800,000 for this project. A lot of that goes to support our AmeriCorps members, who are the technicians that are on the ground doing a lot of the work, as well as helping develop the concept plan, operations, general supplies, things of that nature. And that is the end of my presentation. If anybody has questions, and I can stop sharing, or I can keep it up if anybody would like me to.
Let's take it down for now, and then if anybody has questions, we'll pick it back up. Thank you. Are there questions? Comments? Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, the concept for this started, I was involved very early as the liaison to the Parks Commission, because the Parks Commission, when the Southeast Connector was recognized it was going to be a reality, there was a lot of review by the Parks Commission, because we were losing that golf course and then the environmental consequences of that that road. And so actually the founder of the Parks Foundation was one of our Parks Commissioner at the time, and he really thought hard about whether or not this is a space that the organization should jump into, because it was a huge lift for a very young organization. And then he left and passed it on to Miss Anderson, and they've done a really great job, lining it up to do it right, which is great. The one issue, so I'm very excited about this and have been very supportive from conception of the idea, and I love seeing this opportunity for recreation in this side of the valley. I represent Ward 1 that has the river and a lot of foothill development through Collin Ranch, but it's nice to see something being restored rather than just a freeway going through neighborhoods over on the other side of the valley. But I'm very concerned about these north parcels and how they've kind of become a life of their own. I did not support that agreement with the leasee back then, and now I see two things in the staff report. Is one, it's been administratively continued, the life of that agreement, which I presume no one would overstep administrative responsibilities to continue that, but it said in the staff report that the last continuance was given in July of 2019 because of COVID concerns. So that raises really? We were using COVID concerns in 2019 in July to extend this? I want to see that agreement. I asked to see it. It didn't get forwarded to me. And I feel it's time for revisiting by the council, and also seeing, Ms. Schroeder, that you're calling it commercial development up there. I don't think that agreement was contemplated. Sorry, I got a heater going on over here. I don't believe that is an accurate depiction of what the council's agreement was. But having said that, this agreement ties in soil extraction from this property that we're leasing to the foundation for the north parcel. And I don't understand what is meant by soil extraction. The only reason I could see to extract soil from this parcel is to lift up the other side. And you know, from our hearing a couple months ago on the 1 million square foot you know, warehouse going on McCarran, which, you know, may or may not be coming through for a special use permit when the building comes through. You know, I've seen lifting in this side of Valley, and lifting on this side of Valley causes displacement. And so, you know, I'm concerned that someone is conceptualizing that we're going to be using some soil from this parcel to do some development that may be very irresponsible on the north parcels. So can someone just answer for me, what would be the reason to extract soil, and what would be the use on the north parcels for that soil?
Sure. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Parks and Recreation Director. Just one quick correction for the record. So the agreement with the commercial NNSR was extended in 2019, but then it was, and that was just because we were still trying to work out the terms of the economic development agreement. And then we extended the exclusive negotiation agreement, which is the precursor to the EDA. That was extended in August of 2020. So it was during the pandemic, and that was their request. But specific to the soil extraction, so the when Rosewood was built into a golf course, at that time, soil was brought in to raise the tee boxes, the greens, and the fairways. And so that's what's mentioned in the soil extraction agreement, in this clause, I guess, if you will, in this agreement with the Parks Foundation. So it would be limited to the soil that wasn't native to that area to begin with. And the attorney's office has worked really hard to ensure that the soil extraction agreement protects the Parks Foundation and the work that they've done. But it also gives us the opportunity to, if the city is able to build flat fields on its own with some funding sources, you know, that those 3 parcels on the north are still very viable to build flat fields. The soil in that, you know, those 3 north parcels is not super conducive for grass to thrive. And so there would have to be some soil amendments in order to do so. And so that's why the soil extraction agreement exists. So if council, you know, if we get far enough along with the developer to bring forward an EDA, you know, that certainly is another opportunity for Council 1 to even decide if they want to move forward with development of the north parcels at all. But it also gives the city some room, like I said, to be able to build our own flat fields.
Sorry. Thank you for that explanation. I've asked several times about it, and that makes me, gives me some confidence that it's really soil for an amendment, because we know it's good soil that grass can grow on. For the flat fields, it's not to elevate, you know, what might be contemplated on that. And I'll just circle around with the clerk later in the week and ask for all of those agreements, because I believe that it should be those should be coming back to council.
Thank you,
sure, and I just want to clarify real quick. I mean, the idea would also be to address mitigation, right? So if you're going to build anything in floodplain, you know, that soil could help with the flood mitigation. And then knowing that any kind of development that would be happening would likely happen in 2022 under the new master plan, it would be that 1 to 1.13 mitigation ratio.
Yeah, I mean, I think that property may be, you know, the flood pool that we have to create.
Yes, I think we're learning a lot from the McCarran project.
Thank you both. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is really, really exciting, because I know just early on, just the initial conversations in my office with Nathan and Heidi and Elena, were just the conceptual ideas of bringing some amenities to the Rosewood Lake areas. I know the ideas early on when the Southeast Connector was being built, the lost promises in terms of what was expected for the community out there fell pretty hard. And so to find an idea, especially understanding the limited capacity in terms of staffing at the city, to say who can come and help us was a was really, really excited to know that the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation can come forward and still conceptually move forward. I've heard nothing but great excitement from the community in terms of your guys' outreach. So thank you so much for continuing to do that. I see the cars out there. I talk to the constituents at the Rosa Lakes HOA, to all the different HOAs over in that part of town. The excitement for the families and the kids to know that there's going to be something in their backyard of this significance is huge. And so to see this come into realization, I just want to thank, I can't thank you guys enough for the amount of work that you guys have done out there. So really excited to see this before us. I really want to just jump on here and just approve it and get things moving. Not to add any more pause, but I'll go ahead and let my colleagues add their sentiments to it. But thank you guys so much for all the work that you've done.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Such a great project. I had a chance to go out there and walk a big part of the loop with our staff, both folks that working out there with AmeriCorps, Parks Foundation, and with Jamie Schroeder. And it's going to be phenomenal. I mean, I'm so pleased with the direction this has taken. It's really great. Like Councilman Breckus, I too expressed concern about the excavation of fill. Jamie's nodding her head. She knows about how I feel. I don't need to go into great depth about it. But, we should not be looking at co-locating commercial activity with our ball fields. I think they're incompatible uses and not a good place. That's across the street, not the subject of this discussion, except that they're tied with potential excavation material. I'm very excited about our potential ballot initiative, because if that does pass, that would be able to help co-fund sports fields. We don't have to partner with business groups, other than if they want to donate, of course, which we always welcome. In fact, I've been pretty successful lately on Moana Pool even. We're now up to over $250,000 of business contributions, in addition to our Pennington Foundation contribution. But on this topic, way to go, Jamie. Way to go, Parks Foundation. Way to go, AmeriCorps. Super exciting. Councilman Delgado, too, for your leadership. I just think this is going to be phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Is there a motion? Councilman Delgado.
Move to approve.
And seconded by Councilwoman Dewar. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think that motion was approved. Thank
so
you.
much for your support, and thank you to the Parks Foundation for stepping up to spearhead this project. It's greatly appreciated.
Yes, greatly. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, at this time, we can transition to item D3. This is presentation and overview of the COVID vaccine program from the Reno Fire Department. At this time, we will have Kim Eastman, and Fire Chief Dave Cochran is also available with her, and Andy Ancho, Chief Ancho as well.
Thank you. Do I see them here?
Yes, we've moved them over at this time. Kim, you should be able to unmute and turn on your video. Should be noted for the record, we do not have any public comment for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Eastman, I see that you're there. Madam Clerk, I don't.
This is Chief Ancho. We're having technical difficulties on the video.
Okay.
Give us a second.
Okay, not a problem.
Or I guess we could start without the video and do the PowerPoint presentation, whatever your wish.
Why don't you do that, and then we'll see how, whatever works for you.
Well, good afternoon, Vice Mayor Weber, Council and Manager Thornley. My name is Andy Ancho. I'm the Division Chief for Reno Fire Department and also the City of Reno Emergency Manager. I'm here with Chief Cochran and our Vaccine Coordinator, Kim Eastman, as well. Here today to talk about the COVID-19 vaccine and also our role as a regional provider within Washoe County. So, quick overview of how we became a provider and why we became a provider. Several months ago when we discussed. Yes.
Just real quickly, if you have a PowerPoint, I don't think we see it.
Okay. Ashley, is it possible for you to pull it up? For some reason, our setup is really.
Yep, let's see what we can figure on my end. Hang on one second.
Yeah, where do we have?
And we just want to make sure we can see the good stuff that you have for us.
Okay, so I'll continue to discuss the regional provider role as it's not in the first part of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So several months ago, in the middle of COVID, regional partners started discussing how vaccinations, when they came out, would be provided to the region. There were two options for agencies interested in administering the vaccine. You could either become a regional partner or a regional provider. We chose to be a regional provider for the following reasons. One, it gave us control over the ordering of the vaccine, the types of vaccine, and also the administrating, setting up our own pods, and having control over the storage and data reporting on the vaccine process. As a partner, you would really just be assisting any of the regional providers or the other agencies that decided to become a regional provider in just a assisting, or I guess an ancillary role just to help with vaccine administration. In order to become a regional provider, several things had to happen. We had to get approval. We also had to purchase special equipment, including freezers, refrigerators, data loggers, transport coolers. We also had to redo one of the rooms on the 4th floor with dedicated circuit breakers. It had to be behind lock and key, and for the proper storage of the vaccine. And we also had to take in-depth classes on the administration, the storage, and the transport of the vaccines. And additionally, we had to do training on several data platforms that are required to track the vaccine, who it's going to, and how's it stored on a daily and weekly basis. Our goal in becoming a regional provider was not only to be able to vaccinate all of the City of Reno employees, but also to assist with the rest of the region in vaccinating the general population and everybody within the essential workforce. Okay.
All right, Chief, I think I've got your PowerPoint up.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, so I won't bore you with death by PowerPoint, but we will touch on the important points. So it's no secret, the federal government has funded and coordinated in the development of multiple vaccines. Currently, there are 3 that have been approved. And although they were, manufactured and developed in a very expedited and quick manner, some of the misconceptions that we try to get out to people and correct is the fact that even though the process seemed rushed, none of the safety standards were skipped in the vaccine development for any of them. Another common misconception is that the mRNA science and technology is so new that it can't be trusted, when actually mRNA science has been around for over 20 years. Additionally, Operation Warp Speed that the federal government instituted allowed for these pharmaceutical companies to really throw everything they had at developing the vaccines as quickly as possible. And how they did that was they eliminated the financial risk by supporting vaccine development. But again, I want to just repeat that none of the steps in vaccine development were actually skipped. There was just no financial risk. So these companies were able to throw everything at it. Next slide, please, Ashley. So currently, as I mentioned before, we have 3 vaccines that have received FDA approval or emergency use authorizations. Pfizer was the first one, Moderna was the second one. Both of those vaccines actually use the mRNA science and technology. And then most recently, we had Johnson & Johnson receive their approval and EUA from the federal government. Johnson & Johnson is actually an attenuated vaccine, which actually has some of the virus in the vaccine, like most of the vaccines we're used to getting, i.e. the flu shot. And it's also a single dose series. Another common slew of questions we get is how long are the vaccines good for? We don't know that because the long-term data is just not there. COVID itself as a disease has only been around for really a year that we've been dealing with it. And we're still, gathering long-term data on the disease as well as the vaccines. And then we attached a website for any of the latest information and questions on the authorized vaccines. Next slide. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Kim Eastman, our vaccine coordinator. She is in the trenches all week doing multiple pods around the city. And just to give a quick overview of how the pod process works and then discuss the requirements and the work that is entailed with all the data platforms that we have to report to.
Good morning, Council, and thank you so much for your time. I know all of you had the opportunity to look at this presentation, so I'm not going to read point by point on how all of our different pods work. However, the exciting thing about our pod is that we can expand and contract it as needed. That's been super exciting for us because we can move our pods as necessary, take them wherever we need to go, but still use the same pod plan. As you know, we've been working throughout the community using different casinos, doing big staff, and currently we have made our pod plan work for doing about 50 people every 30 minutes, which is awesome. We've been able to maneuver people through without having a big wait. So that's been what we've truly been working on. Again, I'm not going to walk you through all the different processes, but what we have found is using some sort of scheduling platform has been the best to keep people organized, keep people coming through so that we can still maintain social distancing and not end up with a serious crowd. Next slide. So as you all know, most of our vaccinators are paramedics, so we always have medical staff on site so that we can treat anybody that has any issues. With that being said, we have yet to have anybody that has had any adverse reactions to any of the vaccinations at this point. Next slide. And we'll go to the next slide as well, because this is just, again, overview. So the one thing that I really wanted to talk about today was all the different reporting platforms that we're responsible for. Outside of just vaccinating people, we do have to keep a lot of different accounts and make sure that we're balanced in all aspects. And that is really important to make sure that we get the vaccine allotment that we're asking for and that we continue to get that. So we report to WebIZ, which that is where we keep all of our vaccine records for each patient. So every single shot we give, we have to then turn around and record in WebIZ. So that takes a lot of time, obviously, on the backside of the vaccination pods. Additionally, we have REDCap reporting, which is where we have to report all of our aggregate data. So every single patient that receives a vaccine also has to report all of their race and ethnicity information so that we can truly track exactly who's reacting to vaccines and all the other information. Every single night before midnight, I have to report to the CDC exactly how much vaccine we have on hand so that they can track exactly where it is in each county. We also use RedCap for ordering. So every Tuesday we have to place an order. If we don't have an order in, we don't receive vaccine. So that's super important. And again, as you can tell, we have tons of different platforms that are required in order just to move forward. And then lastly, our Washoe County Health District that we have to record to at the end of every pod, so we can tell them exactly how many first doses we've done, how many second doses we've done, and how many vaccines we still have on hand. So again, a lot of different reporting to make sure that we have, everything in line where it needs to be, that we're vaccinating the appropriate people, and that we are capable of taking the vaccines and administering them as we get them. And I believe that's all that I have, and I'll pass it back to Chief Ancho. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kim. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you are all familiar with this page out of the governor's playbook. I was just going to touch on it really quick on where we are in each of the governor's prioritization lanes. As far as general population, RFD as a provider is at Nevadans 65 to 69 years old. Pharmacies and hospitals have been given the go-ahead to do Nevadans 16 to 64 with underlying conditions. So far, the other regional providers, including RFD, have not been given the approval to do those yet. On the frontline essential workforce, we are down to the 4th bold title in the food service and hospitality industry. Next slide, please. So who's been vaccinated by Reno Fire Department up to today? So far, we've done law enforcement, fire EMS, we could go down the list, but we've hit everybody, every group within the essential workforce lane at some point or the other. Some of the things really close to our goal of doing all of the City of Reno employees, we got that accomplished through continuity of governance with the assistance of Manager Thornley and Mr. Shaver. Some other things we really took pride in getting done was assisting with vaccinating the Volunteers of America, Karma Box, the ambassadors, and all of our City Hall security and SAVE volunteers. Next slide. Additionally, simultaneously on a weekly basis, we hit not only just one group, we try to do several pods a week where we're touching not only on the general population, but at the essential workforce as well. So we've done Nevadans 65 and older all the way up. We did general population, senior living, and some specifically targeted pods for the disadvantaged population. We've also coordinated through Washoe County and the casinos to do several pods at the Row, Peppermill, Atlantis. So we have a big one scheduled for the Grand Sierra on the 25th. Yesterday, we did a homebound population pod, which was done in 2 places. We did it at the Care Campus initially, and then moved down to the emergency shelter on 315 Record. Next slide. This is just a quick update. One of the common questions we have, not only from council, but everybody involved, is the mobile vaccination care unit that we ordered. As it says here, we do not have that unit as of date. There were supply chain issues related to COVID, and that has been delayed. When we do get that unit, that's going to provide a lot of flexibility and mobility for all of our future pods, not only for the general population, but for the disadvantaged and the homebound population as well. Next slide. Currently, we are using our vaccination trailer at all of our pods. This trailer was also purchased to assist with the COVID vaccinations. And what it does is it contains all of our supplies that we need for each of our pods. It can also provide shelter in poor weather, but we have been using static sites to get people out of the inclement weather. So up until that point, we really haven't used it on large scale outdoor pods, but that will be coming up in the future. Next slide, please. So here are the most common locations we've used for our vaccination pods up to date. Reno Fire Station 11, we've used multiple times. We've used City Hall, 2 locations where the Boys and Girls Club are located, the Neal Road Recreation Center, which was for a disadvantaged population, the Reno Ballroom, and several casinos. And then on top of that, the Care Campus and the emergency shelter at 315 Record. Next slide. This will just be a picture of some of the event highlights, a little picture slide, and we'll go through this pretty quick. That's our trailer with the tow vehicle. Next slide. Our first vaccine was administered on 12/22, and we vaccinated everybody involved with the Reno Fire Department provider and vaccination team. Next slide. Up at Station 11, we've done multiple pods here. Next slide. Continue to the next, please. This was a 70 and older pod that we did. In conjunction with Station 11, we also had Mountain Lake Estates. They transported their residents in the bus, and we actually vaccinated them on the bus to keep them comfortable and to expedite the pod process. It was very successful. Next slide, please. The Neal Road pod we just did the other week. We did this in conjunction with, we had a lot of help on this pod. We had Rebecca, Matt Brown, Chad, Manager Thornley, Councilman Delgado, Yvette Contreras, and Idania Ramirez to help with our outreach with the Hispanic population. And we had 500 people scheduled and ended up vaccinating 420 on that particular day at the Neal Road Center. It was very successful, and we reached the targeted demographic very well. Next slide. Again, at the Neal Road Rec Center. Next slide. Neal Road Rec Center. And we'll move into grant funding. Just a quick overview of the assistance that we've received to help with the COVID vaccination process. We received CARES funding for the mobile vaccination unit and the trailer, public assistance funding for overtime costs and just the logistics of the pods. And also we got a DOJ grant that is currently funding EMS coordinator and vaccine coordinator Kim Eastman through next year, January 2022. Next slide. So what does the future look like? This is a big question, especially with the governor opening up on April 5th, basically the general population and everybody. So Reno Fire Department will continue to host multiple pods on a weekly basis. And those pods will also be used not only to vaccinate people in the general population, but also the essential workforce. The big hook on this whole process has been vaccine allocation. We just do not know how many vaccines we're going to get, which vaccines we're going to get, and whether we're going to get any at all. So it makes scheduling very difficult. Future pods will look as follows. We will continue to do second dose pods for Moderna vaccinations, targeted outreach pods to the disadvantaged populations. We'll be using Janssen for those. Vaccination of the homebound population, as we did yesterday, we'll continue to hopefully use Janssen. And then when we move to the general population, Idlewild Park is one of the locations where we're going to do large scale drive-through pods, and we could be using any of the 3 vaccinations for those depending upon the inventory. Additionally, we've discussed with multiple agencies throughout this process, if we start getting larger allotments of vaccine where we would team up and do really large scale megapods with all of the regional providers. Next slide. Okay, RFD to date. We do have updated information on this. Today, we've currently vaccinated 4,360 citizens of Washoe County. On top of that, we have remained within the tiers and not stepped outside of the tiers set forth by the governor one time. And additionally, this has been challenging. We haven't wasted a single dose. There's plenty of days when a pod's done at 1 o'clock and we sit around for several more hours to make sure we find somebody within the approved tiers to make sure that that vaccine does not go wasted. Next slide. And this is just a special thanks to just a few of the people, but there are a ton of people that have been involved with this, and we'd like to make sure that they know that we appreciate them very well. And with that,
Thank you so much. A great job by all. I was so excited. I don't know if you're there. I hope you are.
Yes.
But I was so excited when and I was excited to get my first vaccine, and I have one coming up this Friday, and I have to tell you, being able to go to the office, to your office, and to see the setup was amazing, and all the work that you all have done, and Kim, and how great she is with just all that you're doing. You have to do so much work on each individual, on each one of your collections, as well as when you get your items, all of the stuff that you have to refrigerate and do and all that. So it was just amazing to see you all at work, and it worked out really great. So is there others that have questions, comments? Councilman Reese, and we'll go to you and Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Chief Ancho, I just want to express my extreme debt of gratitude to you and all of the folks who participated in this Herculean task. I know that you are not looking for or wanting the accolades that you well deserve, but please know we owe you an incredible debt of gratitude as a community, that your actions each day are meaningful to this body, that you have literally saved lives. So thank you for all that you've done and that you continue to do. Godspeed to you in that regard. I suppose ultimately I have just two questions. One is, as to our folks who are homebound, is there a way that you can get to me sort of an advertising or a sign up mechanism? I've had a number of requests and they have fallen into the homebound category where I haven't been totally able to immediately direct them, although it's worked out. We've worked through the channels to get them vaccinated, and really it's a privilege to be a small part in connecting people to those services. So as to homebound folks, how can we make sure that is widely known and available? Is there anything we can do there? Is that something Ms. Venus and I need to work on, or how can we get there a bit more on that particular group of folks?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the kind words from Vice Mayor Weber as well. And before I answer your question, I'd just like to extend the invitation to any of you, if you'd like to come to the 4th floor and check out our operation as Vice Mayor Weber did anytime. We'd love to have you down here. To answer your question, we will definitely be able to reach out to you for the homebound future pods coming up. The big thing on the homebound pods is the ability to get the Janssen vaccine, which is the Johnson & Johnson. The county originally received, I think it was 2,600 allotments of that vaccine a week and a half ago. We were able to get 750 of those as Reno Fire Department by giving them a plan to ensure and guarantee that those vaccines would go to the disadvantaged and the hard to reach populations, like the Neil Road pod that we did, as well as the homebound. Right now, there's no more Johnson & Johnson vaccine. They don't even allow us to order it on our weekly orders. The latest update from the state is that it is going to be coming, and that's it. That's all we have. So again, the big hurt on this deal is trying to plan for future pods. Just know that they are one of our definite priorities. And as soon as we get more Janssen vaccination, we will be reaching out. We did meet with Pat Cashel and coordinate on the pod that we did yesterday. Interesting fact is that there were a multitude of the homebound available for vaccine, and a large majority of them turned it down. So it was very hard to even do the 75 that we did do just because of lack of interest, but that won't deter us from continuing to do those pods in the future. So.
Well, my second question really was about our unsheltered population. Certainly, I was encouraged to see the pictures and the undertaking that I saw on social media, which told me that we were undertaking that effort. I know it had been in the planning stages. I just want to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a community in terms of outreach to our unsheltered population to make sure they understand the vaccine is available. Obviously, there are folks who are going to be reluctant to participate in vaccinations for whatever reason, and they ultimately have the right to do that. But as long as we are going out there and making ourselves known, and I suppose it is true that for that particular subpopulation, it is very important that it be the one-shot vaccine. But ultimately, I will trust your judgment to work with Volunteers of America and hopefully our place, some of the other shelter services that we have, whether it's Domestic Violence Resource Center, the Eddie House. I mean, all of these groups deserve to have access to the vaccine. And I just want to make sure that that stays first and foremost in our mind, because, we need to make sure that that population is being served.
Absolutely. And we share that sentiment as well. So we've been working really well with Rebecca and the comms team for outreach. We also, worked with, I mentioned Yvette and Idania to get to the Hispanic population through their outreach. So we will continue to do that. And like I said, as soon as we know more of that vaccine's coming, you'll see more of the homebound pods popping up. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And also, I know I extended the invitation to come and check out our process, but like the Neil Road pod that we did, we have several targeted zip codes that we would like to do again. And then they're within your ward. We'd like to invite you guys to coordinate and actually participate in those. I think it would be great.
Great.
Let me know when your next one is. I'm happy to go anywhere. I don't have a ward, so I'll go anywhere. Have a shot, we'll travel. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, let me thank you. And Councilwoman Jardin, then we're going to go to Councilwoman Breckus, and then we're coming back to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the efforts of Reno Fire and Kim. I know you're just doing a Herculean effort out there and so appreciated. I have one question and maybe one suggestion. We're interchanging, I think, a bit, and I'm hoping it's not causing some confusion. It's causing a little bit of confusion with me. We're using the word homebound, and think maybe in some context it's meaning to be meant for homeless. And I just want to get clarification on that, because he just said they held through the Community Assistance Center, or VOA, a homebound pod yesterday. I just want clarification that the unsheltered and the homeless and the homebound are two different things.
Yes, my mistake. It was the unsheltered and the homeless.
Okay, so when you said the word homebound, are we doing an effort, which I think to Councilman Reese's comments, are we doing an effort where we're going out to those that are homebound?
I know currently the county has been doing, well, the number varies on a weekly basis, but they are vaccinating homebound citizens on a weekly basis. We have not specifically, as RFD, done a homebound pod.
Okay, so I was all right. So there was a little bit of you meant unsheltered or homeless. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate Rebecca and everybody's efforts in getting our unsheltered population vaccinated. As Councilman Reese said, that is critically important, and I think who's delivering the message. Obviously, you all are showing up, and some of you are in, likely all of you are in uniform. That can be a somewhat threatening to some experience, but I think if the information is coming from a trusted and recognizable source, whether it is VOA or Grant Denton or some of the individuals that interface with our houseless population on a daily basis. And I understand we might put flyers and that sort of thing out, but there might be some outreach at the temporary tents by some of those individuals who have that trust basis already built in to see if we can up those numbers and maybe having a vaccination clinic on site there. I know you had it right next door at the Nevada Cares campus, but maybe there's a way to coordinate some of the messaging through those trusted individuals and entities that can build up that trust before we come in to do an effort on them. So thank you very much for that, though. It looks great yesterday, and hopefully we can keep those numbers going up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Excuse me. Thank you for the presentation. And I've heard good feedback. Even this morning, someone reached out and said yesterday's deployment was very well done. My question is twofold. I'm starting to hear people who were eligible earlier and for whatever reason out of town, didn't know, got skipped over. Can they reach out to you all and come back through?
Absolutely.
And you have a sign up portal on our website?
We do not have a sign up portal. So we did the majority of the City of Reno employees a couple weeks ago, and there were plenty of them that couldn't make it for whatever reason. And they've reached out to us, and we've inserted them into pods that we do during the week or currently scheduled for the next week.
Okay.
On top of that, for the general population, we really don't have a sign up for just anybody because we never know how many vaccines we're going to have. And a certain amount of those are, go to second dose. And then we get so many that are allotted to first dose.
Well, that was kind of my next question to you is, as things move forward, I've heard of other communities and states where people queue up toward the end of the day at different places to help your problem of making sure that you don't put them to waste. Is there a way that people could of any eligibility queue up somewhere and be those remaining end of the day candidates?
Yeah, I'm going to let Kim Eastman answer this one.
Okay.
Hi, Councilwoman Breckus. So to answer that question, what we do is we really try and make sure that we're bringing the appropriate amount of vaccine to each pod, meaning we know how many numbers we have coming, so we bring that so that we don't end up with the vaccine getting wasted. However, when we do our bigger pods, we do typically, like when we do the casinos and whatnot, we do have a wait list. So if we say we're going to bring 500 vaccines, we're going to vaccinate 500 people, then at the end of the day, usually we have about 50 people that we have show up at the end of the day so that we can utilize any of those doses. If it's not a big pod, such as at one of the casinos, then we typically do have people on basically what we call our waiting list, which we share with Truckee Meadows Fire and Sparks Fire. So we can add people to those lists. The one problem that we are trying to avoid is not creating another dead end list for people. And the problem with that is that even when we pull lists from the health district, when we need to fill slots, is that people are on 55 different lists here in this community. And we spend hours calling those people trying to get them. And most of them have already found a vaccine somewhere. So that's the issue that we tend to run into. But yes, we usually have kind of a queue, but not typically having people show up, because when we have extra vaccine, usually we're talking about, 5 to 6 vaccines rather than, a multitude.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, first, praise to everyone. Fantastic job that you guys are doing with the outreach. I mean, having this many, call them outlets, ways to get vaccine out has just been tremendous. One question I have, when you say pods during the week, I mean, how do you decide what a pod is during the week? Like, what do you decide that day or like 2 days before based on availability or?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not a nice way to operate, but mostly, obviously our second dose pods, we know those a month in advance.
Right.
So when someone comes in, if it's not the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is a single dose, if it's Moderna,
Right.
which is pretty much what we use the majority of the time, you're handed a card with your second dose and the date that you're going to receive that. So we have that pod planned.
Okay.
As far as the way it has been happening, we receive word from Washoe County Health District through the state, which tier will be open for eligibility. Sometimes it happens late at night, sometimes it's first thing in the morning. And then based on the amount of vaccine we have, we try to schedule a pod that week to try and hit that essential workforce or the age group that's been opened up. Again,
So I have three follow-up questions. One is to your point, you just said whatever tier's been opened up. And that was my next question was, so they've opened up the over 16 with underlying conditions. So my question is, are you going to be attempting to do any of those? And then how do they show underlying condition?
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, and I know I was talking pretty quickly, The only providers that have been approved to do 16 and older with underlying conditions are the regional providers that are hospitals and pharmacies.
Okay.
The other regional providers, including the health district and all the smaller ones, all the fire departments, we have not been approved to do that yet. And that's
Okay.
one of the big reasons why we don't have medical records.
Right. And do you know, though, because you're involved, what kind of medical record or thing they're having to show? Like, do they have to get a note from their doctor, or do you just know generally? This is just information people are asking me, so I thought you might
Right.
know.
We're trying to get confirmation on that as well.
Okay. And then I too had a question about the homeless homebound. Since the beginning of this pandemic, I've been working with Rebecca Venus, hopefully trying to get our fire department to set up pods at like senior centers, places where people have a harder time getting out. I know we have the RTC free bus, option, but still a lot of the people just can't get out. And so have you guys done that already? Did I just miss it? Or are you thinking about doing it coming up shortly, or where does that stand?
Yeah. So again, and talking even with Pat Cashel and anybody involved with the homeless, unsheltered population.
Not the homeless. This is I want to be clear. This is like at senior living facilities that are homebound. They don't travel. That's what I'm asking about.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to do all the targeted demographics, because especially those that have been difficult to do. Those specific populations, the Janssen vaccine really is the vaccine
right
that needs to be done on this. So,
and you're saying we can't predict it. They said we can't order anymore.
Well, we order it every week, but we don't get it.
Right. But I mean, so we haven't gotten it. So what I think you're saying is we want to go do the homebound.
Absolutely.
But we can't get the vaccine. So we haven't been able to set up those pods yet, but maybe it's a future thing.
Oh, for sure. It's a future thing.
So if you get this Janssen or J&J vaccine, you guys could go to I'm talking about, Reno Housing has different senior populations, and there's many different senior groups around town where if we could just go set up the van there, they could be getting vaccine. So those are some people I'm thinking about. So I hope you guys are too. And last question, Councilwoman Breckus was talking about, queuing up and so on. And I've been wondering, so you don't have, and maybe you could consider a waiting list for whether it's City of Reno employees that didn't get it done, were out of town, sick that day, had COVID, whatever reason, they couldn't get it done. Can you have your own special waiting list separate from the health district? Because your priority, I guess, has been our employees and related. So you want to talk to that? Speak to that.
Yeah, well, our priorities has been everybody within the region and all the tiers. We do have a waiting list for City of Reno employees that did miss. I believe Mr. Shaver put that out. And we do get contacted periodically saying, hey, by the way, I was unable to do it that particular day. Can you get us in? And we say, absolutely. And we schedule them.
Okay, so you kind of have a waiting list, at least for our city employees.
Yes, and we have waiting lists for other people too. We just don't have an open portal where thousands and thousands of people are going to sign up. And as Kim Eastman mentioned, then we have to go through and vet.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I do understand the problem, believe me. I had proposed a whole different thing, like a ticket master, where once they got done, they went off the list, and people wouldn't have to be repeat calling and all this stuff. But we didn't do that, which maybe next pandemic. I don't know. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Let's move to Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I want to, this comment perhaps will be directed mostly to Mr. Thornley, but for my part, I want to express sincere gratitude to Ms. Eastman. And while we can't see you on the video, I know that you've been working very hard over there as our, I guess, a grant funded position in the EMS world and really focusing on this. And I just highlight this for my colleagues because I want to make sure that as we approach what I hope is the end of the pandemic and the light at the end of the tunnel, that we don't forget that folks like Ms. Eastman have worked on this tirelessly, and there is likely other things to move on to after this pandemic. And so I would like to make sure that our budgets reflect the value that Ms. Eastman has brought to the table, and that we are thinking about how the grant writing thing fits into the fire department. I just think there is something beyond just this exact happening that Ms. Eastman should be applauded for. And we've got a plan for the eventuality that the grant that she has done all this good work on will expire. And we've got to find a way for her to come into the city of Reno and become a full-time employee. So just a passing thought, because I don't want to get away from the importance of the vaccination part, but it didn't happen without this important position that Ms. Eastman is filling, and without those grant funds to do it. So thank you again for your service to this community. And Mr. Thornley, I've said my piece, as I will, about the importance of this position moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Anyone else have anything? Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you to our fire department. Great to have providers in our community to continue pushing. I'll say I've been on many calls, and it's great to know that our community as a whole, Washoe County, is doing a phenomenal job in comparison to a lot of other states, a lot of other counties. As frustrating as it is at times, and the tedious and the kind of the opportunities, we're still doing a phenomenal job. So congratulations, and thank you to all those providers throughout our community that are putting themselves out there to try and get as many people vaccinated as possible. Some of my questions are more directed towards the data. And I know in your presentation, you gave a lot of information, but some of the stuff that I've been harping on is just in relation to data. How are we reassuring that we're getting to those points? I know through your bullet points, you've shown which areas you guys are going to tackle. Maybe there's an opportunity through a memo of sorts, is just kind of saying, how are we tracking that? How do we know we're utilizing our resources to the best that they can to those being most impacted? And also, generally speaking, within our city, it'd be interesting to see which departments have decided to get vaccinated in terms of percentage-wise. It'd be interesting to kind of see that demographic kind of played out. I know I've heard other cities and read other cities where you've seen some of our frontline police, our law enforcement, fire departments and such, that some of them are struggling to even get 50% of their staff vaccinated. And so that brings some worry to me in terms of if they're still out there potentially getting infected. Well, what do we have in terms of our rollout? And then again, communication-wise, thank you to Rebecca and to the team. It's to the point that was stated a little bit earlier. Even if we have the vaccine, it doesn't necessarily mean that people will get vaccinated. Just because you build it doesn't necessarily mean that they will come. And so what are we doing on that effort and that long-stemming campaign to reach out to those communities to let them know that it is safe? And so it breaks up that hesitation. And the last point that you alluded to is you had said that certain populations would get the J&J versus others. You specified certain zip codes. Why is that different from others? And if you could just kind of give me, just wanted to know the theory behind that. Sorry, there's a lot there, but I can.
I'll try to remember all of the questions you had in there, Councilman Delgado. I'll start off first by saying we absolutely will try to provide that data for you in a memo form and get it out to all council members on what you requested. Additionally, I'll speak to the last question because it's the freshest in my mind. Certain zip codes, we can do whatever vaccine we have. We've chosen Johnson depending on the ability to schedule certain populations for the second dose if we're using Moderna. So the unsheltered homeless population, for sure, the Johnson & Johnson seems to be the right vaccine. And even talking with everybody involved with the Volunteer of America and Pat Cashel specifically, I asked him that question. Is there any way you think we can get this population back for a second dose 28 days later? And he said, absolutely not. As far as the Neil Road pod that we did a Johnson & Johnson vaccination or vaccine at that location, just because a lot of those people were elderly, did not have transportation, were not very ambulatory and had to rely on family. And then also the messaging that we use through the Hispanic communication avenues. We thought that that would be a good vaccine for that, again, for the same reasons, in trying to get them back 28 days later. Could have been a hurdle that, possibly may not be insurmountable, but we thought it would be the best use of that vaccine for that particular pod. Different zip codes don't generally dictate which vaccine we're going to use It's more the population that we're trying to reach is what I would say, where we choose the Johnson & Johnson versus a 2-dose, whether it's Moderna or Pfizer. Did that answer that question?
It did. It did. I know there's a lot of other providers that are out there that provide the vaccine, don't necessarily pick and choose the vaccine for the demographic. They're just trying to get the vaccine out. And I think the assumptions I think that you've made are on point to a certain extent, and I challenge a few of the other assumptions. But I appreciate, again, I think what's going to get passed through, and I think you guys see this, and I think Kim sees this front on, is the constant outreach efforts and the intentional outreach and efforts to get into these populations about how to get the vaccine and what they mean. And so, but again, you guys have been doing a great job. And so I appreciate you guys just putting yourselves out there and getting the vaccine out there as quick as possible. And just I want to continue to work with you guys to get it out there as quickly as possible as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Thank you so much. Is there any other comments from council members? Well, thank you. Do we need a motion here?
Madam Vice Mayor, you do not need a motion. You are not agendized for that.
Okay, so let us thank you again for being here with us and sharing all the great stuff. And just keep up the good work, and we really all appreciate you very much. And the work of all of you and your staff. So take care.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Madam Clerk, yes. I'd like to see if we could take a break.
Yep, my recommendation is that council would take a break at this time. It is just before 12:45. Would you like to reconvene at 1:30?
1:30. Perfect. If that works out for everyone else, council members. Okay, thanks. That's what we'll do. 1:30.
Bonnie, I can't hear you. I feel like
Yeah, I can't hear you either.
so if we can't hear you, Bonnie, you might need to go out and then come back in. You can also mute and then unmute. We've sent a prompt to see if that works.
Talk now. I don't think she can hear us.
I don't think so. Bonnie, can you hear us at all?
No, we can't hear her.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and leave and then come back and we will get started once you do that.
Okay, I'm going to get started at the Vice Mayor's request. She's just going to technically get us get in and back out. Can we okay, Madam Mayor is here as well. Can we just get started on the next agenda item? I know it's
Yes.
a large parts of it are presentations.
It is. We will go ahead and call this meeting back to order at this time. The first item up is item D4. And just for open meeting law purposes, we will go ahead and open up item D41, D42, and D43 at the same time. At this time, we will be transferring over Arlo Stockham and Cynthia Esparza in order to give you brief presentations on these items. It should be noted for the record on item D4, we did receive 5 letters opposed to various areas and 3 of concern. These letters were from Annie-Leisha Burge, Joanna Grantham, Christian Fassbender, Sarah Coyle, Ilya Bartman, Michelle Baker, Megan O'Farrell, Natalie Handler, and another duplicate from Annie Burge. Additionally, we do have 3 voicemails, which we will transition and listen to at this time.
This is Natalie Handler calling to advocate on behalf of those experiencing homelessness in our community, specifically agenda item D4. It's clear that many who hold business investments downtown are championing the moving of the shelter and its services away from Record Street for the purpose of improving the optics of their investments by hoping to remove the visibility of homelessness. The issue will not be solved by kicking it down the road. Even if the Nevada Cares campus does open as early as next month, many advocates are concerned that operational best practices and amenities that make it accessible, appropriate, and safe for all is yet to be seen, properly planned or funded, and we cannot direct them to these services until we know that it is going to serve them well. Selling off services at Record Street that the city has invested millions of dollars into over just the past decade seems unwise and premature at this point. Has the City Council surveyed those residents who rely upon the services at Record Street as to what the new barriers of hardships for sale may present for them? If the city-owned services at Record Street close while others remain, has the City Council planned logistics to give support to those who would struggle with transportation and to and from the services that are now spread miles apart? I call on the Council to center the needs of our most vulnerable community members experiencing homelessness by giving them a seat at the table. You cannot create solutions for a group of people without asking them directly to participate in the planning. We call on you to stop dangerous and inhumane sweeps and end criminalization of poverty. Creating discriminatory policy based on one's housing status or class is inhumane and unjust. We must start to address the root cause of homelessness and protect our most vulnerable residents. I call on you to take the high road and adopt the Right to Rest Act, which establishes basic rights for persons experiencing homelessness, including but not limited to the right to use and move freely in public spaces, to rest in public spaces, to eat or accept food in public space where food is not prohibited, to occupy a legally parked car, and to have a reasonable expectation of privacy of one's property. Anti-homeless laws are expensive to enforce. They waste precious resources by throwing tax dollars at expensive law enforcement, jeopardizing federal funding and exposing governments to liability. We call on you to take the housing first approach to solving homelessness. The supply of housing in the price range for deeply poor and low income is far from adequate, and the only thing that truly cures homelessness is housing people. Super shelters will not fix homelessness, and many do not feel safe going into shelters. Much work is ahead to gain trust and prove to the humans most severely impacted by our housing crisis with dignity and respect. Hi, I'm a citizen of Reno, and I would like to urge the council members to please vote in favor of the Right to Rest Act. I think it's horrible that we would criminalize somebody for sleeping in public. I think it's horrible. We don't want to be that city. These are our neighbors, our family. They're down on their luck. They don't want to be homeless. Please consider voting for or passing the Right to Rest Act. Thank you very much.
My name is Ilya Arberman. I am a Ward 3 resident. I am leaving public comment today regarding agenda item D4. As Alicia Barber's excellently researched article summarizes, and I encourage everyone listening to check it out on her site, The Barber Brief, we have been here as a city before. This is not the first time we are frantically discussing where to put the unsightly people that many of us want to pretend don't exist. But they do exist, and they very much depend on you, City Council, in a way that many of us on the other side of poverty don't. I want to emphatically remind you of the awkward position you are in. Most of the people listening and participating in this meeting today will not be directly affected by the outcome of today's discussion on item D4. The invisibility of the people actually impacted is precisely the point. As you shuffle the houseless further and further out of sight, you betray your role as public servants and remain unaccountable for so much real suffering. I am calling on you too. Immediately start to involve the people actually impacted by your decisions in the decision-making process, not just intermediaries, but the people themselves. Include a lived experience subcommittee on the Community Homelessness Advisory Board. Stop now and forever the dangerous and inhumane sweeps of encampment. Criminalizing poverty does not work, and anyway, it seems like you have it backwards. Rather than forcibly rounding people up, making it illegal for them to camp in public spaces, and then bringing in law enforcement to coerce them to move to the CARES campus or else, why don't you do your best to make the CARES campus as appealing as possible to those it is meant to serve? Shouldn't we do our best to provide services that are desirable enough to make any discussion of sweeps and coercive relocation moot? Adopt the Right to Rest Act, which establishes basic rights for the unsheltered, including but not limited to the right to use and move freely in public spaces, to rest in public spaces, to eat or accept food in any public space where food is not prohibited, to occupy a legally parked vehicle, and to have a reasonable expectation of privacy of one's property. Get real about affordable housing and housing first. The enormous tent you are building to replace hundreds of individual tents is not by any means a long-term solution. Start to make real demands on developers. If they want a piece of the Reno pie, they have to guarantee that their projects will include actually affordable housing. Finally, I'm calling on you to officially involve the mutual aid community, the people who have been working directly with the unhoused population, in the process of making and implementing these decisions. A fantastic start would be to start offering tours of the new CARES campus and Safe Camp. We would all love to see how the project is going and have some input on how it develops. We have a real opportunity here to learn from past mistakes and chart a different path. This will entail bringing in as many solid, empathetic, and capable heads as possible. Let's really do this work together and help the city live up to its potential. Thank you very much.
And with that, we have no further public comment on this item, and we'll turn it over to Arlo Stockham.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. I was coming over from the other Zoom room. I think Ashley announced that we're planning to present these three related items kind of as a package. And I believe we've opened up all three. So with that, I will share a screen here and pull up a brief presentation. So we're here to talk about three interrelated topics involving housing insecurity and the unprecedented rise in the unsheltered population. The first is an update on the progress of construction at the Nevada CARES campus and some preliminary concepts for phase 2 improvements at that campus. We're seeking direction to staff on that topic. The second is an update and direction to staff related to transitioning lead agency responsibilities to Washoe County and that longstanding effort. And then the third involves potential initiation of a review of some ordinances that have proven to be a little bit challenging as we're working to better manage the unsheltered population and encampments around the community. In terms of the CARES campus, I have a little bit of background here that you may recall from the November meeting. The bottom line issue is our unsheltered population is dramatically larger than the shelter space and the other facilities we have available. The recent draft point in time count from last month showed at least 772 people unsheltered, and our capacity just doesn't approach that. So in response, the 3 local agencies invested significant monies from the Coronavirus Relief Act towards the acquisition and initial development at the Nevada CARES campus. The total budget for that project was $16.8 million, and the operating budget is roughly $8.2 million plus approximately $3 million in in-kind contributions from local agencies. That entailed a purchase of the area you see outlined in red, involving the Wells Cargo storage business and the Governor's Bowl Park property. How that property lays out is shown on this screen. The homeless shelter that's under construction right now is on the eastern portion. You'll see on the northern portion, the red line does not show the existing property line. That's because the Nevada Department of Transportation retains significant area for future freeway expansion. That homeless services area at the Governor's Bowl Park is planned to be a managed camping area. Washoe County is leading up the efforts to get that established. And then the western portion of the site was purchased as a partnership by Reno Housing Authority. The seller has retained occupancy until December of this year. So the housing components will follow behind once occupancy is secured of that area. The phase 1 project that's funded and currently under construction, in addition to the acquisition, nearing completion is a 46,000 square foot shelter building rated to shelter up to 900 people. We don't expect to see that full utilization, but that's the rating under the building code. All utilities have been extended and also oversized for future improvements. Electricity has been run throughout the shelter, so there's plugs for device charging and other uses throughout. And really it's divided into 3 rooms. A room that would be appropriate for unmarried couples, a room that would be appropriate for people with pets, and then our general use area. The budget included beds and combination lockers, and also significant area for storage of belongings. It includes bathrooms and showers, an outdoor plaza, gathering area, some landscaping, fencing, etc. But that's about it. So essentially that phase 1 focused on basic needs. And we've started discussions of a potential phase 2, which I'll touch on here in a minute. The team is increasingly confident that they'll be able to meet the very ambitious timeline of being ready to occupy on April 16th. It's been quite a push for the construction team, but it's coming along nicely. They're finishing up the lighting and the HVAC right now. We were doing some tours yesterday, visiting that. And then the final steps will be the paving and landscaping. How that lays out is shown on this slide. The large shelter building essentially parallels the north and east property line. The existing storage building is to be used for storage of belongings. And there's kind of a plaza area in between those 2 buildings. So that's all going pretty well, nearing completion. And discussions have turned to the next steps for the property. The acquisition of 15 acres was a huge step forward to be able to provide enhanced services for the unsheltered population and others at risk of homelessness. So through a series of stakeholder meetings and other discussions, a preliminary plan has been developed for phase 2 and phase 3 improvements. Phase 2 really focuses on the consolidation of services and resources in a single location. Right now, people have to either go to the Community Assistance Center and to different locations around the community to get necessary services and resources. The basic goal is to build out a phase 2, so all those services and resources would be available right there at the campus, both for people staying there and for the population at large. And then phase 3, once occupancy is secured by Reno Housing Authority, would really focus on housing development, transitional housing, supportive housing. So a little more detail on phase 2. Extensive meetings have been held to get input on what's important, what should be included, and what maybe is less of a priority. What emerged is really a top priority for a comprehensive resource center. And what's shown here is a potential new building. It's very conceptual in nature, about 22,000 square feet to replace the old storage building. That new building would include an intake center, a resource center, medical services, cafeteria and meal services, laundry, secured storage, and some supportive housing units, plus animal services, which would primarily be outdoor areas, although there would probably be some indoor spaces for veterinary services as well. Generally on the layout, and this is definitely very preliminary and a work in process, the square footages for each component of this phase 2 are laid out here. The resource center and the cafeteria being the largest areas, and then the 20 residential units ties together to the preliminary funding strategy of relocating services from the Community Assistance Center. Those 20 units would replace the existing 20 units at the CAC that are currently used for rapid rehousing. Preliminary cost estimates, and these are being fine-tuned as we speak. This would be all in, fully constructed and furnished, adds up to about $11 million. And the funding plan. A key component here is consolidating these services. And because the Community Assistance Center on Record Street is so woefully undersized for the number of people who need assistance, the proposal in front of you is to sell the Community Assistance Center on Record Street and use the proceeds to help fund construction of the improvements at the Nevada Cares campus. A rough preliminary estimate is approximately $7 million market value for the CAC. And then the balance of roughly $4 million, there is a community fundraising effort being spearheaded by the private sector and underway. So fundraising and donations would be a big part of that, as well as grant applications. And we were able to secure a relatively small grant to help with the resource center and continue to pursue those opportunities. So that at a very high level is the initial concept for phase 2 that we're seeking council input and direction on. It hasn't evolved a whole lot further than this. We wanted to get this in front of council to get your feedback and direction. Schedule, again, very preliminary, is an ambitious schedule to have phase 2 ready to occupy by April of next year. That would mean starting into preliminary design soon here, having that completed this summer, also getting contribution pledges, seeking final design by the fall, and permitting and construction over the winter and early spring of next year. And then phase 3, again, will really focus on housing, transitional supportive housing. So the resources that would come onto the campus with phase 2 are a key piece of the support system for the housing that would come in phase 3. To help people transition up the ladder out of homelessness to independent living, experience has shown that support services are very important and really enhance results. So our recommendation and our request is for council direction to proceed with further work to refine this conceptual plan you just heard about. And please let us know if you have any other input or direction for us. So the second piece of this presentation involves transition of lead agency responsibilities. I think everyone on this call knows it's been a longstanding challenge, who funds homeless services and who is the lead agency. What the slide in front of you here is full of words, but it's copied straight out of Nevada state law. And what it makes very clear is the county has a duty to provide aid and relief to the indigent population. The county shall provide care and support, etc. And the county shall appropriate money for this purpose. So under the law and the taxation system we have, county really should be lead agency for all of these homeless services and facilities. But over time, that has not happened. There's some background that really came to the fore with the development of the existing Community Assistance Center in the 2000s. The initial concept, because homelessness was increasing at that time, nowhere near the scale that we're seeing today, is that Reno would kind of lead the effort to establish a facility, and Washoe County would lead the management of the operations in accordance with Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 428. The initial interlocal agreement largely had that intact. A key provision there was that the agencies were to work cooperatively to establish a nonprofit management entity. Many homeless service centers around the country are operated not by a government, but by a nonprofit entity whose mission and job is to provide these services and operate these facilities. Washoe County was providing the bulk of the staffing through their social service employees, and Reno was to be lead agency for facility maintenance and contract management as it was on city property. Since that time, several things have changed in the agreements, and not really to the benefit of Reno, to be blunt. The nonprofit agency, which was really key, was never created. Washoe County staffing was reduced to the point where they don't provide any anymore. And Reno's obligations have grown with the scale of the challenges. In 2020, Reno contributed $1.8 million towards the cost share agreement for operations, plus an additional 1.3 in what are called in-kind contributions as the lead agency for staffing and facility management primarily. So this has really become an unsustainable situation financially because Reno doesn't collect tax revenues for these purposes, and it's increasingly draining the general. So repeatedly, certainly since I've started here, and as I understand well before that, Reno has been requesting that Washoe County honor their statutory role as the lead agency for homeless services. We've had some success in that, notably, Washoe County built and is operating the Our Place facility. That is not a low barrier shelter. It's a very high quality shelter and homeless service facility, but it's limited to women and to families. And it's also limited to qualifying women and families. So for example, felonies on their record disqualify them from staying there, but it's helpful. More recently, Washoe County officials have expressed what we believe is a genuine willingness to become the lead agency for all homeless services. And kind of as a start in that direction, they agreed to manage the establishment of a new camping area on the Governor's Bowl portion of the CARES campus. So that was a step in the right direction, although progress is still to be determined on that front. So the key changes envisioned in the discussions that have begun with Washoe County and Sparks would be Washoe County becoming the lead agency for all services at the Nevada CARES campus, the Community Assistance Center, basically all of the homeless shelters and service centers. Washoe County would also become the lead agency for the continuum of care, which Reno is currently covering. And then the cost share agreements would be updated to transition to increased county funding in accordance with our state laws on the topics. We're hopeful that progress is going to be made, but discussions are very preliminary, and we are seeking council support to continue work on this. The last topic of the presentation involves really two ordinances in the city that have proven to be a little problematic as the outreach has increased to the homeless population. The homeless population itself is increased, and the Nevada Cares campus is purchased and established. A little background, the team has been doing an incredible amount of outreach and cleanup and just a lot of efforts to assist the homeless population and address the impacts of encampments along the river and in other parts of the community. 401 outreach and cleanup efforts were completed last calendar year. Over 3,500 yards of waste was cleaned up and collected, 480 gallons of biohazards, and services. We've taken a very service-focused approach through our partnership with the Karma Box Project and our in-house clean and safe team, offering services and assistance and trying to find out what those causes of homelessness are for each individual has become a real priority in these outreach efforts. I really want to emphasize that. I think there's a perception that among some that police are coming in, you know, guns blazing type of thing. It's very much the opposite. Police are very much in the background. And the focus is on trying to connect people in need with services that are available. We've offered services to almost 4,000 people through these outreach efforts. Some of those are duplicates, but very few have accepted at this point, 95 last calendar year out of 4,000 asks. So that's a relatively small number. Our hope is with the Nevada Cares campus and providing attractions and needs and services that more people will want to use facilities and want to take advantage of the services that are available. That's our hope, at least. And then, of course, through the construction of the Cares campus, which we touched on earlier, again, really trying to hit on the issues that are barriers to shelter utilization traditionally, whether it's pet facilities, device charging, secure storage of belongings. That has often been a challenge. Restrooms, showers, food, etc. And really the focus is on this phase 2 of expanding those amenities to make to increase utilization of the services. So the ordinances themselves that we've bumped into, the first one involves camping. There's really a couple key policy decisions in front of the City Council. We are recommending that you initiate discussions. We don't have anything specific to propose here. That would come back at a later date. But our current regulatory framework disallows camping in certain public areas, but not all public areas. Camping is disallowed in parks and in officially designated plazas, and on public land within 350 feet of the river. Camping is allowed, and there's no permitting framework on all other public lands in the city of Reno. So that includes kind of the key areas where camping is not currently regulated, our excess parts of the street rights of way. In particular, a lot of our old neighborhoods have landscape parkways between the sidewalks and streets. Those are typically in this public right-of-way, and camping is allowed in those areas. Also in public open spaces. A lot of open space gets protected in development areas, and there's nothing limiting camping in those areas or requiring any sort of permitting process. And as the areas for camping have become limited, you probably saw in the press that BLM is restricting camping starting next month in some more urbanized areas. We've seen increasing pressure where people are going to camp in some of these areas that may not be suitable for it. So the discussion is really, you know, does the city want to go to a more generally applicable camping ordinance where camping would be allowed in designated areas or through some type of permitting process, or keep what we have. Additionally, the ordinances we have related to parks and near the river address the same topic, it's camping, but they have different provisions. So different definitions, prohibitions, and processes. So that's created some challenges with the implementation and enforcement of those. Our suggestion as staff, whether we go to a generally applicable camping ordinance or not, is to clarify those ordinances and try to work towards more consistent ordinances so the camping rules are consistent around the community. And also to clarify notification procedures, which are also a little less than clear and a little less than consistent between the two ordinances. The second topic involves our land use standards in Title 18. The use category is called public meal and homeless service providers. And the short story on this is this ordinance was written after the CAC at Record Street was developed. And it's really, it's an ordinance that's kind of tailored to that location. And it doesn't work particularly well. Certain aspects of it don't work particularly well at the CARES campus. One of the bigger challenges is there's a residential separation standard. And I have a map on the next slide that clips off portions of the Governor's Bowl due to some residential uses across the freeway. And it's also silent on housing. So we've had to do some interpretations that housing is a critical component of homeless facilities, but it'd be nice to clarify that. And we might also want to allow some type of streamlined process for incremental improvements there at the campus. At present, conditional use permits are required for all improvements at the CARES campus. So those are kind of the topics we're suggesting we might want to take a look at. This map here shows the 700-foot separation distance, that blue line. The nearest residential zoning, and really the only nearby residential zoning, is across Interstate 80 and 2 sound walls. So you would never know it's there from the CARES campus. But essentially, it's about 500 feet away from the boundary of the CARES campus, and the standard is 600 feet. So that would limit some uses on the Governor's Bowl property if we don't amend that portion of this ordinance. So I really touched on in my talk already, changes to consider. Again, this is all very preliminary, but looking into these topics, getting community feedback, and potentially coming back with some proposals and or options on the regulatory front. And again, just to emphasize, the action in front of you today is initiation. This would be the start of discussions. There would be no decisions made today in terms of the outcome of those discussions. And our recommendation is that council go ahead and initiate the ordinance review process. With that, thanks for bearing with me with a slightly long presentation. Cynthia and I, Doug, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Great. Thanks so much. Great presentation and lots of good information. Are there questions? I'm sure there are. Ms. Jardin, Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I won't take up much time. I just wanted to thank Cynthia and Arlo on their work on this. I know they have been knee deep in this for months with the dozens and dozens of meetings that we've had with, I think, hundreds of individuals and stakeholders and those interfacing with the houseless population on a daily basis. I did think it's important, Arlo, that we address some of the public comment that was made. We too value the input of those that are walking in the shoes of, being homeless and can give us some of the most tremendous feedback. And while we have engaged and spoken to a lot of those folks that are interfacing with them on a daily basis, we do have a meeting on Monday with the lived experience group, which will include some houseless neighbors to get that sort of feedback from them on all fronts. What has prevented them, whether it was pets or partners or property and services from going into a shelter, and what sort of things would they like to see. I know we have enlisted subject matter experts who have run these campuses for decades as to what to include, what to prioritize first. We've done all of that, but to hear directly from them, I think is really important. And we are doing that on Monday. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot was presented to us just now, and I maybe would want to break it down into pieces to understand and express, my thoughts. I guess the first one is just an observation of some inconsistencies I see is, one, we want you to give us guidance on moving into phase 2, but then on the other hand, we want you to encourage, support Washoe County taking it over. It would seem to me that those two are kind of at odds. So I don't know how to reconcile that. And that's a problem I'm having in preparing for today's discussion. On the other one, I didn't support the super shelter. I had been asking since December of 2019 when the former manager wrote a letter to NDOT asking for the Governor's Bowl that this come to the council, but it was a train of moving, expenditures, everything. And finally in November of 2020, the council did move forward and vote to open the super shelter. And I acknowledge and accept that, that will of the council. I just was hoping for a little more detail and maybe even the question, since we have the other item of wanting to work with Washoe County, if we could delay, us opening it and operating it and maybe ink it so that they will, because I think that, if they're going to come into something we've already set the tone or, worked on, maybe they'd want the opportunity to make it their own on the come in. That's number one. But number two is because we're dealing with such a vulnerable population, we've had so many issues with managing the service with the VOA, no fault of their own. Really, I think it's on our end on lapsed contracts. I just really wanted comfort on the detail SOPs and rollout. But if it's, feedback not asked, it's all administrative authority. Maybe I'll just save my breath, but I have asked for at least a tour before the opening. So I guess my question is, number one, are you going to provide a little more detail on the particular staffing at this April 16th opening? Because I have concerns.
Yes, thank you. Really two questions there. I'll take the first one, the transition of lead agency to Washoe County. All of these discussions are occurring with our local agency partners. Washoe County is in all the meetings talking about phase 2 designs, as is Sparks, and the plan is to continue that. So absolutely, there's time to resolve who is lead operator before anything even starts to get built on phase 2. The real decision point, I think, in front of council for that agenda item is the concept of selling the Community Assistance Center and relocating services. That's a City of Reno facility, and that is something, if it's not going to be supported by council, we need to change plans and either do a smaller phase 2 or do something different. But absolutely, county needs to be involved in all of it, and discussions are going on in parallel. In terms of the standard operating procedures, well, first of all, tours are great. We've been doing as many tours as we can, so we'll get that lined up for you, absolutely. Just reach out to Cynthia. We have, I think, our next one scheduled Friday, but we can do a different one as well. The operating budget through June of this year was approved at that joint meeting in November, and that included enhanced case management. And essentially, the existing operating procedures that they have in place are going to continue to be used when they move into the new permanent building. The couple additions are needing to be policies specific for pets and policies specific for couples. Those are two additional situations that aren't currently allowed, but they've already transitioned to the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week opening. And essentially the game plan with VOA is to continue with the more detailed operating policies they have we can certainly get that out to council. Hope that helps with the questions.
Well, could I just follow up?
Let's let the next person go and we'll come back the second time. 3 minutes has been up. Thanks. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I want to say a couple of things. One is for my colleague, the good woman from Ward 1, no one uses the term super shelter, and continuing to use that term is really sort of an undignified way of talking about what is intended to be a transformative campus that consolidates regional services, both for people who are unsheltered and for people to avoid becoming unsheltered. So I just think that term has to be exercised from our vocabulary. I just think it's rude. Second, I want to thank Washoe County and the city of Sparks for their efforts in this area too. And as we transition into removing ourselves from the middle of it, it is a cooperative effort. It's not us telling them that we are getting out of the business, that we don't want to do it. I am someone who has always believed that the legal requirements that Mr. Sockham, you provided and identified in the presentation are critically important to understanding how we move forward. But I also know that, we can either use the carrot or the stick approach. And I think it's better to be collaborative. So I want to continue to thank the Washoe County for their really a lot of effort to meet us there. Because at the end of the day, this claim that we need to get out and therefore we can't move forward, I think just doesn't sit well with me, because at the end of the day, there's a need. Sometimes that need is something that we can control, and other times we can't. We have to stand in the gap for our most vulnerable population. Third is, I believe we should pursue selling the CAC. But even acknowledging that, I think there are some check-in points for me that are important. And primarily, I want to understand, obviously, A, it's to be an arm's length transaction. And B, I need to understand the impact of selling the CAC on adjacent service providers, because there are other people sort of on the edges of that campus, whether it's well care or other providers, the Catholic Charities and some of those things. I want to know what the impact of that is going to be on them as we move forward. And then the last thing I think goes without saying is important here is, as we move forward, it's to continue the communicative efforts with our community. That's communicating with advocates in this space. It's communicating effectively with our unsheltered residents. I'm excited that Councilmember Jardin mentioned the meetings that are coming down the pike with people who have lived experience. I think we're moving in the right direction. All the pieces are not lined up perfectly just so today, but I relatively don't believe that they always do that anyways. And then the last thing I will say is, many of the commentators spoke about sort of a homeless bill of rights or right to rest ordinances, many of which I find a great deal of support with in terms of how I align with the values of those statements. Although there are some difficulties for me as a lawyer in how those get applied. As it relates to the second half of your presentation, I'll have some other questions, but I do think it's worth our exploring what are the elements of a right to rest or a homeless bill of rights that we already agree to in principle and can work towards embodying the values that we believe are important for this community. Because I don't believe that anyone on this Zoom or those watching are looking to be sort of lacking in empathy or compassion towards our unsheltered folks. What I think we need to do is figure out what we can do well together as a community and move forward in that. And it's probably going to require some legal help too. So for the legal folks that are listening and paying attention, I'm just telling you, for my part, I, as a council member and a council member at large, am very interested in that exploration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Reese. Are there others? Okay, let's go to, we'll come back to you, Ms. Breckus and Ms. Jardin. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Arlo, very thorough. A lot to get our arms around. So I'll just try to hit a couple bullet points. I support at least exploring selling the CAC. I absolutely adore the fact that the campground's moving forward. I have a question about the date that the campground would become available. And I also have a recommendation on a different way to transition people from the street or an embankment to the campground who are camping now. And I'd like at least one moment to describe that for the good of the body. So first, just a quick question. Do we know when the campground might be open? Arlo?
Well, the goal has been concurrent with the shelter on April 16th.
April 16th, but
well, I can't assure you it's going to be ready. The county is leading that up. We had a Zoom meeting this morning on the status, and you know, there's some wrinkles. I'm not sure they're going to be able to hit that target.
Yeah,
but they're actively working on it.
But I mean, are we looking at 2 or 3 weeks later, or 2 months later, or do we even have a sense of it?
I think
I wish I had the detail. What do you think, Doug?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the wrinkle of which Arlo speaks is considerable, and I don't think we'd be doing anyone any service in guessing at how long it will take to iron that out.
Okay, well, of course, I'm pleased that the county's getting involved, but I'm very sad to hear that, because it seems that that's one of our greatest needs right now, is to get this campground up and running, so that people that are living on the street have a much better environment in which to live if they prefer to keep camping. So here's my thought. Our manager had contacted me and said, hey, we're looking at, you know, doing our clean and safe operation, and so on and so forth. And I said this, and I just want to share it with my colleagues, so they're hearing it from me first. I said, what if we took a completely different tact than what we have traditionally done, which is encouraging people to, quote, move along. Where are they moving along to? It's just the street. I mean, it's not a housing. I mean, I know that we try to provide services and maybe make them with a housing opportunity or a motel or something. But if the campground was available, one of my thoughts was, could we treat this sort of completely thinking out of the box, more like a guest services? We have arranged Camp Spot 21 for you. We have people here that are bringing along plastic bins to pack up your belongings. We are happy to transport you over to the campground, get you settled in, rather than having you just shuffle off to some street after you've declined potentially a motel or other housing at the shelter, for example, the current shelter. In other words, treating people with dignity and respect, offering them a real alternative at the new campground. Here's a shower, here's some food options, you know, meal ticket. There's whatever options are available at the campground. Safety, you can set up your tent however you want. You can, don't even have to have a tent. You do what you want to do, but here's your camp spot, and here's our assistance in getting there, and potentially use the police more as a safeguard for our employees or contractors that are facilitating that process, rather than active involvement with the relocation process. So I don't think we need our police officers, you know, packing up tents or encouraging people to move. I think we need other kind of people, whether it's social workers, people with medical experience, whatever, properly gloved and managed and ready to help people. And I think one of the speakers spoke almost directly to this without ever saying, you know, this idea exactly. And I'm not saying this is a new idea, but it's probably a new idea for Reno and Sparks. It's a way to basically hand them from a camping on a street to a camping in an official campground and making that possible. So this is, I don't want to go into it. I don't want to exceed my time. I'm going to write a little proposal together. Maybe we're already doing some, but this is kind of taking it to the next level, I believe, based on what I've seen of how we've done kind of camp cleanups before. So just a new idea. I don't know if you...
If I could take just a moment, I apologize. I failed to go into a lot of detail on our approaches for outreach. We've really evolved over the last year to do much of what you just described. The outreach is led by Antonio on our team, who's a former case manager, social work background, and the Karma Box team. And they very much take a how can we help you approach, whether it's securing belongings, driving them over to DMV to get licensing, whatever it may be. So your idea, we believe, is a very good one. And much of it is being implemented here with kind of changes and really having a place to go at the Nevada Cares campus, that's a game changer.
Yeah, that is a game
Because-
changer. And lastly, just the role of our police officers. I don't want them front and center. They don't want to be front and center, but they are great at providing safety. And some of these people are probably not safe people and probably need some intervention from our police officers. But I venture to say the vast majority do not. So thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your great comments. And okay, let me go back to, I don't know if Councilman Delgado wanted to speak. I just want to make sure everybody has their first round.
And at the moment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to quickly say that I appreciate all the work that's been done, and I believe Councilwoman Dewar had some great thoughts and suggestions. I think the hard part for many of us is that we are kind of disconnected. We don't know all the work that's been done. Councilwoman Jardin and Councilman Reese have been doing exemplary work, but it's really hard to know, to hear this. And when we hear comments from the public, and I know that there's many great things going on. I mean, I think I look at Cynthia and Arlo, I'm going to say your first names, but they've done this tremendous work, and all their time is being spent there. I think that our comments now are great. I think we need to have more conversations with our council, bringing them all up to par, because just a little bit that I have been involved, I see that there are so many things that all of us don't know. And I think it would be really helpful, because just like the conversation or the comments made by Councilwoman Dewar, great thoughts. I mean, that is the way it should be, but can it be that way? And is it already in the process, which Arlo has just suggested that that's kind of the concept that they were looking at. But I do believe it needs to be transformation myself personally. So I'm just going to say those comments, and then I'm going to go back to, let's go back to Councilwoman Jardin, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weber. I do see that Mayor Sheeby, it looks like she might have her hand up as well, and I don't think she has spoken yet.
Oh, I do, but you go ahead. I easily go last. Go right ahead, Naomi, or Councilman Jardin. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Weber is absolutely correct. I mean, as Councilwoman Dewar was speaking, I was just seeing Grant Denton jumping up and down and going, we've had 17 meetings on this already, and we're so far down the path on this. And yes, exactly, that's what we're doing. And all of the social workers that embed with our police, and all of the social workers that are with our downtown Reno ambassadors. And Councilwoman Weber, Vice Mayor Weber, you are absolutely correct. We've had, I can't even count the consumption of meetings, how many meetings we've had. And I think there is the time, not only just for our council, but for the public's iteration, a much deeper town hall type of deep dive discussions on this, I would say, most important of issues that we have in our community right now. I think I've been involved in many, many meetings. You all haven't, the public hasn't. And I think a lot of the questions or comments that we heard at the beginning of this were from those that haven't been in those either. So I think there's plenty of answers, lots of things that we could be answering. We just need to have a bigger forum, I think, with those sorts of discussions and a deeper dive. And I know Arlo was trying to be respectful of condensing the presentation that was probably 5 pages behind each one of those bullet points. I did want to confirm, I too believe that the selling of the Community Assistance Center and pursuing that further and getting the details of unwinding all the contributions that put it in place, all the immense work by prior Mayor Cashel and everybody that brought that facility to fruition. I think it's really important to understand the foundations that brought that to be, and what they believed and what they intend for those dollars to be spent for. I did want to confirm from our city attorney's office that council members advocating or fundraising from the private sector is okay. And I'm not going to get a nasty gram in my personal mailbox about fundraising from entities to help us with the funding of phase 2, because phase 2 for me is, we did a super heavy lift with the first purchasing of the property and the building of the main structure. But phase 2 is where the rubber really meets the road, with the services, the medical, the mail, the intake, the laundry, DMV services, community court, enhanced animal services, veterinary care, rest areas, charging. All of those things come with phase 2. And that's, to me, is so critically important for the individuals to want to be at the Nevada Cares campus and to truly transform them into that next phase in their life. So thank you.
Thank you so much for all the hard work that you've given as well. Oh, and you're frozen.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Delgado and Councilwoman.
I love that face.
I'm so sorry. It's a great.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Councilwoman Jordan, you're frozen, so maybe you have to go out and come back in. Councilman Delgado, before we go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Not that I don't have a lot to say and share a lot with my colleagues, and that the Councilwoman Jordan's on our screen have to say is, I want to make a disclosure here really quick, and then I'd have to step out. I was here waiting to hear from our legal. And so if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to read the disclosure.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, please, before we go any further on this item, on this agenda, requires me to disclose the fact that I am employed by Community Health Alliance, the tenant at the city-owned Community Assistance Center. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A.420. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person and the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interest of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to the other person is not greater than that occurring to any other member of the general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by that matter. Here I have a commitment in a private capacity to my employer, Community Health Alliance. Item D.4 does not impact CHA's operation at the CAC at this time and will not impact my ability to impartially review or render a decision on this agenda item. But in light of the foregoing, the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my commitment in a private capacity. And because it's a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I will not be voting on this matter. Even though we're not voting and giving decisions, City Attorney's Office has thought that I should step out of the room while you guys have this discussion related to, and let me get clarity on this, Mr. Shipman, is it only D41?
No, it is actually we had to do this really quick for you. So you're okay with just disclosing and you're not disqualified. That last paragraph was an errant paragraph, and I apologize for that. So you are okay just by disclosing of the fact that they work for CHA and it is in fact a tenant, but today it's not affecting anything. So
just a conversation. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. So just wanted to make sure that that was a disclosure. My apologies, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, but thank you for doing that and that you get to stay with us. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, at the global level, which seems to be, the point of departure, and knowing the county hasn't stepped forward, I still am not comfortable with us opening this and not moving forward. I think that they need to step in at this point in time. I really do believe that. I don't know how much longer they can have this gender bias in how they provide the services that they're statutorily obligated to do if they only pick females. I mean, they need to provide equal level of services and not discriminate on gender. And I'm just alarmed that we don't even have an inked deal on the camping, which was a big selling point of moving from the CAC. So I am problem by that. But let me just go more narrow, because it seems that there's a vulnerable population. How are we going to deal with this? As I see it, we only have a contract with the VOA through till the end of the fiscal year. And I guess the manager thinks that contract, even though it says where it's going to be, the service is going to be done, can move over to this new April 16th facility opening. But I see a lot of inconsistencies in it. For example, the materials that were presented in the record say that we'll be opening for 700. The contract only says 500. The attachment has all of this reference to these other facilities over at the CAC, like the Tom Betica Resource Center. So I haven't heard a program design that those are coming over April 16th. I'm just very confused about that. And then since others I'm just not comfortable. If we said, the county's not going to do it, we're moving forward and took a vote on that, I would feel very comfortable taking that vote and vote as I will, and then be a participant on the contract as it moves forward. I would like a new contract in place by April 16th to contemplate what they're doing so we can be very protected and they can be protected on, insurance levels, staffing levels, because they're different. And I think that we need to provide that level of protection to the services we're providing. So those are my two asks. But also, I have another question. Since others have opined on the CAC sale, and it's been phrased broadly that this is this growing issue and growing need, why get rid of a very good facility that could still serve that purpose for a growing need? I don't understand that. And then I thought back in December or January, we brought back a contract until October 31 of 22 to use with another provider. I can't remember who the provider was, the area that the women were in, that we put some other population there and have a contract with a provider in that space. So we've already backfilled it. To me, that speaks against selling it. So, if we could, I don't mind being on the losing end of votes. And I don't mind, deducing the information from what I think is available. But if it's going to be just this vague thing and give all the administrative authority, at least I've said my piece. And I'll echo what Ms. Weber said is, these conversations and this responsibility is with us, and these conversations should be here a little more dialed in my view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go back to Councilwoman Jordan.
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
can I just chime in for a second?
Oh, yes, please do. I thought you wanted to talk at the end, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just going around. It's fine. I can wait.
Yes, go ahead. No, go ahead, because you may speak now.
I think everyone, I'll just try to be pretty quick here, but I think everyone has made a lot of really, really good points. I do want to say, like, Arlo, thank you so very much for the hours and the dedication that you have put into this. I mean, this just could not have happened without you or the CHAB members, but you just need to know, Arlo, how grateful I am, because I know we had to do this in such a short period of time. And in some ways, I think that it was so long overdue and we outgrew that shelter, but you just need to know how much and how grateful I think all of us here are for what you have accomplished. I mean, honestly, it would never have happened, I don't think, without you. So just know how grateful that I am. I'm going to say some things that are probably unpopular. And one of them is, I just have to be really honest. You guys know me whenever I say this phrase, I got to call the elephant out in the room. But I get really, really frustrated by what people say in our public meetings. And then the difference is then they dial it back in private. And what I mean by that is we have had many meetings, I can remember, I can think of 2 or 3 now with the county and with Sparks, and everyone comes to this agreement and everyone says, yes, that's great. And we all agree. And then after the meeting, nothing happens, nothing. And it's like we need partners here. We need to be all doing it together, because this kind of crisis, and I believe it is a crisis, when people are living in places that are just absolutely horrific, and they're living on the street and they're cold and they're hungry, and there's so many different things that can be happening in someone's life, right? But it starts usually with a major crisis from, healthcare to addiction to all these things. And, I think people also have this notion that you put a roof over someone's head and their problems go away. I think that is just so short-sighted. That's one reason, I have a lot of high hopes for this campus, but I think we also have to be realistic. I think we had a lot of good public commenters, and be realistic about how did someone get here? And a lot of times it is mental health, and a lot of times it is relapse, or it is addiction, or all of us could be one step away from being homeless or having a mental health breakdown. We just don't know what that looks like. And so I would just say, I brought it to everyone's attention. I brought it to the county's attention and to Sparks. I've talked about this crisis center. The governor has been amazing, where they are going to allow us to lease that building. And I would ask everyone, if you really care about these issues, that you please help me push that we get these kinds of services so that we can start to really look at this holistically. And I also do not want police officers interacting with our homeless population in any capacity. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's humane. I honestly, it is so bothersome. And you guys know how I feel about the river. I'm super passionate about the river, but it's also incredibly negligent for us to let people live along the river as well, because it is so dangerous. And it is not healthy. It is our drinking water. And so we do have to make some tough decisions that are going to be unpopular. They're not going to, we all know this, not everyone likes what we do. When a project comes forward, half the people hate it, half the people like it. You'll have half the people say we need housing, half the people say we don't need housing, right? So we can, that's never going to be an easy vote or a situation to be in. But I would just ask, please, all of you guys, please help. Let's advocate for this crisis now model, because I think it's super critical. But at the same time, I guess my voice is more in frustration with some of our partners, because here we are, to Jenny's point, we're stepping it up. And we will always do that. I think Reno does have the big heart, but don't tell me one thing in a public meeting and do something else behind my back, because we don't have the support of our other agencies. And, I'll never forget when a mayor told me that, Mayor Sheevy, we don't have any homeless issues in our city. Well, that's because they don't even have a shelter in their city. I think it should be a requirement that every city over 100,000 in population should have a shelter in their city. And look at what's happened to Reno on so many levels. And our services get so stretched thin. Our public safety services so stretched thin, because we don't have the help of the other jurisdictions. So I'm going to get off my soapbox. I'm sorry I get super upset, but I don't think that the public also realizes where that funding comes from, and does not come to the city of Reno. And so we all have to be doing it together. I don't believe that it should be all on one agency just because it is the county's responsibility. I don't believe that. I think the problem is, or the situation, I don't want to call it a problem, but the situation needs to be, everyone is working together, because honestly, these people are too important to let fall by the wayside. So thank you, Vice Mayor. I apologize.
No problem. I think your comments are well taken. Let's go back to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I know I'll be brief. There was and the frustrations that I'm hearing from a number of council members, I too share, and have felt like we had heard for quite some time that there was going to be this movement from the county, and it didn't happen as quickly as we all wanted. And I do think, and I would maybe turn to Doug or Arlo, I think there has been some constructive meetings of late that have occurred previously. I know Alexis Hill has been such a huge advocate up there to help move this needle. I know Kate Thomas really has been, and even Eric Brown. But it is time to bring that all to a head, and the frustrations are warranted, with the recognitions that we are a region that will need to solve this together. And I think some of our discussions about selling the CAC to help build some of the infrastructure is a part of that answer. I think that is a big one. And also to the point of why wouldn't we have two facilities? I will just tell you that and COVID exacerbated this and brought it to the forefront, was when you have services that are scattered, particularly when they're miles apart, and you might have one level of service in one area and some other service in another, and the information may not be always delivered and clear. That is a disservice to the homeless. I think there needs to be one central location where people can get all of the things that they need and not be expected to travel between miles in order to receive those. And that is, we experienced that a lot during COVID, with some sheltering and food service and some bouncing people different locations. And that was not ideal. We did a noble job during COVID to do the best we could. That was not ideal. And I think that is the delivery of services in a fiscally responsible way and in a humane way, so people aren't expected to traverse long distances to get the services they need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Were there others that wanted to speak again? Oh, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I know I won't take too long. To a lot of my colleagues' points, I'd really like to see, of course, the county step up in phase 2. I only think it's right that if they are going to do phase 2, that they're part of the conversations. To Councilwoman Breakfast's point, that they don't come in halfway through already with the plane being built and they weren't necessarily participating in that. And so whatever we can do to bring them along as quick as possible, which my conversations with them have been, is that they are really adamantly wanting to be part of that conversation. So I haven't been part of the ones where maybe they haven't been as forthcoming, but I have been part of the ones where they have been. And so if there's an opportunity there, I greatly want to support that endeavor. Now, with relation to the sale of the CAC, I don't know the details. Maybe you guys can give me a little bit more info. My understanding is that if we use so much of the federal money that once we sell it, that we've got to get it back to the feds, or what does that mean? Do we use it for, my understanding, there's been a lot of different conversations and ideas as, do we use it as a fire station or an admin building for the fire department? Do we see other efforts or other utilizations for it that the city can be supportive of, versus just going back to the market? I don't know. Until I think Councilman Reese's point, it was, have we had conversations with the adjacent businesses to say, are there other ideas associated with that? And even to the Mayor Shivi's point, though, too, is if we have a facility there that's not necessarily a service for those that are currently experiencing homelessness, or those that are on the brink, is that an opportunity to really work with those to receive services at that location? I know there's a lot of people that hesitate to go to Record Street when it was operational because they weren't necessarily, they didn't feel safe going there. Just like a lot of the homeless currently don't feel safe or didn't feel safe when they were there either, but to go and ask for services until it was too late. And so maybe it's another opportunity or discussion to have with just general services that need to be provided, and it's a consideration of the crisis now model. So just want to toss a lot of things out. I think there's still a lot of questions that need to be had. And to Councilwoman Jordan's point, phase 2 is really where the meat starts to really be part of these discussions. And you want to make sure that there's a lot of people involved in terms of how those operations are going to be sustainable as part of that.
If I may just provide a little brief info that's preliminary. We're absolutely meeting and coordinating with all the service providers, the neighbors, et cetera. But the piece I didn't cover in my presentation, the money that went into the CAC, we're still chasing down all of that money and those contributions, but a couple biggies came from the community development block grants and also several $1 million from the Redfield Foundation. We have confirmed that the CDBG money can effectively be transferred to similar services in a new location. It has to be kind of put back in the pool and reallocated, but we won't have to refund or lose that contribution as long as it's used for qualifying purposes. That's the key thing. So a fire station, for example, we likely would need to return the money. But using it for the similar services of the CARES campus, we wouldn't. Similarly, we've had discussions with the Redfield Foundation They have taken a similar position that they are happy to support this as long as their money stays as homeless services support. They don't want their money to be turned into some other type of public facility, but they're happy to help make this happen and be a part of the team, potentially even contribute more, and essentially transfer that investment to similar services in a new location. And we intend to find just where every dollar came from that went into the CAC and have similar discussions with all those funders and kind of come up with a plan to appropriately allocate that revenue.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And before we leave this topic, because it sounds like we've made some progress in staff direction on a number of these things, and I don't know what kind of motions will be required, I want to just put two fine points on the last things. One is, as to the adjacent businesses, and I don't mean businesses, service providers is really what they are. These are Well Care, Reno Sparks Gospel Mission, Catholic Charities, and I think CHA. There may be others that I'm not familiar with, but I want to make sure that we are truly reaching out to them and trying to figure out what the next steps are for those folks, because I'm hearing that we've not really linked up with some of them, or maybe we have, but maybe we are disconnected. So please, Mr. Stockham, reach out to those entities and make sure that we're knit tightly to them. I would hate for us to lose the opportunities to have good outcomes because we weren't in as good a communication. The second thing is, before we leave the topic, I want to just go back to what I said earlier about the right to rest, and just so that my colleagues are aware, these kinds of laws and bills are proposed in various places. They have different words at times, but fundamentally it's the following things. One is the right to use public spaces without fear of discrimination or harassment. I think all of us would agree in concept to that. Second is the right to vote. Third is the right to non-obstructively seek shelter, social services, legal aid, and education. Fourth is the right to privacy that a person has in a public space. And last is the right to feel safe. I understand that there are reasons why some of those things might have to be shaped differently or legally provided differently. And we have some issues as a Dillon's rule versus a home rule state, but many of those things resonate with me, and I think can be part of a true vision for how we provide services in this community. I don't believe any of us want to see a return to some draconian policies about criminalizing homelessness. At the end of the day, we are working through these things because we are trying to lead, as my colleague Councilmember Jordan often says, with empathy, and trying to make a path forward for our unsheltered population. So just some food for thought. If our staff would like to talk with me more about these things, always available. And then my colleagues, the invitation is always open as well. We can get there, and we can get there together. And I think that we are not at cross odds with one another on these things. So thank you for letting me take the time on those two specific things before we move back to maybe a more specific agenda or a motion from someone.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment, and then I think we're done with the round two. Do we need to go to another round? But I think the mayor would like to probably speak again, and I would like to make a comment right now first. And I want to say that in all of this, I still believe that our community needs to be a part of this. And I think I've talked about it before, and mentioned that we need to have like a call to action to our entire community, talking about this relationship with people in the community that are willing to volunteer, to help out, to serve on committees, to dissect each one of these issues and bring people in from volunteers and people that want to talk about this, and bring all the agencies together. And I know ideally with the concept that I was looking at for the last year anyway, was the Haven for Hope. And I know that it's been, it's a great program to be able to look at it because they're very willing to help out. But the whole thing is about their process is it's transformational. We can use the word transformational but it doesn't happen until you have truly all the ability to transform the folks, because we all know, we all believe that we want transformation, but you can say it and not be having the materials, the parties in place to make that happen. So I really do hope that by doing some kind of an outreach to our community, to bring them all in, to have them here, to have input, we don't stop the ball rolling, but we need to still bring them in and talk about transformation and what that means. And I believe that everybody has a role in this. Every person in this community that wants to be a part of it can be a part of it, because these are people in need. And so that's my 2 cents.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can just add one thing, and this is something I've learned from you. This is the role of, and someone who's been left out of the conversation, is faith-based organizations. When I was on the Our Place campus, I learned about the good work that the Grace Church has done. When we've obviously talked about the Village on Sage Street, we've talked about faith-based organizations that came together, and you are always quick to remind me not to exclude the faith-based community. And so I just thank you for your care in that regard. And so I thank you for reminding me to mention it. That was my other comment.
Thank you. And I have kind of failed in that regard, I have to tell you. But there are folks out there that are working. Unfortunately, a lot of our faith-based community is still doing the same old thing. And they're still going down to the river, and they're still doing the things that are really not needed at this point in time, when we need to try to bring people get people to go to the campus. So I think that's something that we need to talk about in the community, in the faith-based group. And I just had conversations with others in the faith-based area that are wanting to still continue to feed, and they're going to go do that with or without us, with or without us. So that's a group of people that we do need to work with and encourage them to come with us and work with us on this whole arena. So I am going to go to the mayor and see if she wants to comment, and then I think if we want another round, which we may, getting back to what we need to be voting on, right? So, Madam Mayor, did you wish to speak?
Just really quickly, I'm so glad you brought that up, because Bonnie, honestly, I think Councilwoman Weber, sorry, Vice Mayor, I think every meeting should have a call to action. I love that. I think that is so good. So Councilwoman Vice Mayor Weber, will you please put that on every agenda? And we're going to call it Weber's call to action. I love it. So, but I think it's great. And I think you make such a big point here. And I want to say a huge shout out to Grace Church. They reached out to me and were so generous and have offered a very big donation to help with part of this. And I know that they were meeting with Grant Denton and a few other people. But I got to tell you, I had a wonderful meeting with them. And so thank you, Devin, for mentioning them. But Bonnie, I also know, or Councilwoman Weber, I also know that you work with a lot of faith-based groups. You work with a lot of them. So you also see the great work that they're doing. And I think, to your point, the call to action would be, for the community, anyone that's listening to this meeting, to reach out to your council members. And if you can volunteer, it doesn't matter what it is, but my big ask would be anyone that's passionate about the river, whether it's recreating along the river or whether it's sustainable drinking water, and also making sure that, we can keep that water, or keep that river safe and sustainable, because it is one of our biggest assets that we have. And I want people to be able to use it this summer in every capacity. And again, we've talked about the 24/7 river rangers, and I have to tell you, I think that's the only way that we will be able to keep the river safe and keep people safe, is if we don't have 24/7 monitoring of people down there that are, directing people and saying you cannot camp here. And I know people aren't going to like it, and it's unpopular whenever I say that, but it is dangerous. And let me tell you, if we have a flood or a fire, which we've already had a couple fires that have killed people, if we have a massive flood, we will lose hundreds of people along that river. And that is where then people will really be angry with us and hold us accountable and responsible for those kinds of actions. So I don't want anyone living somewhere where it's completely dangerous for them to be living. The river is not a place to live, period. It's dangerous. It's our drinking water, right? So that's just all I want to say. So if there's anyone listening to this, my call to action would be, if you're big, user and believer of the river, please reach out to any of our council members or myself, or you can even call Reno Direct, and we would love to get your help and services in any way. So thank you, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Weber. I think that was awesome. Good point.
Thank you. But Madam Mayor, what you just said is so good, but can we just focus it on that they call Reno Direct? Or I think we need to just call there, and then we can kind of figure it out through the council members who wants to work with what. I just think we need to focus the phone calls to one place, and I think Reno Direct could be it. And I don't know that I'm just making this up, so I'll just leave it at that.
You mean you don't want Rick to hate me?
No, I don't. So, anyway, could we go one more round? Would it be okay with all of you? I mean, I think this is important, and I think we probably still need to hear from folks. And then with that, what direction do you need, Arlo, when we have this last 3 minutes? Could you kind of tell us the direction you want us to go?
The staff recommendation is for direction to proceed with the phase 2 conceptual plan, which will come back to you for details, to proceed with negotiations to transition lead agency responsibilities, and to initiate discussion of an ordinance update, which we would intend to wrap in those topics that Councilmember Reese mentioned. So as a motion to support the staff recommendation would do those items. And then anything else council wants to modify, please do.
Okay, and I know that Councilman Reese will have some good things when he makes a motion. I bet. Let me go back to, let's start with Councilwoman Breckus, who's been patiently waiting.
Yeah, I do think we need to go another round. I mean, this is really big decisions and very involved. I think for me, I'm not comfortable with moving forward with phase 2. I'm not even comfortable with us opening up phase 1 unless the county steps in, frankly, but it doesn't appear that that is before us. And I'm not comfortable opening up phase 1 unless we have a contract specific to those services. But in terms of phase 2, I would encourage the body and the proponents of this effort to direct staff to start with phase 2 only if they have an MOU with Washoe County about points of good faith in going forward with this design. I get the frustrations. I'm frustrated when we don't have ink deals for services, but maybe if we just can't get there, we can step back a little bit and say, let's just have some guidelines and templates, to move forward, because they just are not coming to the table. And what I keep seeing is it taxes us and our resources in other ways. Like the mayor is saying about the river rangers. I'm going to be trying through the budget to get the ambassadors to go into some of the downtown parks where they don't go, how other functions, housing services are missing, so I don't know. I would just promote that. I know it's not staff's recommendation, but maybe we get some document as a, general guidelines as an agreement just to move forward on phase 2 before we just have to take it on again and again, on our own. And I was around when Bob Cashel became mayor and saw this play out again for 22, 23 years. And it is frustrating because I think Reno does not realize their responsibilities when the county's not doing theirs. On the issue of the ordinances and the sleeping and the non-sleeping, I'm not familiar with this, some of these concepts of these other ordinances people are proposing, but I know because I work with the ordinances that are in place now, and I'm a frequent user of them. And I've been very public. I wrote a piece in This Is Reno last fall about how I approach, camping when it causes fire risk to Ward 1 residents, as it often does in the hills and along the river, or water quality threat, people's enjoyment. So I'm a frequent user of the ordinances in place, and from my view, they work. So I don't think that we need any other ordinances. When I hear, well, public spaces, public property, we don't need an ordinance for that. What we need to do is post our properties that we have, just like any other property owner would do. And just like I tell a lot of property owners, post your property, you have a right and an obligation to defend your property. So I don't see an ordinance need for that. Now, it does get a little tricky on some of these sidewalk obstructions and so on, but even those have good ordinances in 12, I think it is. I dealt with a real tricky one this winter. But even that blocking the sidewalk, I think the ordinances are in place. So unless I see a lot more detailed ordinance drafting, I'm not prepared to send people out to do more ordinance work. And I'm not even convinced with the public, the sheltering ordinance either. But I have some possible thinking that maybe I could support something like that. But I'd rather not see the focus go on this broad ordinance writing. I think the ones we have in place do work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Can you, before you do that, Madam Vice Mayor and good colleague, Councilmember Jordan, I don't understand the MOU concept that was floated by Councilmember Breckus. And maybe I could get an explanation, and then also if staff would weigh in on that. What are you saying there?
Are you directing that question to me?
I think he is. Thank you.
Okay. So whereas Reno and Washoe County, want to see a solution to this crisis, whereas each have roles and responsibilities under their, separate ordinances, funding sources, whereas a CARES Act 1 has been opened, whereas there is desires to enhance and create that CARES Act 2. Here, therefore, the two parties agreed to work in good faith to come forward a solution to, design this phase 2 with, coming to decisions of who would implement it and be the lead on it, consistent with, these other roles and responsibilities we have. Something like that, just so we know that by resolution or, however, that they're going to walk with us toward an end goal. I think it's a good kind of ground rules that the whole public, all of us need to have and understand, because I hear, the mayor say, say in public, do in private and other things. I think we need to, if we can't get ink deals with them doing this, then I think we need some broad groundworks, or, why have all the meetings?
I like your explanation. I appreciate that. I guess my question would be to staff or maybe to Mr. Thornley. Is this something that could be effective or used? I mean, I believe that the county is coming with us. I believe that they are working hard. The evidence I would suggest of how awesome our place appears to be going, and really the conversation, but I'm not part of those conversations, so I just don't know. I don't want to make our partners angry, because I mean it in the spirit of cooperation, but I just need to know what your thought is, Mr. Thornley, before I'm actually going to defer to Councilmember Jordan, who will make the motions, but this seems relatively a good thing to me, I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese, Councilmember Breckus. I tend to agree. I would echo your comments. I do think that the county is about ready to step up on this issue. I think that they've been working diligently and dedicating considerable staff time to getting their arms around what it means to transition into a place where they are in control of this service provision for our region. And to that end, I do think it makes sense to have the county essentially running point on the design of the program at this site and the design of the phase 2 operations. And so crafting an MOU or sort of tying further development of phase 2 to a plan for transition of the service provision to the county, I think is a wonderful idea.
Thank you. I agree with that. Can I ask though, would that just be like a condition, or if you were going to make a motion, I think I'm going to go to you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I do think that there is potential for a framework for exactly what has been suggested here that gives everybody a level of assurance that we're all kind of rowing in the same direction. It may not happen overnight. It may not happen by June 30, but as long as it's laying out some timelines and some transfer, triggers and some different things, I think that will give everybody a deeper level of comfort. I think it's just drug on for so long that the skepticism is really kind of rising as to when it will occur. And we wanted to give, due respect to the county to get our place up and running and get their feet under them with that. And we're there now. So I think it is time. And I do think there's been some very recent advances in that regard, which give me some level of comfort. I will tell you the thing that I think everybody would be well served to do is for all of the jurisdictions to come together and understand that probably engaging a third-party expert to be the lead to see this new day, new campus to fruition. None of us, I know, are homeless experts. None of us have walked in a campus environment. We've done level best over the last months to gain as much information as we can. And I don't know that the bandwidth exists at the county to be the expert for that either. I do think that there's an opportunity to bring in a 24-month, 18-month contract with a subject matter expert who has walked this path and can say, here's the do's, the don'ts, and how you get there. And particularly engaging the private sector, which will need to step forward. All models show, the private sector funds about 1/3 of the ongoing operations in successful models. We need somebody who has experience in this. And I don't think any of the entities can raise a flag right now and say they have that. And I think that's money well spent. So anyway, I'm get off my soapbox there. I will make a motion that we move forward with staff recommendation. And with bringing back per the manager's idea and council's input as to this framework of an MOU or a timeline whatever that looks like, whatever we're calling it, to bring that back as well.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second, and I want to ask one question. Would that MOU or whatever they perform or they make through the manager's office, would it be more in line with working with both Sparks and Washoe County as well? I mean, it seems to me that might be where we have to bring people together to make that MOU, as we've had to do for others. So anyway.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have a series of meetings set in the relatively near future where we'll be able to hash out what the deal points are there and what the timelines are and what the relative responsibilities look like. So I'm confident we can get that done.
Hopefully with the added concept of third party person being brought in. Is that what it was called? Is that what you called it, Councilwoman Jordan?
It's called it a subject matter expert contract. I think we're out of our capacity to kind of be the lead to do this right. And I'm not sure the county has the bandwidth to do that either.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on the motion?
One more comment, Madam Vice Mayor. I have sort of heard this conceptually floated as the unsheltered or homeless czar, someone with the expertise to help navigate all these things. I totally understand that, and I dig that, and that's something worth exploring as part of this motion. I will say, in fairness to our county partners, I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if the people who are working with them, whether that's the folks at Rise or over at the Our Place campus, would say these folks are ready to take it on. Maybe they're not. And in some ways, probably no one is ever going to be fully ready for any endeavor that we undertake. Some of it is a leap of faith. We have to jump off that deep end sometimes and act not knowing for certain what the outcome will be. Our best laid intentions may change and evolve over time. But again, I think if we are rowing in the same direction together, we'll get there. I don't think we are going to be at some magical moment just simply washing our hands of all this and walking away. I just don't think it's realistic. So I like that the motion encapsulates the ideas that we've come up with today. And I hope that Mr. Thornley, when you convey to the county manager and the city manager for the city of Sparks our sincerity in that we desire this to be done collaboratively, walking together in that effort. And I make no pretext about any past history. I just want to see our positive future as we move forward.
Agreed.
So moved.
And it's been seconded, but I think there's a public comment or a comment by Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, while I appreciate the incorporation of my concept that we get an MOU conditional to moving forward with planning on phase 2, I'm not comfortable with moving on phase 2 of this until we've opened phase 1, we see how it's going, the new services are working out, we have a contract specific with the provider to that, which comes due in June. I'm also not comfortable with the motion, as I understand it, to move forward with selling and exploring selling the CAC. I don't want to sell the CAC. I think that's a good building that can provide a lot of opportunities, if not for this area, I think even for other municipal purposes. And I don't see that exploration going on. And then third, I understand the motion to start thinking about these ordinances, and I'll let my other comments stand on that, but I can't move forward with that either. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, just really quickly, I
Madam
did
Mayor.
want to just chime in really quick about selling the CAC. What I honestly would like to see, and this is just me, and we all have to collaborate here, but I think it would be extremely beneficial to have a partnership with a developer to build housing there, and not do it conjunction so that the city can also be a partner in that revenue share and make sure that that money goes to other homeless and mental health services. So it's got some relevance. So, all right, thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm not in support of selling it. I think, honestly, we need to start looking at better broad ways, especially right now when property and land is at a premium, that we also share in some of those profits. So I think, that could really be another segue for us to benefit the ongoing facility. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman.
Yeah, just a quick add to that on that motion. I want to make sure too that I thought the motion was to explore options for the CAC, not to necessarily sell it or keep it. Right now, I do favor keeping it. I think there's so many needs we have, to do things with, but I'm very open-minded to all the options staff would bring. So I just wanted to, in case we thought the motion was to sell it, I wanted to get that clarified. So what do people think?
No, I don't think that. I was responding to Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay.
Referring to it as selling it. So no,
okay. Well, I just wanted to be clear. I've not made that decision whatsoever. We have to see a pro forma. We have to see other ideas on the table.
Yeah,
that's where I am.
Right. I think we should hear all the ideas because there's going to be good ones.
There's lots of details that will need to be brought forward. So that was in the motion. That was staff's recommendation.
So if I could offer a point of clarity, obviously this is a very early stage part of the discussion, but if you'll recall the deck that you saw from Mr. Stockham, the CAC or the proposed sale of the CAC does make up a significant portion of the capital investment in phase 2, which we've now tied to, I think rightly, ongoing discussions as it relates to the transition of control. But some of these ideas that we're talking about, while they may or may not be viable, not all of them will generate the significant amount of capital that is called for on that proposal. And so what we're looking for, and you'll recall Mr. Stockham saying so, is guidance on, if that is not the preferred course, then we need to start working on sort of plans D through F on sort of contemporaneously with the agreement to transition control.
Well, Manager Thornley, can't we do that as a portion of bringing back some of the information? Like, what would proposed sale would bring in potentially X, which could fund X. Alternatives would be we could do Y or we could do Z. I mean, I see that as a full, menu of things in which you bring back, with the understanding that if we don't choose to sell, there's some things we'll have to take a different path. I don't think one precludes the investigations of the other.
No, I don't think that. I don't want you to think that I'm saying one precludes the other. What I am saying is one affects the other, almost certainly. And so it is simply, it is sort of another, it will add time to the process.
Clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I guess for my part, I understood that perhaps the sale would make expeditious phase 2 or even phase 3 of the CARES campus. But what I guess my preference is that we explore the information, as Councilmember Jordan put it, like what is the highest and best use of this property? Are there potential buyers? Will those be arm's length transactions? If at the end of the day, the property does not sell for a price that we think is fair, or it doesn't sell for a price that means it's better for us to not hold on to it, then we don't have to do that. But I think we can go down that road, and Ms. Miles probably will help to position us well in that regard. For my part, I think that there are certainly ways that we could save the parcel and continue to use it and put it into the service of our community, whether that's continuing to have well care there or other. It may be other stuff, but for example, there are those great apartments in it, which make for great transitional housing. There's a lot of ideas, but I don't know enough about what a sale would generate. And the last thing I'll say is, obviously we are entering a unique period as we look towards some of the American Recovery Act dollars that may come to this community, which may be a direct way for us to utilize this for a higher and better purpose. And so, yes, money needs to be had in order to do some of the things in CARES Campus 2 and 3 phases. But that money might be coming from somewhere else, or it might be a mix of other things. So I just want to explore all the options.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded by Councilman Reese. One last shot. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, I am assuming, okay, so the motion passes with one nay vote with Councilman Breckus. Okay, thank you all. Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, moving on to item D5. This is discussion and possible direction regarding the follow-up from the 20-02 Deposit Assistance Program audit.
Okie doke, so.
We do have Emily Kidd, our internal auditor, available to answer any questions if council has any, or you may make a motion.
Is there a motion?
Move to accept the report.
Thank you. There's a motion to accept the report by Councilman Reese, seconded by Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Emily. That was Ms. Kidd. That was a quick thank you.
And before we let her go, Madam Vice Mayor, we will just also open up item D6, which is another audit from her on management policies and procedures. Either she can give a presentation or council may make a motion.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion and also a comment.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Well, I want a motion to accept the report, but I also want to thank Emily for
Yeah.
following through. This has been arduous, and many times she's received, we're working on it from our management staff. And now with our management staff actually have done it. And so kudos goes to her for her persistence and to our management staff for their follow through. So thank you. That was a motion.
Thank you. The motion was made by Councilwoman Dewar, seconded by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk?
All right, with that, Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning to item D7. This is an update and discussion on the 2021 legislative session. This time we will move Callie Wilsey over, and Dylan Shaver is also available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I believe Miss Wilsey is
There she is. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There's always that slight awkward delay as I'm coming in, so.
Right. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me here today. For the record, Callie Wilsey with the City Manager's Office, here to provide an update on the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature. Today is day 52. We have 68 to go. And these last 10 days have definitely been very, very packed with bill introductions. In the last 10 days, we've seen about 240 bills introduced. This is the time around when there's a bill introduction deadline. That deadline has been moved kind of indefinitely. So we're still seeing a lot of bills come through, but we've seen a lot come in the last 10 days or so. And staff is working really, really hard to review those. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody out there who is helping review that mass amount of legislation and providing comments to help me understand the impacts of those. In addition to providing an update on some of the trends we're seeing and some highlights of bills in there, I want to provide a quick update to council on the city's bills, SB 11 and SB 73. As we talked about at one of our previous previous meetings, during the bill hearings earlier this month, we heard a variety of concerns about bills and related to kind of accountability, fiscal notes, some of the broad language. And so we are in discussions to address these concerns with members of the committee and working to get their feedback and seeing if there's a desire to move that bill forward, to either of those bills forward. The next deadline that we have to face and what we're working towards is April 9th. And this deadline, unless it's changed like the bill introduction deadlines were, is the committee passage deadline. So we are working diligently on that for both of the bills. I also today want to kind of dig a little bit deeper into some of the different trends and bills that we're seeing. So as expected going into this session, one of the first trends we're seeing is bills related to criminal justice reform. We're seeing a wide variety of bills addressing this topic from multiple avenues, from law enforcement to changes in prosecutors' offices and within the court system. As directed in our platform, and as I'll talk about several of those bills, we're actively engaging with stakeholders and legislators on these issues. So I wanted to highlight a few of those for you guys. These are certainly not the only ones out there. But Assembly Bill 116, this is a bill that would decriminalize most traffic violations by making them civil infractions. The bill also outlines court and law enforcement procedures to implement those changes in law. The bill is anticipated to have an upfront fiscal impact. There would be a pretty significant change in how we manage our case management system for Reno Municipal Court. And there is also anticipated to be a loss of revenue, but we are working, staff is a part of a working group with the bill sponsor on potential amendments, and we are expecting pretty heavy changes to that bill. So we're waiting for the final language to come through as we can kind of reassess what those impacts will be. Another bill, for example, is Assembly Bill 243. This bill establishes the Nevada Police Reform Advisory Task Force that would formulate statewide guidelines on police accountability, civilian review boards, data collection, training and recruitment practices, trust building initiatives, and several other things. It also requires prosecutorial offices to establish charging systems so that the prosecutor assigned to consider whether to file charges is not aware of certain information, including race, language spoken, physical description, and a few other things. This change will require the city's attorney's office to adjust their procedures in some ways and may increase the RPD's requirements for documentation. We are engaging with the bill sponsor on this to clarify the procedural issues more than anything. One of the major law enforcement reform bills that is being discussed is Senate Bill 212, and this is regarding use of force. Requires peace officers to use de-escalation techniques and alternatives before resorting to higher levels of use of force. It would also require law enforcement agencies to report use of force information to the Attorney General's office each year, and provides requirements when responding to protests or demonstrations. We have requested to be a part of a working group on this bill, again, continuing the legislative platform to proactively engage with stakeholders on this, just making sure that the language in that bill is clear as we can make it. The second trend that I wanted to raise is a series of bills that propose changes to the open meeting law and public records, which is always a topic that governments pay attention to. So there is a series of bills, one that would actually clarify the definition, provide more clarity in state law on what is and what isn't a public record. That would be Assembly Bill 39. Excuse me. AB 276 would actually triple the liability cost for government agencies if a person files a public records request lawsuit and prevails in that lawsuit. SB 77, this is a bill that the city is neutral on, but it allows a public body that enters into an agreement with a federal agency for a decision in the National Environmental Policy Act, the NEPA process, to hold closed meetings on pre-discussional and deliberative discussions. And then lastly, the fourth one that I was going to flag, there is a bill that talks about having virtual meetings kind of after the pandemic and the requirements that would be as a part of that process for noticing and operation of meetings if a public body ever wanted to hold a virtual meeting. We generally support that bill. There's another component of it that has a pretty technical definition that's not related. It's about administrative action, and we're working with the bill sponsor on that. We feel the definition just actually makes it harder to understand, and it's not related to the virtual component of the bill and the main goal. The other component that I wanted to raise is we are seeing a series of bills related to zoning and this zoning and land use planning, which is obviously a very important local issue for us. So Senate Bill 150, excuse me, as originally introduced, would have required a governing body to allow tiny houses in all zoning districts that allow single family residences. We have been a part of the bill sponsor has been very open to working with local governments on this, and we've been a part of that working group to discuss potential amendments to the way that would shape out. Unless the amendment comes out as permissive, it will be difficult to find a way to support it, as it would impact kind of our policy platform and council's authority on local government decision-making issues in that realm. AB 139, this is a permissive bill that allows jurisdictions to enact a local ordinance to establish methods and standards for approving minor modifications to PUDs without a public hearing. Again, this bill is permissive. There is nothing that requires us to do that or changes the law, but it outlines the procedure in which if this body feels like that is something that they would want to do, ultimately if the bill passes, then it would be an option for the body to do that. Another one that came up last week is Assembly Bill 211. This would require tentative maps to be forwarded to the Nevada Department of Wildlife for comments on potential impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat. While we opposed this bill, we made it clear on the record that we support the intent of the bill and NDAL's involvement in the planning process. In fact, we currently are sending all of our planning cases to NDAL and requesting their input. Our opposition is really related to a procedural concern that would allow NDAL 30 days to review, whereas other agencies are provided 15 days. The additional time limits, the additional time limits staff's ability to effectively address concerns if they are raised by NDAL, since we also have a statutory timeframe to get the tentative map to Planning Commission. So we suggested the requirement be included in the same section as NRS as the other state agencies where there's a requirement for them, and we're working with the bill sponsor on that. So those are some of the themes that we're seeing, certainly not all of them. We're seeing, as you can imagine, with 240 bills, there's some cannabis-related bills that came down this week that we are reviewing. Healthcare, there's many around elections, but we're working to kind of wrap our hands around all of those. And I look forward to continuing to give council updates on those. So with that, Madam Vice Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you if there's any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, first question is, has the Innovation County bill dropped yet?
Councilman Breckus, it has not been introduced yet.
Okay, but you'll be bringing that forward for us in our consideration because it seems to have taken a lot of attention. What about the classic car loophole? I think our air quality is deteriorating faster than Southern Nevada's. So,
Councilmember Breckus, I still haven't seen that one come through. So I'm going to make myself a note just to double check, since there's just been so many bills that have kind of come down recently. But I have it on my list to keep an eye out for. I know that's one of interest for you.
Okay, and I did send you an email on Monday morning with the number of bills that I reviewed over the weekend. I think we should support AB 211, and the changes that we're talking about are maybe not the ones that should be on point. I think it should be a requirement that every jurisdiction within their master plan do a species mitigation plan that was forwarded on to the state. I think that if we're going to try and work within the tentative world and make changes, we should put it upstream to the master plan. And I think we have such good case studies of dealing with species recently, the wild horses, to get to a better approach, to hold us, kind of through master planning, not tentative. Because I don't think the problem is at the tentative map. I think it's at the master plan level and master plan implementation. AB 139 is a bill, so I do not support the role that we've taken and the way that we say we're supporting or making changes. I don't think those are the right changes. And I know 278 pretty well, better than any statute that I know. 139 is this one-time thing that Clark County is trying to move money out of their enterprise fund for other purposes, presumably growth related, like, I don't know, infrastructure, so on. I had asked before when you brought this up if we could maybe come in as a writer on it, because we have a pretty big flush enterprise fund, and they didn't get anywhere. We haven't joined on from what I see on your most recent report. So I asked a question. Do you know how much they have per capita in their enterprise fund versus how much we have per capita? So we could understand if they're, who's got the bigger issue here and who's trying to address it. Did you do any of that legwork? I can't hear it, sorry.
You're still muted. Go ahead.
How about now? Good.
You're good.
Okay. I am not familiar with the details of, so first I want to clarify, we're talking about the building enterprise fund, that bill, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Which bill number is it?
AB 139. I think I might have misspoke in my presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
So the answer to your question is we are two things. I am not familiar with their ending fund balance. My understanding is under the parameters of our bill, what if the city of Reno were eligible under that, it would free up about $2 million to build a fire station. And an estimate to build the fire station is in more like the $6 million range. And I know you also had a question of possible amendments to that, understanding your question around the current position, and those conversations are ongoing. So not being ignored, just probably not reflected specifically in terms of how and because those are ongoing at the moment.
Okay, I'll just, thank you. I mean, I just, one last comment, then I'll let it go around again is, you know, we've given you more latitude than we've probably given as staff before during the legislature. And so in my view, because we used to sit and go through and take votes and all and have special meetings. So in my view, this AB 139, or in my view, you have to adhere very tightly to the tiers that we've adopted as our priorities. And a structural deficit is one of the biggest tiers. And here's a money opportunity where I think we do have a structural deficit. I don't know why we're not riding on that as close as we can, especially since it's a Clark County need. And we, you know, time and time again, sit and look at that building enterprise fund and go, whoa, it's pretty big this year.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it short. I've been able to attend almost every single briefing on our legislation, and I really appreciate those. So I've tried to stay current, but as Callie said, so much is coming out. It's very hard to track all of this and give you our thoughts on it. I tend to agree with Councilwoman Breckus about the bill that requires NDOW formally to review. I think we should change our position to support with changes. So usually, you know, I think the concept is good. I'm not sure I totally understand where Councilwoman Breckus is going with the master plan, because we don't change master plans that much. But I do think it should be at the action level. So I think it should be at a master plan level. But so someone comes in, wants to change a master plan, that should be part of our analysis, whether we recommend yes or no. But I also think if they're just coming in with a PUD, that they're not changing the master plan, I think also wildlife should definitely be evaluated at that point. In other words, these higher level permits, not a building permit per se, right? But, and I don't object to tentative map because a lot of people are keeping their master plan the same. They're within a PUD, but they're looking for a tentative map for something. So I personally think that, you know, it should be at, that's kind of like the mid-level, call it, analysis. So in other words, whatever you just said earlier that we're already doing, you said we're already doing a something. I wasn't really clear on what you said. We're now sending all applications. I didn't know what that meant. Like all applications for what? Maybe.
Yeah, no, let me help clarify. So the planning division, whenever they do their their twice a month intake of all the planning cases, so that may be a master plan, that may be a tentative map, that may be an SUP, whatever it may be, they send that list and all the project details to a distribution list.
Right.
And NDOW is included in that. And so as a part of that, we ask NDOW to provide comments if they would like. So it's a voluntary thing on their end. This bill would require them to provide comments on the tentative
like we do for TUMWA, District Health, and all the others. So how long have we been doing this send to NDOW thing? Do you know?
I do not know the answer
Maybe
to that. I just know that they've been on it.
Okay. Well, anyway, I highly support making it a mandatory requirement, and here's why. In every part of our city, we're moving out into the periphery, whether it's at Peavine, whether it's out in Verdi, whether it's in the Virginia Range. I mean, we're all expanding at the edges, and that's where the urban wildland interface is. So it's kind of more important than ever to make sure we're doing that assessment. So I highly support that. and hearing both of us support it. I don't hear anybody opposed to it, but maybe the how, the detail, devil's in the details, obviously. You guys say we can't take 30 days. They're a large state agency. Maybe they do need more time than a local Tumwa or a local health district. The other one, I just wanted to hear about.
Excuse me one second. Councilwoman Dewar, were you talking about AB 211?
I don't know the number. I think it's AB 211.
I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same page as you.
Yeah. AB 211, thank you so much for calling that out. On the one, the enterprise fund, I agree. Like anytime we have an opportunity to find some additional funding opportunities and free up, it doesn't mean we're not going to spend it for building enterprise kind of things. It just means we have more flexibility with the spending of it. So I like that. And then lastly, I just wondered, have we heard anything more about the SB 73? I might have missed that in your presentation. That's for our parks and recreation. Is there another hearing planned or?
Nothing at this point. So we are just working with the committee members on potential fixes and ways to fix their concerns to see, and then seeing based on those if there's a desire to move that bill forward. So we're still
okay. Well, I'm getting a lot of interest from the public, so I don't know whether to tell them to keep sending their letters, and sports organizations are coming forward. All kind of groups are coming forward to support this. So I want to make sure it gets to the right people.
Yes, please continue to send your letters in.
Okay, and then lastly on that bill, and I brought it up more privately, but now I'm going to bring it up publicly. I want to make sure that the bill, that if there's an amendment to the bill, that the bill speaks to not just our city limits, but our city sphere. And that will enable us to work with the county. That will enable us to work with the county on areas like the Virginia Range, like areas that are near the city where we have interface issues on recreation, that it would allow, it doesn't tell us to do it, but it would allow us to do it. So those decisions of what we actually spend it on would of course be made here at our council, or through an annual plan that we adopt, that kind of thing. But I don't want to be restricted in, let's say, I'll use an example, the Virginia Range, we're trying to do an outdoor corridor. Part of it's in the city, part of it's in the unincorporated county, but it's in our sphere. Can we or can't we spend money? I don't want to get into a problem there. I would like it to be permissive. So that's something I care about. Same with Peavine, things that we really care about where our Reno citizens are using those resources. I'm going to add one more thought. If I have one more moment, Madam Vice Mayor. Okay, well, there's a bill right now, as you know, that talks about having the impacts of development in one county affect another county, and specifically our example is Story County development affecting Washoe County and housing and education and those kind of things. It recently came up with Verdi, which is in Washoe County, the part that's in Washoe County, that the people that are moving out there, the thousands of new homes that we've been either approving or in process of approving, those people are tending to use resources, recreation resources out in Sierra County, our next door county. And they are kind of pushing back saying, my gosh, this is a huge impact to our local trails, our local parks, and we don't know how to adjust. And so it's just a thought for our team. It's not only impacts on us, but we may be causing impacts on others, unintentional. And so just think about it. I don't know if the anticipation was that we would go extra jurisdictional and maybe address an impact in Sierra County. If it is properly Sierra County or any county that's along our Washoe County border where we are having growth, but it's affecting another county. So I know that's complicated, Dylan and Callie, but just something to be aware of. I didn't even know anything about it till recently. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Others? Councilman Reese, did you have? Go
yes,
ahead.
ma'am. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor. A couple of things. One is just a shout out to you, Ms. Wilsey. I've spoken to a number of legislators who have been very complimentary of the work that you're doing and the connections that you're bringing. So thank you for that. The second thing I want to ask about has to do with a bill you mentioned in sort of passing as to zoning. And I didn't get the bill number to write it down, but it has to do with allowance for, I guess, tiny homes or ADUs within particular zoning areas. Can you tell me what the bill number was and give me just a little bit more information about that?
So Senate Bill, it's Senate Bill 150.
And who is the sponsor of this bill, if you know, or I'll look later, no problem. Sorry about that.
Okay, but so here's what the bill did initially, Councilmember Reese. It would have required a governing body. It would have required all of us to allow tiny houses in all zoning districts that allow single family residences. And then it addresses tiny house parks as well. So what we've been trying to work on is trying to kind of meet that intent, understanding both from our master plan level, hearing about the need for housing diversification and affordable housing, but in a way that allows us to work with our community on the best place for allowances and the requirements that this body would feel would need to go in place for allowing those. So those conversations are kind of happening with the bill sponsor across the board.
Okay, and are tiny homes the same thing as accessory dwelling units?
So the way it was described initially in the bill is a tiny house could be any of three, it could be three things. It could be an ADU, it could be the actual single family dwelling unit, or it could be a tiny house park. So there's some definitional pieces that we were working through as well.
Okay, I guess for my part, I don't know what the city's position is going to be, and we haven't voted on it, but I do want to know more about it as it goes through the process. In an ideal world, I think it would be an opportunity for us to have a focused discussion on the importance of tiny homes, ADUs, granny flats, rentals, whatever we're going to call them. Because I know that last time this conversation was had in this body was prior to my time. And I know it was a very complicated and contentious one. And so if this is a way to have that conversation again, I signal to you that I am more than willing to have that conversation and believe from a zoning perspective and from affordable housing and even just a housing perspective, this is an important tool in the toolbox that we have not quite gotten our hands around.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. And I wanted just to add on to that a little bit. What we're really advocating for is to have the most amount of flexibility for local governments to make those decisions here. The understanding that, just exactly like you said, the value that these can provide, but wanting to work out the most flexibility so those can be decided at the local level to meet the needs of each local community throughout the state.
And thank you. Didn't you mention, Kelly, Ms. Wilsey, that this was going to be kind of mandated? It sounded to me like you had mentioned originally that it was going to be a statewide mandate kind of thing. Maybe not a mandate. Oh, are you there? I don't hear you.
But now,
can you repeat that again?
Yep. As the bill was originally introduced, did require it across the state. So it would have required a tiny house to be allowed as an ADU, a single family dwelling unit, and a tiny house park in all single family zoning districts.
Okay.
And so the bill sponsor, Senator Harris, has been very, very great about working with local governments and hearing us out and trying to work in some flexibility there. So that's where that bill stands.
Okay, thank you.
For my point, Madam Mayor, to conclude my inquiry,
yes,
more flexibility, I'm not sure is the ideal situation with ADUs. I mean, if I were waving my magic wand, the original intent of the bill, as I understood it, was to make it illegal to discriminate against ADUs. I think that's even was the language of the bill in zoning, right, to prohibit them. So I'll watch with interest and I'll let you take the lead, but giving much broad discretion all the time comes with its own set of challenges. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, just a couple things is I did hear some praise for Reno's support with the larger jurisdictions on an affordable housing bill hearing last week related to an issue we've experienced, which is the neglectful, oversight of aging out subsidized units and putting some catch-alls in there and reporting responsibilities so public entities can make those deals go in a different way. And I hope that bill is successful. In terms of that SB 138, I might have my wrong number, the plan unit development one, that's enabling. I don't think it's enabling. We want to get behind. I think other jurisdictions are not supporting it, although it's being pushed by Henderson. And I'll just say is we don't need a law to get changed and then a constituency group coming here and wanting us to change our PUD ordinance when, we just changed our ordinance and some changes I was advocating for didn't get into the PUD ordinance. So all of a sudden those jump over, when laws change and enable, the people who tried to get it enabled come in and become our interest groups, and then their agenda, comes in. And I don't think that's a good bill from my review of it either. I think that we have the tools that we need. We just need to improve our ordinance on our own. And I think they use it differently. So they're looking for different things. And I think those things are not preferable to our residents who look for other ways when these PUDs roll out. In terms of the public information and transparency bills, it seems like we always go in and work against them. And no one's happy with that. So I think we should stand down on those. I tend to like those bills and improve them, even if they put burden on the public, because I hear from citizens and members of the press also the difficulty that they have in getting records. And I think it should be a higher public priority to get records. And I just cringe when I see us opposing those bills. There was one that I asked in my memo, and I think I copied the attorney, about a bill related to informants. And we have a long-standing lawsuit about some informant activity. And I'd really, really like to have that bill and that issue briefed, even if it's in a private memo. The last thing is,
thank you. Can I interrupt you for one second? Not to interrupt you, but can we start talking about what the bill numbers are? These?
Oh, sure. I have it. That is bill number. Excuse me. That is bill AB 201. AB 201. I would like, and I asked on Monday for the city attorney's office to look into that and let us know about that in light of this case that we have, and it may have to be attorney private. And then the last one is Ms. Dewar mentioned maybe tie AB 73 if it goes with the sphere of influence, and I would not use that term. That term should be used in other ways. There's problems with it. It changes. We've got some real issues with that. So if you want to maybe be able to use that money outside, use, recreational facilities in unincorporated Washoe, that are used by Reno residents. The sphere of influence is a big issue coming to a head.
No, that's a great idea. That's all I wanted to be able to do, was to maybe partner on some, let's say it's Rancho San Rafael and it's something for us that's embedded in Reno. We want to help.
Yeah, we got some real sphere of influence problems. And then the last one, and I don't have the number, and I apologize, Ms. Vice Mayor, but it's related to abandonments. And there's an effort to streamline abandonments of certain types of easements. I don't know where it's going, but a constituent of mine was having a conversation with her state senator, who's one of our state senators this week, carrying forward an idea of, and we know this, when we make a finding, I think it's public, the public won't be materially harmed, we shall abandon. The shall, in my view, longstanding to be may, and she also believes that the discretion of whether or not could be, the public might not be harmed, but we just don't want to abandon it. We like the street grid and we think it's a good thing. So if there's an opportunity to get in those conversations about that one and on that section, I think abandonments, it's not shall, but discretion back to us. So it really is working on our discretion, trying to seize a little more discretion for ourselves on that one. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that has any comments? Okay, let's move on to a motion to accept.
All right, motion to accept the staff's recommendations, but I would at least change some of our opposition to neutral. And to Councilman Breckus's point, I support open government as well, and I feel always awkward when we're opposing bills like that. So what's a thought from staff? I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff report, but give some guidance.
Sure. I was just going to I think, there's no action necessarily needed. If you guys wanted, you could just approve the report, accept the report in general. I heard the feedback specifically. This is always council's opportunity. If you specifically want to change a position on a bill, you can make a specific motion for one of those that I would suggest from the whole body. So I guess that would be
I don't like us opposing the bill on wildlife since we're already doing it. We already obviously think it's important. So is there a way that we could either be neutral or supportive?
Sure.
So
go ahead, Dylan.
If I can jump in here. Miss Wilsey, as a lobbyist, like any good lobbyist would, has been working on this and many of these bills to find a way to sort of make it fit within the city's procedures and within the platform you approved. And I believe that she had sort of said that the position you line out is essentially what she is doing. What we would generally recommend, as somebody whose entire career has been up there, and if I may be so bold, what I would recommend is that you not take a motion to tie her hands in any direction, right? Because then to undo that position, or if something is not quite right,
I
requires
understand
sort of
where you're going.
delay. Yeah.
Okay, well, as long as you've heard us loud and clear, but Ms. Brex's point too, I don't want to be in the legislature opposing our own Northern Nevada delegation bills on things like accountability, transparency. Just keep that in mind. It doesn't play very well. We want to be supporting our Northern Nevada delegation, and worst case, standing down or being neutral, but it's awkward, So anyway, I make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
And there's a motion by Councilwoman Dewar, seconded by Councilwoman Breckus. Just for the purpose of having a quick comment, Ms. Callie, I really want to ask if we can talk offline, and I want to see if there's a way that we can make your report that you give us a little bit more easier to follow. And I would like to talk with you about that offline. So
Me too. I'm always working on trying to make that report better. It's not an easy one.
Hard to read, but it's also, I have a couple of suggestions, but Councilwoman Breckus.
Since we've been in the meeting, I received a letter from a legislator asking us to do a sign-on to a bill for a hearing on emergency powers. And I don't know if you had a report on that one or anything.
Yes, Ms. Black, Assemblymember Black emailed all of us.
Okay, maybe you could
there are a bunch of bills related to emergency power, so that is why I'm kind of having a pause. I would need to kind of look at it.
Okay, next time. Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, moving on, we have no ordinances for introduction or adoption. We also do not have any board appointments. Moving on to item H1. This is an update from boards and commissions from council members.
I do have something from the mayor, if I could, unless she is still on the line. She said that she would like to put on a future agenda. But what does she want to be on a future? Hold on a second. I just saw this.
She had mentioned to me, Vice Mayor Weber, about there's currently a vacancy on the Reno
Yeah.
Housing Authority.
Yes.
And she had mentioned about wanting perhaps another additional council member on there based off of the needs in our region, and had mentioned potentially Councilman Delgado. However, we can bring that back at a future meeting for council appointment.
Yeah, that's what she would like to do, is have it brought back so that there could be discussion about that.
Okay, we will get that scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other updates from council? Okay, my recommendation at this time would actually be for us to recess the council meeting, and then if we can just open up redevelopment and get through that approval quickly, and then we will go to recess until we come back for our 6 p.m.
That would be great.
Okay, so at this time, we will open the redevelopment agency agenda, calling roll call for redevelopment. Breckus? Thank you. Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
And Shivi, I can see Madam Mayor is with us. She's muted.
Yeah.
With that, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. The first item is public comment. This is general public comment reserved for something not specific to the redevelopment agency, of which we have nothing registered. Moving to approval of your agenda, there are no changes. We'll be looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Next item is approval of the minutes from October 28th and January 27th.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, next one is updates for boards and commissions for redevelopment, of which we have none. We have no general closing public comment. And at this time, we will be looking for a motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we are now going into recess of the Reno City Council meeting. As a reminder to everyone, we do have 2 6 p.m. hearings scheduled, so I ask that council return promptly at 6 p.m. so we may hear those before we proceed.
Thank you. Thank you all. See you then.
just, you know, being good buds. It's gonna be good, but grateful for the time that we did have, you know?
Yes, yes.
And I always look at it like that's the baby's. Be on the bed.
Yep.
Oh. Here, but I'm gonna send it back to you if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I kind of got briefed.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yes. That way you can. I didn't even see who's here.
Oh, did we not do H1 yet?
We did do H1.
We did.
Oh, perfect.
Yep. And Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor relayed your wishes and we just clarified. So that will be coming back at a future meeting.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay, good.
All right. And you do have a quorum. If you would like to call your meeting back to order, you may do that at this time.
Madam Mayor, did you wish for me to go ahead and do that?
Yeah, go right ahead. I'll just call the meeting right back to order and then I'm going to hand it over to you, Vice Mayor, to go ahead, and I will be here, but I'm also waiting for the vet so we can get prepared for tomorrow. So just go ahead and I'll be here with all of you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first order of business is, will the city attorney please read the agenda item?
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and City Council. Madam Mayor, this is case number LDC 21-00017, Santera Quilisi Properties. Appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendations for approval of one master plan amendment from plus or minus 645.98 to plus or minus 498.26 acres of single family from plus or minus 405.87 to 620.22 acres of parks, greenways, and open space, from 15.53 to plus or minus 9.84 acres of suburban mixed use, from 83.22 to 0 acres of mixed employment, from plus or minus 13.99 to plus or minus 25.72 acres of mixed neighborhood, and from 0 to plus or minus 10.55 acres of public, quasi-public. And 2, zoning map amendment from plus or minus 215.29 to plus or minus 199.65 acres of single family residential, 6,000 square feet, from plus or minus 427.97 to 298.61 acres of single family residential, 9,000 square feet, from plus or minus 13.99 acres to plus or minus 25.72 acres of multifamily, 14 units per acre, from plus or minus 83.26 to 0 acres of industrial commercial, from 15.53 to 9.85 acres of neighborhood commercial, from 0 to 10.55 public facility, from plus or minus 408.55 to 620.2 acres of open space, and appeal of recommendation to 3, tentative map to develop a 1,225 unit residential subdivision, and 4 special use permits for A, grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height. B, disturbance of major drainage ways. C, hillside development. D, cluster development. And E, major utilities. The overall plus or minus 1,164.59 acre site is located to the south and east of Interstate 80, southwest of Boomtown Garson Road, to the south of Meridian 120 South projects as designated within the Mortensen Garson Overlay District and is within the Mortensen Garson Neighborhood Plan Ward 5.
Thank you so much. I'll now open the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given.
Okay, do any council members have any disclosures?
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
can just note for the
Councilwoman-
record on correspondence that was received. We received 1 letter in support, 52 letters of opposition. and-
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Dewar had her hand raised when I asked if there were any disclosures. I don't know if you saw that. Madam, I'm going to go ahead and go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to disclose that, this is an appeal, and I had a chance to speak to both of the appellants for the 4 items. So, I toured the site on my own and with others. I visited, heard from both sides, as I've been doing for the last few years. If I'm going to talk to one, I'm going to talk to all. And so that's how I've been approaching it. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, and we'll go back to Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to note for the record, as you did ask if correspondence had been, proper notice was given, correspondence was received. We received 1 letter of support, 52 letters of opposition, and 10 letters of concern. Additionally, we do have 4 voicemails that I'd like to play at this time.
Great, thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am a constituent and opposed the Santerra Quilisi project, LDC 21-0017, which was rightfully denied by the Reno Planning Commission. This initial denial was because the applicant did not address overall community planning, environmental, and safety issues needed to ensure that the project complies with the statutory MGOD plan and meets overall standards. This project should be denied due to the same conditions and reasons that San Lucas project was recently denied. I have many concerns, but below are several key topics. 1, lack of public safety funding and proper infrastructure. This was a major concern in the denial for the San Lucas project and should be taken into consideration for the Santerra Quilisi project. The existing analysis for public safety personnel funding and infrastructure isn't inadequate, specifically to staffing fire station number 19. 2, preserving open space. The MGOD specifies areas for open space. Clarification in the handbook states it must be consistent with the agreed to plan, which shows the developable area. The current plan has hundreds of homes situated in areas identified as open space, which must be protected. 3, protecting the ridgeline. This is also mentioned throughout the MGOD. Ridgelines are still not protected in this project, especially on the southwest ridge. This specific ridgeline should be identified as prominent and protected from development. 4, water. The current plan is inadequate in addressing Tamwa to service 1,225 homes. Water resources are currently scarce, and this issue has not been sufficiently studied. 5, traffic. The need to improve freeway access is still not addressed or resolved. Traffic concerns into and out of Verdi, including I-80 impacts, are inadequate for safety, law enforcement, fire, and any and all emergency requirements. The Boomtown overpass is already inadequate for the existing traffic. Additional traffic is a threat to public safety. Proposing to use 2 overpasses as mitigation to this project is unsafe. There is no mention of major impacts to existing residences, parks, and public facilities that will be affected by this proposed development. Please record these objections for public comment, and please consider these during the meeting on March 24th. Respectfully, D. Karen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Nash, and I'm just calling to voice my concern over the Santerra Quilisi Properties LDC 21-00017 and the new development plan there we live nearby and are very concerned about water, traffic, and other resources. So I just would like to voice my opinion in opposition. Thank you.
I'm leaving public comment for LDC 21-00017, the Santera project. My name is Gideon Kaplowitz, and I've been following development out in Bird Eye for several years now. And the issues related to this particular project are familiar to us all. Most notably that I want to highlight is fire, fire, fire. Nothing that I've seen in the application or the discussion of the Planning Commission suggests that there's any adequate fire protection for this project. Of most concern is the secondary access. I just don't see it. I don't see how any of you can see it. Fire, fire, fire. Concerns about wildlife. The quote from Endow of wiping out the deer herd is quite disturbing. Police protection services. The Planning Commission failed to make the findings related to the provision of services. I see nothing in this application to suggest that has been rectified. Thank you very much. And to be clear, I strongly oppose this development.
Hello, my name is Jared Dillard. I'm calling to comment on the Santera Quilisi Properties, LDC 21-00017. My comment is about the natural resources of the area. I do spend a good amount of time in the area and have noticed where the deer will seek shelter when a large storm hits. It's actually pretty incredible to see that, the amount of deer that come down the mountain. According to the map of the proposed construction, a good amount of that area the deer seek cover in will be destroyed or encroached on, which definitely worries me. I know water is an issue there as well. Hopefully that will be brought up and discussed. But I really do hope our elected officials keep the public's best interest in mind when making these decisions for the general public. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment. At this time, we'll turn it over to staff for a brief introduction before we move over the appellants.
Madam Clerk, I believe that I am supposed to be asking about standing.
Okay, we'll do that first. I'll let the attorneys weigh in.
Do we have any issues as to standing to bring the appeal?
Madam Vice Mayor, this is Carl Hall, City Attorney. We do not have an issue with standing with respect to the developer, but I would ask that the other appellant, Ms. Argus, that she provide you with how she is personally aggrieved by the Planning Commission's approval of the master plan and zoning map amendment. However, having said that, if the commission, or excuse me, if council finds that she does not have standing, I still would recommend that you hear the appeal and make a ruling on the appeal so that we preserve that issue should this result in litigation down the road. Thank you.
So is in motion, is it that we can move forward or we can have her speak or we can make them?
Yes. So the developer does have standing, in my opinion. We can ask Ms. Argus to give her statement as to how she feels that she is aggrieved by virtue of the Planning Commission's recommendation, and then we can go ahead and hear her appeal as well.
Okay, so we should ask Ms. Argyris to come on to
Mr.
speak.
Hall, Mr. Hall, do you want to hear that now, or do you want the staff introduction, and then we'll hear that as an introductory statement to the appeal from Ms. Argyris?
I'd like to hear staff first, and then we can take those
Great.
appellants in order.
Thank you.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm fine with this order. It's just a little different. So from before, I'm fine. So you're saying you want to hear from who, Mr. Hall?
So first we're going to hear from staff. They're going to
Okay.
give an overall presentation. And then we're going to hear from the developer in his appeal. And then we're going to hear from Ms. Argus and her appeal.
So all before we make this decision on standing, or are we skipping that this time? Or I'm just a little clear.
When Ms. Argus starts to speak, initially we'll ask her to give us some information regarding why she is aggrieved and how she is aggrieved. And then we can make a decision on that issue before she makes her presentation. And then we'll hear
Okay,
her.
so one more question, if I may. So there are, if I understand it, there are two parties that are each appealing two different city actions. So are we going to hear one from on one set of actions from both, you know, from the party, and then answer questions, and then take the other appeals separate, or how? I'm just a little confused.
I'd like to help here. So we have two appellants. We have a bundled city action. It would be my recommendation that you take Ms. Argus first, in that her appeal specifically relates on her form to the MPA and the zoning map amendment. Now that said, the Planning Commission is a recommending body in those cases, and so it is incumbent on the council to make those decisions, which is why you see it listed first in the sub items to the item. So I would recommend that you take her
bigger
first.
thing, right,
Mr. Yes,
Thornley?
you can't resolve the tentative map issue without first resolving the master plan and the zoning maps. So I would recommend that you take her first, and then move on to Mr. Pani as part of her presentation, and not counting against her time. It is Mr. Hall's recommendation and mine that you ask her to expound upon the standing question.
Okay, so that's pretty different than what Mr. Hall just said, and that's why I wanted to get some clarity on this order of presentation and decision-making. So you want her to go first rather than the staff?
No, I want staff to go first, and then her as the first appellant, and then Mr. Pani as the second appellant.
But would we make a decision on her case first? I mean, they're not entwined in that they're separate cases, right?
Well, I mean, I think that they are technically separate issues, but it is a bundled application. And so, no, I think that you can hear from both appellants and then debate the issue.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're going to try to do this. We'll move on to the process, and we'll have Ms. Foose go ahead and give her presentation. She was here. Madam Clerk.
Gremlins are in the system. We've moved Angela back over.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
I'm back.
Hello again.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the council. For the record, Angela Foost, Assistant Community Development Director. I'm going to do a shared screen and walk you through an overview of the project. So to start with, again, Mr. Hall went through the long list of things that are up for discussion tonight, but I'm going to break it down for you in a simpler form. There's really 4 different applications. One is the master plan amendment that was recommended for approval. And again, Planning Commission makes a recommendation. They are not the final decision maker on a master plan amendment. So regardless of any appeal, the master plan comes before you as you as the final decision maker. The zone change, again, Planning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council. So regardless of that appeal, that zone change comes before you anyway. So the one thing that the Planning Commission denied was the tentative map and special use permit. Now, typically, a tentative map and special use permit stop at Planning Commission unless appealed. In this case, all of those applications were bundled as one application. So you are hearing everything as one application. There were a couple triggers for that special use permit. One was the cuts and fills. There's some areas where they have cuts and fills over 10 feet and 20 feet. Disturbance of major drainage ways. There's about 4 different major drainage ways on this site where they are crossing with roadways. That triggered a special use permit. Hillside development, there are parts of this site that are steep and slopes. And then cluster development, they have a portion of their units that are clustered, and so that triggers a special use permit. We also have construction of major infrastructure. So we have water tanks and major sewer lines and water lines. That also triggered a special use permit. Big picture, things I wanted to highlight for you is the zone change. And part of the zone change includes a complete shift in zoning. Now, I know we've talked a lot about on the Stan Lucas case, was a zone change required if they were extending the boundaries? In this case, there are a couple areas where they're going from one zoning to a completely different zoning. Those do require master plan and zone changes. I'm going to highlight some of those. Here on the existing zoning, you can barely see it, but it's on the very left on the west side. There's a strip of industrial development. That property, again, it's been zoned this way for the last 20 years. And so as part of this application, they're proposing to modify that industrial development and make a portion of it open space and another portion of it single family development. This area up here on the left, historically, that's been set aside or planned for an elementary school. Over the years, I'm not sure how, but somehow it got zoned industrial. Of course, we don't typically zone school sites industrial, so they're going to clean that up and give it that blue here on the right, which is that public facility zoning. And then in the middle, we had a mix. And initially, this was an area that was proposed for a little bit of neighborhood commercial and a little bit of multifamily. They're cleaning that up and making it more of a multifamily surrounded by open space and single family. And they're actually moving that commercial to the very right area over here, more of an entrance into the development. So that, again, give you an overview of the master plan zone change concept. In terms of the overall site, so a couple areas I just wanted to highlight so we all have a context of what this is. It's a lot of colors on a map, but I'm going to highlight some of the key things that they've provided. So one is that school site. That's a 10-acre school site. Again, that was always planned for as part of this MGOD zoning district. They are working with the school district to figure out how they're going to dedicate that land. And when the school is ready, Washoe County School District will actually build an elementary school. Regional park. This is something that was not included as part of the MGOD. We worked with the applicant. This area was originally shown as industrial development. We worked with the applicant and they agreed to show this area as an 18-acre regional park. At some point in the future, we're hoping that this could be either a Washoe County park or a City of Reno park. Ideally, we'd like to see some flat fields here, but we know that that is something that we're lacking on this side of town is big flat fields. And so the applicant has proposed to turn that into a park, and then it's up to us to figure out how we make it a regional park and long-term maintenance of that park. Next is a community park. It's a 5-acre park. Again, it's situated next to the school. Typically, we do like to see community parks next to schools. That way we can actually kind of work together if we have games going on, events at the elementary school. It's nice to have a park next door. So that was situated in that location for that specific reason. Neighborhood commercial, we have about 10 acres. And again, that's more of the entrance into the development for future commercial development. And then that industrial development that I've talked about here on the very west side, they are proposing to turn that into a residential zoning. And that is where they're proposing cluster development. So these are your smaller, more dense areas. They have about 248 units planned in that area. Multifamily, it's kind of a big area, 25 acres or so for future multifamily. And that could be apartments. It could be any kind of an attached housing product, whether it's townhomes or condos or duets. Future development, when they're ready to actually bring that forward, will be done through a separate application process. Trailheads, this is a big one. So we've got the Forest Service surrounding this property. We also have the Carson or the Tahoe Pyramid Trail. So they have provided trailheads for a lot of these trail connections. You've seen them in different locations around the site plan, and then the wildlife corridors. This was a big one for the Planning Commission. So they've identified those wildlife corridors. And when this went to Planning Commission, they didn't have a specific plan yet for how they were going to design those wildlife corridors. Since Planning Commission, which was in December, they have worked with NDOW. We do have NDOW here on the meeting line as well, that they can talk about how those conversations have gone and next steps for actually putting together a wildlife mitigation plan. Oops. And then access. There's two main ways in and out of this development. One is the primary access here on the right, and that is over the Boomtown Garson Bridge. They will be coordinating with the Meridian Development to put in 2 roundabouts and the light there at that primary access. And then the secondary access is on the very west side of the property. And this is next to the railroad. So this is a general alignment. When they come out of the development, they won't be crossing the railroad tracks. They'll be able to head north. They are working with the railroad to figure out specifically that alignment and work on easements with the railroad. When this went to Planning Commission, there were probably 4 overarching concerns that was discussed by Planning Commission. One of them had to do with just access in and out. There were concerns about timing of when that secondary access was going to be constructed, and also access to Village 12, which was that old industrial area that's now converted to cluster development. And then impacts to just Verdi in general. Right now, Verdi is known as more of a rural, typically people think of it as a Washoe County area, and adding this much density by nobody's, as we all know, is going to have an impact on Verdi. So they had concerns about how those impacts have been mitigated. Again, this has been planned for 20 years. So the key is how can this development mitigate those impacts to the best of their ability? School capacity was another one. At some point, that elementary school will be triggered. Washoe County School District did pass WC1 several years ago, and so they have the money to build the school. They aren't building schools until they are ready. So as part of their public facility planning, they continue to look at development and growth. And when this area is ready for a new elementary school, they will then move forward and build that. They did contact me prior to this meeting. They weren't able to be here tonight, but they just wanted to share that they're very much aware of this development. They have had conversations with the developer. There's a 10-acre site, so they'll be getting that site at some future point and building an elementary school when they are ready to build the school. Again, wildlife was a big one. A lot of discussions on how do we protect those existing wildlife that live out there now. Like I said, they've been working with NDOW for the last couple of months, and I'll let them kind of go into details about what that mitigation plan specifically looks like. And then probably the biggest one that we've had for topics in terms of development in the Verdi area is fire and emergency medical service responses. So similar to other developments that we've had in Verdi, we do have that fire contribution fee. Every building permit that comes in will pay that fire contribution fee. It's about $1,600 per house. And so that money will go into the city of Reno. We'll put that into a separate account. When the city of Reno is ready to build a fire station, we have about a 3-acre site that is allocated towards the city of Reno to use. But it is on the city of Reno's shoulders to actually build and man that fire station. So there will be a funding source. Again, as development occurs in this area, money will be brought in. But again, timing wise, it's really going to be dependent on when council chooses to move forward with building that fire station and manning that fire station. A couple things they are also required to do is put in fire sprinklers. This is a high wildfire area. And so because they're within an 11 to 14 minute response time, they're going to have to sprinkler each of the buildings. They have agreed to do that, and we've added that as a condition as well. They are in an area that we call automatic aid. I did want to highlight that. Again, we don't use that as a means to say how they were guaranteed to provide fire service. We have that contract. It's been in place since 2015. Trey Palmer with the fire department is here and can answer specific questions on that piece. Some of the other key conditions that we've talked about is, that stakeholder engagement process with the Verdi residents. When these guys submitted, they came forward in October. It was during COVID, so it was not an easy time to reach out to the cabs and the nabs and the neighbors. They were able to hold through Zoom a couple neighborhood meetings and to address some of the neighbors' concerns. They've also been working with staff for well over a year, meeting with us and talking to us about kind of some of the concerns that we had. Again, the big concerns were that industrial development. And then again, we wanted to see that regional park, and they were comfortable giving that as part of this development. So getting rid of the industrial and converting it to residential and open space. Traffic improvements. Again, this is one of the big things that the neighbors are concerned about. As part of the traffic mitigation plan, they will be working with Meridian and putting in 2 roundabouts before we get to that Boomtown Garson Bridge. With all of this development combined, we're at a level of service of C. And so with that level of service C, it doesn't trigger any improvements to the bridge. We are working with NDOT. I know that NDOT at some point does have it in their STIP to make improvements to that bridge, not so much for capacity purposes. It's just an older bridge, and over time they're going to have to make improvements to it. We do have NDOT on the line as well, so if you have specific questions for them, I will defer to them on timing of when they plan to make any of those key improvements. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay, so at this point in time, we will appreciate your comments and questions or comments. And I think next we will go to Ms. Argyris.
Madam Vice Mayor, may we ask a question of our staff?
Yes, why don't we do that? Yes, please. Thank you, Councilwoman Stewart. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you, Angela, I think it was your last slide, perhaps. I just wanted to understand clearly, you said the issues that the Planning Commission focused on and why they recommended denial, but I just wondered if you could, you talked about them broadly, and I think it was your last two slides. If you could just specifically identify, were they unable to make certain findings? What was it, something about the school that they wanted different, about the you listed these 4 issues of traffic, school capacity, wildlife, and fire, but what about those things? You could pick anyone if you want.
So in general, and they weren't unified in their comments, so I'll give you kind of a snapshot of some of the things that we heard. Traffic and access was probably one of the bigger discussions that we heard from everybody. A lot of questions on timing of that second access point. We all know that the primary access is over that bridge, but when that secondary access comes in, they had concerns. And so the way that they were conditioned is similar to Meridian. That second point of access is triggered at the 256th unit. And again, there was concerns about, is that appropriate? Are they gonna have to cross the railroad tracks? How does that all look? So there were a lot of questions about that design. Okay. From a school capacity issue, one, I think maybe even 2 commissioners in particular had concerns about the Verdi Elementary School and their existing capacity concerns. We didn't have anyone from the school district at the meeting to talk specifically about their plans, but since then, we have had somebody from the school district come and give a presentation to the Planning Commission to talk about their facility planning and how that works. Prior to WC1, and I'm just going to summarize their conversation, prior to WC1, they had no money. They had no ability to build schools. They had no funding source for new schools. Because WC1 has passed, they now have money and they have the ability to make improvements and to build schools. And so as development comes online, they are updating their facility plan and improving schools, making them bigger and adding new schools. The one thing that's specific about this MGOT area is that it's always been planned for an elementary school within this planning area 3. So that's part of this development. They have to have a 10-acre site set aside for the school. So that, again, they're going to be working with the school district on that. They will not, the developer will not be building the school. The school district will handle that piece. And they don't have a timing in terms of when they're going to do that. Again, it's dependent on how fast development occurs. If this development takes 20 years, we probably won't see an elementary school site for quite some time. If this development goes faster, along with Meridian and some of these other developments, then obviously that will change the speed of when that school is needed.
Okay.
Wildlife.
And then you had wildlife and fire, and if you could just quickly summarize what the Planning Commission's perspective was, I guess.
Yeah, so one of their big questions is, what was the wildlife mitigation plan? At the time of their submittal, they showed the corridors, but they didn't have very specific details of what the mitigation plan looked like. Typically, a wildlife mitigation plan looks at fencing requirements, vegetation requirements. Typically, there's some kind of educational component for the homeowners. There's signage. You know, don't feed the bears. In this case, there's not so much bears, but don't feed the wild animals. That type of thing. And there's typically also a financial contribution. And working with NDOW, again, this is not with the city, but with NDOW specifically. Oftentimes, as part of their mitigation, there's a financial contribution. So the developer, after this went to Planning Commission and that was raised as a concern, the developer paused this appeal, and this was pushed out till now, so 3 months later, so that they would have time to address those concerns. put their mitigation plan together and work with NDOW on that.
So just if I could capsulize, the point in time at which the planning commission reviewed this, apparently they felt enough detail and work was not done on these issues so they could make their findings. And you're saying maybe since that time, some of these issues have been addressed or partially or fully. Is that, could I capsulize it that way? I mean, at the time?
I think planning commission wanted those level of details. Staff had conditioned that they provide a wildlife mitigation plan prior to final map. Planning commission felt that they wanted to have that information before they could approve or deny the project.
Okay. And then the fire was the last one, I guess.
Fire, and that's the same, I mean, it's the same conversation we've had with, you know, Meridian and Stan Lucas and every development out here. It's response times. This development at the farthest end is about a 14-minute response time from our existing fire stations. So there was concerns on the timing of when the new fire station would be built. And Planning Commission does not make policy decisions, so they weren't able to condition that the city build a fire station, nor are they able to condition that this one developer, build a fire station. Typically, when we have big PUDs, right, that's when we have a kind of a different way of dealing with infrastructure and fire stations. But when we're dealing with these smaller developments, kind of piecemealing coming in, not a big PUD, we have to come up with something a little bit more creative. So we've come up with this fire contribution fee where every development that comes in pays that fire contribution fee at the time of building permit. We've conditioned it on several projects, even outside of the MGOD, but just within the Bird Eye area. We've conditioned it on special use permit projects where we have that discretion to do that.
Well, thank you. And thanks, Vice Mayor, for allowing her to answer. I'm sure everyone had basically the same question, is like, why did they do it? What were the problems? And where are we now? And then lastly, I guess you called, it's a 1,400 or more unit development, but you're calling that a smaller unit, I guess, as compared to like 2,000 or 3,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, the last two big PUDs that you've had, Daybreak was about 4,000 dwelling units. Stonegate was about 5,000 dwelling units. So in comparison, this is not a PUD. It's a very large tentative map by far. But again, typically when we have PUDs, that gives us a little bit more ability to deal with infrastructure, where it's not one developer responsible for everybody else's impacts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I see two hands raised. Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Acting Mayor. My question is, Ms. Foose, you said this is and I wrote it down, a complete shift in zoning, and that complete shift in zoning is why there were decisions for a zoning map amendment and for master plan amendment. Is that correct?
In general, yep. I think if we go back to the Stan Lucas case, they had two zonings. They had open space and SF6, and they were adjusting the boundaries of those two zoning districts. In this case, they're not just, but there are areas where they're adjusting the boundaries, moving out of the open space and into the open space. They actually are increasing open space, I think, by about 200 acres. But outside of that, we have an industrial school site that they're changing the zoning to public facility. So that's a complete change. That's not just adjusting the boundaries of the industrial development. That is a complete change in zoning. We also had that strip of industrial development on the very west side. That has gone away, and that's now replaced with SF6 and open space.
Okay, I understand that those are mapping changes or amendments to official maps, but there's a kind of a passing comment in the staff report that says if this is approved, a text amendment would be required also. What is meant by that in the staff report?
Yeah, as part of the MGOD, we have a zoning map embedded in our zoning code. That's not typical, right? Normally you approve your zone change and you have a separate process for that. Unfortunately, with this MGOD, there is a map in our zoning code that shows the zoning. So that would have to be updated through a text amendment.
Well, okay, so it's only the text to the degree that it is a map in the text. So, but that does have to be amended if these other maps, the zoning map and the master plan map, get amended.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and the master plan, yeah, the master plan is not part of the ordinance, just the zoning is. Again, it's not good. It's not, we don't like it. I would like to make that go away, but it is what it is.
Well, it's conceptually, I follow. You have two maps out there in the world. You have a map of the whole city with master plan land use designations. Then you have a map of the whole city with the zoning for every parcel, and we're doing that. But this other text amendment is to maps in the zoning ordinance. And I guess my question is, we have a process for text amendments, and the planning commission or the city council can amend those texts. And why weren't they told to request to us to amend those texts if that was necessary for their development?
That's a good question. I think looking back historically, how we have processed changes to the MGOD, we have required a text amendment as well. So I don't know that I have a good, clean answer for you. I do think it's messy, and I don't like the idea of having to go back again and do a text amendment. One thing, we do have an active text amendment now that was initiated last, I guess, a year ago, January. So that is still in process. Depending on how some of these developments go, again, we've got the Meridian, the Stan Lucas, and now this one. If we could clean, depending on how all of these votes go, we could clean up some of these zoning code changes as part of that text amendment that's in process.
We might get to it later, but if we have to make a determination that this, and there are determinations that this is in compliance with code, when you tell me, oh no, you need to change the text, I'm trying to get there. I can't make that finding. If I have text, I have to change. So it's later. I just wanted to understand that. Then there's also a special use permit for utilities. I've never seen a special use permit for utilities. Even something as massive as Stonegate did not require a special use permit for utilities. And there is not any discussion, as I could see in the staff report, related to this special use permit. Is that special use permit for utilities relevant a requirement in the MGOD?
No, just as a part of our allowed uses. When we have water tanks, for instance, that would be considered a major utility and require a special use permit. On a lot of those PUDs, that Stonegate you reference, for instance, they have their own set of allowed uses. So a lot of times they, specific to PUDs, they allow major utilities without a special use permit, and they allow that through their PUD approved uses.
Well, I'm looking at 1808-406 related to the MGOD sub 2, and it does say if you have a utility and it's really tied to sensitive stream areas, you need a special use permit for that. But you also have to bring a detailed grading plan in. Did they bring a detailed grading plan into where they are planning that?
They did. They submitted a grading plan of all the development.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
I can answer the question about the text amendment.
Yes.
Applicants are not allowed to apply to amend text. It needs to be initiated by Planning Commission or Council. So that's not something our code allows someone to apply for. So it would be done as a follow-up cleanup action consistent with whatever actions taken here by Council.
That's fine. I'm just wondering, as the gatekeepers, why they weren't made to ask us to do the text amendment or the Planning Commission and then come in later on the approval. It seems to me that that would have been a first move, because we have to make a finding that we're complying with code on this, and that's hard to make if that's on the to-do list afterward.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I'm just trying to understand procedurally tonight if we're doing 2 rounds of 3 minutes each for council right now, or are we doing 2 minutes of 3 after this, and then again after the appellant, and then again after the applicant? And then I'm just trying to understand when we're styled to ask our questions and make our comments. Are we doing it multiple times, or are we just doing it after everybody's done presenting?
I think these were questions for Ms. Foos. These were questions that they wanted to ask, that you all wanted to ask, but
yeah, which I will have as well. But I was curious if we were waiting till we got all the information and then we ask questions of whomever, staff, etc. I just want to make sure what, I have questions and comments. I just am not sure if.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I might, I think,
Yes.
you know, I think the going the 3 rounds on the 221 for the council right now makes sense in terms of eliciting certain foundational information from staff. We'll get into the appeals, and hopefully that will make for a cleaner record on the backside.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I wasn't sure if we were supposed to hold our peace or when we were supposed to bring it up. Okay.
So did you want to go ahead?
I would love to. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for all of your work on this. This project has been something of interest of mine and many in the area for quite some time, for a variety of reasons and concerns and pros and cons that we've all discussed a number of times on this council. I did want to give some level of props to those bringing this project forward. They went out to the community first to solicit some of their input. Thankfully, some of it occurred before the pandemic, before they even came in with any sort of project, rather than we always normally see where someone brings in a project and then they go to the community and then there's modifications. So I think they were very conscious of the sensitivities of this area and tried to be as proactive as they could on the front end. Understanding not all things are going to be to the satisfaction of all, and I'm not suggesting that. I just wanted to say I appreciated their efforts, because we, even as of late, haven't seen that same effort. So I wanted to put that on the record and say thank you for that. I did have a couple of questions. Can we talk a little bit about the fire service again? That to me is probably the most critical in this area. Can we talk about the secondary access road? When was that to be completed again?
And Madam Clerk, if we could also bring in Chief Cochran, I believe he's on the line, just in case we want to get into any specific fire questions. So the condition right now is for that secondary fire access at the 256th lot.
Okay. So there is sprinklers, which isn't a requirement, but it is on this project. It is proposed on this one. We have the fire impact fee. The secondary access, I have some concerns with the timing of when that will be brought forward. We have an automatic aid. Can we talk about kind of what an interim step? I understand when does the main station, when does this fire station get built, at which?
That is a great question. And that's really a policy question. There is no timing of when that fire station has to be built, because it's a city council decision. So we as staff have recommended this financial contribution. And so we'll continue to kind of put that money in a separate account. When the decision is made to build the fire station, it will be up to the city to actually build that station.
Okay. I'm going to hold the rest of my questions. I'd like to hear some more information on the remainder of the project. I think there's some things that can be done here that I think will really improve. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, and then we'll go to you, Councilwoman Doer.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, fire is always like one of my top issues for sure. I guess what I want to know, what triggers Angela to have fire sprinklers? Because I've seen where we haven't had that, which has always concerned me. So the fact that they're going to put them in, correct? Which I did not know that.
They are, and kind of two things, because they are in the 11 to 14 minute response time, that in itself requires fire sprinklers.
Okay. That's good to know. But what you're also saying to me, if we want to pull the trigger on a fire station at any time, it's up to the council that we can do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, really appreciate that. I just wanted some clarity, because those were really my sticking points. And then we would have that auto aid agreement as well, right?
That's correct. We currently have that automatic aid agreement, and I'm not going to put words in the chief's mouth, so I will let him explain what that looks like.
Yeah, and then Naoma brought up the sorry, Councilwoman Jordan brought up the access road. And so I really appreciate, you really paying attention to that. So thank you. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up a few last questions on fire just to get it clear in my head. So Angela, you said that each development is contributing a portion. And so to my knowledge, this has been touted or presented as the last development in this MGOT area. And my question is when we're all done with all of them, how much money will be in the kitty relative? Is it 100% of what it's going to cost to build a fire station and staff a fire station, or are we still going to be short? So do you know what the fire station would cost roughly and how much we will have?
So we estimate the fire station will be about $6 million. Again, you asked me for construction costs today versus a year ago, they're much higher. So that was a rough estimate based on the last fire station that was built. We also estimated density out here. We know that within the MGOT area, there's a cap of 3,000 units. If Stan Lucas, 676 units never moves forward, that changes the dynamic. Same with commercial and industrial development outside of the MGOT, just in general, this area. We had to make some assumptions about how development would come forward. We also put some language in though that allows us to modify that contribution fee. So if we decide that, Stan Lucas isn't going to come forward with 676 units, or maybe this development is going to be short 200 units, we can go back and modify that number and increase the contribution amount.
So what is the number?
So each house has to pay $1,608.
Okay, and then do you know about how many units we're thinking? I know there was a limit in MGOT of how many units there could be.
Within MGOT, 3,000 units is the cap.
Okay, so if we multiply these two numbers, 3,000 times 1,600, would that equal enough, do you think, to build a fire station? Like it would have to be at the last house, I guess.
It will not, because we also have commercial and industrial development that we anticipate coming. Within the MGOT, there's commercial development, there's industrial development, and outside of the MGOT, within the Verdite area. So we're not looking specifically just at these big residential developments. We took into account all development that we anticipate. Based on
Okay, well, I'll just wrap it up by saying this, that I would love to hear, it was either Trey Palmer or the chief, talk about auto versus mutual aid. We got that agreement sent to us. It was a long agreement, which surprised me. It had different areas on the agreement, different maps, and it sort of seemed to cut off. It seemed to have part of this area of Verdite, and I didn't see a map that covered this whole area. But so just to wrap this all up is, even if all 3,000 homes that are permitted in the MGOT contribute the 1,600, that would raise about what, 4.5 million. We think it might cost 5 million. You think there might be other developments coming in of other types, I think you said. I don't know if they also need to contribute to a fire station. But even if we got this built, which would be the last house, we might have enough money. We still have to operate it, right? And so we have to figure out in our budget based on property taxes or whatever, how to staff that and how to operate it. And just right now, and I hope to hear during the presentation, my concern is we still don't have, full staffing at Station 19 in Somerset, Station 7, or we have a skeleton crew. So and finally, we don't have a fire station downtown. We're still in a tent. So I just looking at all the priorities, I'm just trying to understand, if this moved forward, when there might be a fire station realistically. So I understand if you don't have that answer, but I would like to hear the answer on auto and mutual aid if you could help, or the chief. Or someone.
Councilwoman Dewar, and we'll ask if Chief Cochran are they on?
We have Chief Cochran available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor Weber and council members. This is Chief Cochran. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So just a little history on the auto aid agreement and the reason it looks a little different than some of the agreements you've looked at, Councilwoman Dewar. This dates back to 2015. I think it was SB 189 that was introduced that required the closest fire apparatus to respond to a fire in Washoe County. And I think all of you are around for that and will remember that. In reference to that, that legislation passed, and pursuant to that legislation, we entered into an auto aid agreement with Truckee Meadows, now known as Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue. Back then it was Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. That was a 2-year agreement, which we renewed in 2017, renewed again in 2019. It is up for renewal again. It expires June 30th of 2021, this year. So it will be up for renewal again. That requires the closest fire apparatus, in this case, TMFR Station 40, I believe, is the closest. It's the one out East 4th Street. And they would respond on fires only to this area. We would still send our full response from Reno. So you would get the TM rig in addition to a full response from Reno. And that is the auto aid coverage. It's just for fire. And I emphasize that because it's not for medical. This does not mitigate any medical issues out there. It just addresses fire.
Well, just so we understand, you have it's shaded Reno Fire Department, this area that we're talking about right now, and hashed, but then you have blue hashed. So are you saying, you just said Truckee Meadows would respond, but it's labeled Reno. So I guess I'm just a little confused.
Okay, and I'm looking at the map as well. Yeah, that's a Reno area that would be responded to by Truckee Meadows. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's Reno responsibility, but Truckee Meadows being closer would respond to it.
Okay. And the blue, and that's already Truckee Meadows, and they'll respond there too. Is that the idea?
Correct.
And that's all the time. That's what they do. If there's a call here, they will respond. Or do we have to call them?
No, there's a process through dispatch where they will be dispatched to that call. We don't have to make the request. It's automatic. Hence the auto aid aspect of it. But again, just for fires, not for medical. And I want to emphasize, this has been a series of 2-year agreements. It's going to be coming back before you, City Council, for renewal. We're going to propose that another 2-year agreement later this year. But we, the Reno Fire Department, do not rely on these automatic aid agreements in terms of evaluating whether we can provide coverage, because neither I nor anybody in the city of Reno has the authority to mandate or dictate to an outside jurisdiction what they have to do. In fact, the agreement is clear. If they're not available, they will not respond. So it does not play a role in our evaluation of whether or not we can provide fire service out there. And they are not considered when we evaluate the response time that Angela mentioned as well.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Dewar and Chief Cochran. Are there other questions? Since Councilwoman Dewar asked, is there anyone else that has a question for Chief Cochran on fire? Okay, thank you. We'll move on. I think we've gone the rounds. Councilman Reese, did you have your hand up?
No, I think Chief Cochran answered my question. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, we can move on. So let's do that. Mr. Manager, where do we go from here? Because obviously what I have in front of me is not the process. So if you would help me with this.
Well, I think that it is, but Ms. Argyris is your first appellant this evening.
Okay, and she is here with us?
She is moved over, and with a little bit of introduction, remember that the city attorney has asked that we address standing, and then she can be into her appeal proper.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can't see me?
No, we cannot see you.
That might be on your side. Can I start my video? Okay. Now you can see me. Okay. And this is not against my 10-minute time, correct? My okay. Well, one, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't fully understand what is being challenged here on my standing. I live in the area and I'm concerned about the community welfare, but I also worked on the Verdi annexation in the handbook. And it's very clear that the handbook and the MGOD are not being properly handled by the city or the developers. And my presentation is on the history of the development of the handbook and where cooperative planning comes from. Now, these properties had a plan for development, and that went through cooperative planning. And if you're going to change the plan, as a couple of these zone changes do, you have to go through cooperative planning. Now, we're not objecting to all the zone changes. It's specifically 2 of them that change the whole land use plan that was agreed upon when they were annexed. And the settlement agreement states you have to, or the settlement agreement requires development be consistent with the handbook, or it goes through cooperative planning. And that part of the settlement agreement never expires. And it's beyond me why the city thinks they can just go in and change all the master planning for it and the zone changes. That's why I appealed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, do you have what you need there in terms of standing?
I can give you more.
Well, I didn't really hear how you were personally going to be harmed or injured by virtue of this development. I think that's kind of the basis of standing, is how you're personally impacted by this development.
Okay, one, I live in the area and I have concerns about the community welfare, specifically fire, the wildlife, the water, traffic, and yes, that's why when the properties were annexed and a plan developed, all of that was to be addressed, and it's not being. And I'm aggrieved because it's not being addressed properly.
Thank you. So where do we go from here? Mr. Hall?
I believe that was the end of that presentation, and I see that Councilmember Reese has his hand up, so I think we can take his question and then we can move on to the next applicant if that concludes that appeal.
No.
No, I don't think it concludes.
That's just the standing piece. Okay.
That's the standing piece, right? And so the
Okay.
question, of course, is how are those concerns unique to Ms. Argyris? And so why don't we go to Councilmember Reese's question, and we can build the record from there on standing.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
I think Ms. Argis's initial point was one that I take well, which is that she is not a lawyer. I appreciate that. I absolutely understand that. And as a result, I don't want to set the bar very high. I think the problem is as a lawyer looking at it, I might not agree that she has standing, but we have not cleaned up our standing ordinances. We have not re-examined them, and we're going to have to do that before we have a real tussle over standing. So for my purposes, I will move that there is standing for this appellant, even though I do not believe legally she's met the requirements. I just do not believe that we want to get into a standing fight with a non-lawyer. We should not be using the law in a way that prohibits or hurts a person's right in this instance, because we have not clarified that law. And that's on us. That's not on the applicant or the appellant. That's on us for not cleaning that up. So again, I will make a motion that I can find standing under the circumstances as described by this appellant and leave it at that.
I will second that motion from Mayor Sheeby.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
So now you're into the merits portion of Ms. Argyris's appeal. So now she's into her timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Argyris. Go ahead.
Okay, share screen. Okay. Addie Argyris, for the record, I'm one of the people appealing the zone changes and the master plan. We're appealing specifically these two here. It completely changes the land use plan that was agreed to when the properties were annexed. You cannot, oh, I can't, okay. I'm having screen trouble with your Zoom. Hang on, sorry. Well,
Ms. Argyris, are you on a PowerPoint or a PDF?
No, I'm on what is happening is the screen sharing is blocking where I can change.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there I am. Thank you. Anyway, these two zone changes completely changed the land use plan that we agreed on when the properties were annexed. I want to point out that your MGOD does not allow zone changes except on the Verdi properties. And this here, the Verdi settlement agreement, requires development to be consistent with the handbook, or it goes to the cooperative planning. Now, this part of the agreement never expires. And there is confusion on developing the properties. The LDCs to date have not followed the handbook because the MGOD is unclear. The developers have scattered houses all over the place and think their projects are guaranteed approval. Now, the properties can only be developed in the areas that were agreed upon, the zoning districts. No development is allowed outside the established boundary line. Development can only occur when the city can provide the needed services and the infrastructure. Now, changes to this plan require cooperative planning. Now, cooperative planning comes from the annexation history. The property owners in Verdi wanted to develop their land at a higher density, but the county could not provide the services and the infrastructure was inadequate to handle the massive development. At that time, the city sent out this flyer and it said, if you annex in, we will give you the needed services and the infrastructure to develop your properties. So the Verdi property owners annexed into the city because the city promised services and infrastructure concurrent with the development. Now, the city also represented that annexing was a great way to plan and guide future development versus reacting to it. We had a land use plan and it was agreed you can only develop the properties when all the services and the infrastructure were going to be there when the houses were done. So I'm really off guard. Anyway, so other county properties were being annexed and the county filed the lawsuit. The Verdi property owners intervened. This lawsuit was settled at the Nevada Supreme Court. This is where cooperative planning comes in. The terms of that regional settlement spelled out the cooperative planning process for the annexed properties. Now, Verdi split from the regional and reached their own settlement agreement. Now, that agreement required the handbook, the cooperative planning process for the Verdi properties. The handbook set the criteria for where development could be, what type of development could be where, and more importantly, when development could occur. Now, the criteria of the handbook is similar to the findings. If you can't make the findings, the project can be denied. There are no guarantees. The handbook set an up to number for dwelling units. The number is not guaranteed to fit on the property when the criteria for development are properly followed. The cooperative planning of the handbook created the land use plan. This was the master plan for the Mortensen Garson properties. Now, the plan shows the zoning districts, and these have been referred to as bubbles. They're not bubbles. The exact boundary lines for zoning districts are to be determined consistent with the plan. Development in Verdi is not a free-for-all. A plan was agreed on. The developers in the city are aware of the special requirements to develop the properties. There cannot be development outside the established boundaries. You cannot change zoning. The dwelling unit numbers are not guaranteed. Developers cannot decrease lot size on flat land under the guise of clustering to make the numbers. Clustering is only allowed on hillside property. They were annexed for development if it was appropriate. Now, because the MGOD is clear, the court ordered the city to refer back to the handbook. Now, to sum it up, the Verdi property owners wanted to develop their properties at a density the area could not support. The county could not provide what was needed for the development. So the city annexed the properties, promising to supply all the needed services and the infrastructure concurrent with the development of the properties. Now, currently, the level of services and the infrastructure in Verdi remain the same today as they were at the time of annexation. There are no plans to fix this. Verdi is in a wildland urban interface area with the highest rating for fire danger. The LDCs are stating developments can rely on county for fire and sheriff. The county can't provide the services today any more than they could 20 years ago, and they shouldn't have to. You annex the properties saying you would provide all the services and the infrastructure needed. The automatic aid contract for fire to the area is very limited. Now, the developers have admitted the city can't adequately provide the services needed to support development in Verdi. The infrastructure is inadequate to handle development the same as it was 20 years ago. So in closing, the settlement agreement requires development consistent with the handbook. This part never expires. The handbook requires services and infrastructure to develop. The handbook created the land use plan, which set the areas for development and the zoning for those areas. Substantial changes, and there are two, as I pointed out at the beginning. Substantial changes to the land use plan require cooperative planning prior to the Planning Commission. The correct process for zoning changes has not been followed. Additionally, the MGOD does not allow them. As far as my standing, I'm affected by this development being changed to the industrial to SF6. And it isn't so much the change, but it's the process that these changes went through. And living in the community, the 265 homes on lots that are 4,200 square feet does affect me. It affects my water, it affects my air, the traffic, all of it. So the presentation isn't quite what I had presented, but I think I'll just say thank you and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Argyris. It was very good. So now, Mr. Thornley, do we go to Mr. Panier?
Well, Mr. Panier is certainly next. I think that if there are questions that would help clarify moving forward that you have specifically for Ms. Argyris, now is the time.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I hope I'm asking this correctly. I you know, this isn't my ward. I have not made a study of the MGOD, but what I think I hear you saying, so just please correct me, is that a specific planning process was not followed. I think you called it community planning. And therefore, what you're arguing, I think, is that the proper process wasn't followed per the MGOD. So in other words, they followed a city process, but maybe they didn't follow the process that was outlined in the MGOD. Could you clarify that, Ms. Argyris?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I took my sound off. Yes, when the properties were annexed, we worked for quite a while on the master plan for the properties, the land use plan. It determined where development could be, what type of development could be where, and the criteria for when development could handle or could start. And that was all through a cooperative planning process.
So
It
what
was-
is a cooperative planning process? I mean,
It
did
is
it happen here or not happen here?
It happened with the city, the property owners, Verdi residents, and Washoe County. We all got
But I mean,
together.
for this project, are you saying that the cooperative planning process
Planning,
didn't-
okay, yes, they're making several substantial changes to the plan that we agreed on. And if they want to do that, they have to go through the regional cooperative planning process to do it.
That was exactly my question, if
Yes, I'm
that's what
sorry.
you were trying to say. And then my question is just, who in your mind convenes that process? I mean, is it a certain
It's-
group? Is it the city?
If they want to develop different from what's in the handbook,
yeah,
the developer has to go to both the county and the city to
Oh.
do that. And they have to agree on a plan.
Okay,
And
that helps.
honestly, explaining cooperative planning to you, I really can't.
Well, no, you just did a good job. I think you're saying they missed a step. This is your argument. They missed a step and they should have gone through that process before they came to a permitting process with the city. I think that's what you're saying, but I'm done.
yes.
I think I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Dewar, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Argyros. Councilwoman Jardin, I want to ask for one moment, if we could not go refer back to Ms. Foos and have her comment on what was just said about the community. So I would like to do that, unless you want to go ahead and we'll ask her after. Ms. Jardin. Are you frozen? She was frozen. Thank you. Ms. Jardin, do you want to go ahead? I don't know if you heard.
I didn't, I randomly get kicked off from time to time. So if you see me freeze, which was hysterical earlier when there was apparently two of me mid smile left, it did the same thing. All of a sudden it will just kick me off and I have to log out and log back in. So anyway, I guess my question is to staff as to what this cooperative process is and what their understanding is.
Exactly. We just asked that. Thank you.
I am going
Thanks.
to zoom in on a copy of the settlement agreement that was referenced in the appeal. I'm going to highlight specifically the section that was referenced. And this says, applications will be processed by the city in accordance with the Reno Municipal Code and will not be subject to cooperative planning. So that is the settlement agreement. It also acknowledges that the settlement agreement has an expiration date. That date has passed. That the intent here was to put something into code that outlines how we incorporate county and city residents. And that has been incorporated into the MGOT. There is a requirement that all development has to go before the City of Reno NAB and the Washoe County CAB for review, not approval, but just for review and input. So that has been, as part of the MGOT, that translated and is still in place. And again, because this project.
Angela, thank you for just a follow-up. So just to be clear, because I'm looking at the line right above that where it speaks about tentative maps, special use permits, but the appeal is about a master plan change and the appeal is about a zoning map amendment, which are bigger than tentative maps and special use permits. So is your thought process that any kind of permit would skip a cooperative planning process, or it just says i.e. tentative maps, special use maps? So I think the argument is for a master plan change or a zoning map amendment, do you go back to a cooperative planning process? I get it, what you're saying, and it makes sense to me that for these sub permits, tentative maps, special use permits, et cetera, you would just go to the city. So do you know on that? on master plan change, on zoning map change?
Yep, so a master plan amendment does go before regional planning. That is both Reno Sparks, Washoe County, and Reno, and staff. So that will go through the same process that all master plan amendment go through, back to regional. The cooperative planning that is referred in this document from 20 years ago no longer exists. We don't have the same cooperative planning process that we did when that settlement agreement was in effect. So because
that's
that no
gone
longer
away.
exists, it's gone away.
Okay, and it was replaced maybe by regional planning?
Nope. It went away. So when you have an area that is next door to county, and this was one of the big issues 20 years ago, where the city was annexing property that was next to Washoe County. A lot of times we had large lots from the county and smaller, city urban development. So they came up with some standards to try and protect that rural county development, so that you didn't have 6,000 square foot lots abutting 5-acre lots in the county. So some of that was translated into different standards. And a lot of those standards were incorporated into the MGOT. It has to do with edge matching in certain areas. So lot sizes have to match. The MGOT specifically identifies where that edge matching has to take place. We also incorporated standards from Washoe County related to hillside development, protection of stream areas, lighting was another one. So all of that was incorporated when the MGOT ordinance was adopted.
But bottom line, the key thing, no cooperative planning anymore.
Correct.
Councilwoman Dewar, thank you very much. It was Councilwoman Jardin's request. So Councilwoman Jardin, did you have some questions?
Angela answered those on that front. I think that was, I just wanted to hear from staff as to any documentation and their interpretation of what that cooperative planning process was and its structure or existence. And so I appreciate that. Thank you, Angela.
And I should expand as well. Our applications do still get forwarded to Washoe County staff. Just as part of all our development applications, county staff has an opportunity to comment and provide feedback. And so in this case, no comments were received from county staff.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that great information. Are there other questions? Councilwoman Breckus.
Ms. Foose, I thought when we did the canyons last meeting, there was a statement or something in the record that while cooperative planning is more or less expired, we still apply it. And I thought I've heard that more than once in the last couple of years in some of these outreaching areas. So is that true? Is my recollection true? Or are you saying that it's just not a thing we've been doing or using in any way?
And Nathan, you and I were talking about this earlier. You have probably more history on when it expired from City of Reno. If you can chime in on this.
I thank you, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. The cooperative planning standards remain incorporated in code. In fact, they're almost duplicated in the MGOT overlay itself. But the process that once existed, it's been well over a decade, has expired. That we no longer, that was all removed from code.
Okay, thank you.
From code. Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions of staff, of anyone? And then we'll move on to our next.
One more question, I'm sorry.
Thank you, go ahead.
Just to put the final, I'm just trying to understand the basis of her appeal and what she's arguing, and so I can just render a judgment as being asked of us. So I think I just heard one of our staff, Nathan Gilbert, say cooperative planning was in our code, but then taken out of our code. And I got confused right there. So here's my concern. When Kathleen Draculich, the judge, remanded the previous case back to us on Stan Lucas, she said that we were looking at our code and we should have been looking at the MGOT. But what I'm also, and so we did, we took another look at that project against the MGOT and we made a decision. But now I'm hearing, well, no, one of the provisions of the MGOT, which was cooperative planning, was incorporated into our regulations, but then maybe expired. And I'm just wondering, does it still exist based on our last case? is it still in that MGOT settlement, and the MGOT settlement is still preeminent? Maybe one of our lawyers could help us with this.
Maybe I can chime in with that. So I think Nathan did a great job of clarifying. There were two things, right? There was cooperative planning process, meaning who reviews applications. When there's a cooperative planning process, this is what has expired. 2 decades ago, 20 years ago, when we had development, we as the city developed next to the county. We had a much more robust process where we worked with Washoe County staff. We have separate from that standards. So when we're developing in an area that, again, we have an urban area, typically you have smaller lots, you have more intense density, and you're up against a rural county area where typically you have larger lots. You want to make sure that you are creating a better buffer. So we still have standards in code today, and those are also in the MGOT, but they're also in our code. So if I'm going to develop a 6,000 square foot lot next to a bunch of 5-acre lots, that's not really a compatible use. So what the standards do is provide buffers. Sometimes they can be used as open space buffers, or there's requirements that allow for lot matching, so that you could do 5 acres would be next to maybe a 1-acre lot rather than a 6,000 square foot lot. Those standards are what is part of the MGOT and also part of code. But the process that we go out and say, Washoe County staff, here's our application, provide a staff report and comment on this. That doesn't happen anymore. We still provide Washoe County with our applications. They are not required to provide a staff report with conditions though.
Okay, and that's what our attorneys think too, because that was who I originally asked the question to. John, you're
Yes,
nodding, but.
Yes, for
maybe
the
you could-
record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Yes, we concur with Ms. Fleet's description.
And then for Mr. Thornley to wrap this up, do we have to make a decision on this issue that she's brought before us? And we have 2 separate appeals, so that was what I was trying to ask before. Do we have to say we agree or don't agree on the master plan and the zoning map amendment before we move on to the tentative map special use permit? That's my question.
I would say that you do not. I would recommend that you hear the entirety of the information and the advocates in front of you, and then you make a decision on the global application.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. And Mr. Panier, you're ready to go, it looks like.
I am ready to go. Thank you. Let me share my screen. We'll see how ready to go I am. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, Michael Pani, McDonald Carano, on behalf of the applicant Toll Brothers. Staff did a good job describing our 4 applications, so in the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead and focus on our collaborative approach and the additional efforts and significant enhancements that we've made to address the Community and Planning Commission comments. Verdi is a remarkable community, and we share our neighbors' desire that development be done responsibly and with as little negative impacts on the surrounding community as possible. So from the beginning, we took a different approach, engaging Verdi residents before design, being transparent and soliciting input on what the neighbors wanted and didn't want to see. We also front-loaded comprehensive studies typically done after tentative map, enabling us to identify site constraints and design within those constraints rather than pepper the project with conditions after the fact. This approach allowed us to design proactively rather than reactively by incorporating staff and neighbor input up front. One comment we heard consistently from neighbors and staff was a desire to eliminate the existing industrial zoning. While not required for our tentative map, Toll was committed to working with the staff and our community. So in response to their requests, we have proposed master plan and zoning map amendments, as Angela described. The amendments were widely supported at the Planning Commission and essentially do 2 things. First, they substantially increase the open space, eliminating 260 lots and hard zoning nearly 700 acres as open space. Second, we've eliminated all 83 acres of industrial zoning, replacing it with a 10-acre public facility site for the school and the 73 acres of single family on the balance. The remaining designations refine the MGOT boundaries to align with the tentative map. Again, these amendments were made to accommodate staff and neighbor requests, have been widely supported and were recommended for approval. Turning to the tentative map. As I indicated, significant technical studies were conducted prior to design, including major topographical, geologic, soils conditions, hydrology, major drainage ways, plant and animal habitat, tree surveys, view sheds, hillside conditions, slope analysis. The result of this analysis was a developable area map. It identified the areas best suited for development as evidenced by those investigations and studies. Having identified where we could develop, we then worked with neighbors to determine what we would develop. And the result was an improved configuration and a better project responsive to community input and constrained to the area most appropriate for development. One critical feature in evaluating where to develop was the desire to protect ridgelines, view sheds, and drainage ways. By constraining the development to the developable area, we were able to avoid development on the steeper slopes, limit development in the drainage ways to roadway crossings with spans of sufficient size to avoid any disturbance. We've met or exceeded all MGOD ridgeline protection standards. And with respect to the view shed, as you can see, most of the site in red is not visible from I-80. Additional protections are provided through setbacks, step-down lots, height limitations, and adaptive architecture. And I've gotten some comments, what does that mean? This is a conceptual rendition showing you what adaptive grading architecture can do and help make the home blend into the surrounding topography. Working within these constraints, we developed a tentative map with all of the features that staff described earlier, 1,225 residential units, open space, the neighborhood park, school site, etc. This slide depicts some of the conceptual elevations of the types of products that are envisioned for this unique site. Now, as you know, the Planning Commission was not able to make finding D because of uncertainty over EMS response, secondary access, school capacity, and wildlife mitigation. So Toll engaged in extensive outreach and coordination with relevant agencies following that meeting, confirming the availability of public services and securing answers to open questions. In addition, Toll has agreed to additional conditions of approval and community enhancements to address remaining concerns, further improve the project, and enable approval to move forward tonight. With respect to EMS response, following the Planning Commission, REMSA has confirmed that EMS service is available to the project. It's within their franchise response times, and REMSA has no concerns with the availability or accessibility of EMS response. With respect to secondary access, at the time of the Planning Commission, there was some uncertainty whether the railroad would grant a right-of-way for a secondary access road. Since that time, the railroad has approved the location of the access corridor and has confirmed it's agreeable to conveying a right-of-way for access in that area. Pursuant to condition number 7, we must construct this to the satisfaction of the fire department. With respects to schools, again, the school representative was not at the Planning Commission, but Toll has since confirmed that the 10-acre site we are offering is acceptable for a new school and that there is capacity in Verde Elementary in the interim. Potential traffic impacts have been a common question, and unless you're a traffic engineer, those traffic studies can be very difficult to understand. But in short, the project meets or exceeds all service level requirements at all intersections and all roadways. Most roads operate at levels of service A or B today, and as you can see on this map, after full build out, they will continue to operate at level of service A and B. These levels of service will be reviewed by the city, RTC, and NDOT with each final map to ensure continued compliance. Now, due to the location of the project and the proximity of nearer services, the studies have confirmed that 99% of traffic will go directly to the freeway. As a result, 3 intersections at the Boomtown exit will be impacted, and improvements will be constructed to ensure they continue to operate at required service levels, and I'll speak more to that in a minute. With respect to local streets, the studies confirmed that new traffic on local streets will be nominal and will have no measurable negative impacts. There's been some questions about travel heading west on local streets. In fact, the way the streets are laid out, it's far faster and more efficient to simply head to the Boomtown exit if you're heading west. That said, we have imposed a new requirement on Village 12 mandating that a traffic study be done before development can occur to ensure no impacts on those local roads are created. There's also been some questions about a peer review study of our traffic report. In short, our traffic study has been accepted by RTC, NDOT, and the City of Reno with no negative comments. And the additional traffic from the new Boomtown industrial uses have been accounted for in NDOT's required improvements. Now, the project provides the opportunity for new infrastructure and services which will benefit the entire Verdi community. In addition to the new elementary school, the project will require short and long-term improvements to the Boomtown interchange and surrounding NDOT road network. We've heard a lot of comments from neighbors about the need to upgrade these roads, and approval of the project provides the opportunity to do so. After the Planning Commission hearing, NDOT formally approved the Garson Road interchange traffic report and specifically identified which improvements are required. These include a roundabout at the eastbound on-ramp, off-ramp, a roundabout at the Garson Warrior intersection, a new traffic signal at the Garson Boomtown intersection, and an acceleration lane up to the bridge. As noted, the replacement of the Garson Road Bridge is identified on the 2024 STIP, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. And with these improvements, the roadways will meet or exceed all service level requirements. A number of public comments were received expressing concern over wildlife mitigation. And as I mentioned earlier, the development was specifically configured to create extensive and contiguous wildlife corridors. Following the Planning Commission meeting, though, we worked extensively and cooperatively with NDOW to develop a draft wildlife mitigation plan. That plan includes a fire prevention program, noxious weed treatment, fence design standards, public outreach and education, adaptive management. It includes over $600,000 in compensatory mitigation. And it's important to note that most projects wait until the final map to develop this plan because that's when it's required. But we knew this was important to the community, so we did it up front. NDOW is supportive of these efforts and proposals. The project also provides the opportunity for new recreational opportunities for the entire community. As I mentioned, 62% of the site is preserved as open space, and that's going to be maintained by the association. We went to great lengths to preserve old growth trees. There's a robust pedestrian network with trailhead access and connectivity to the Forest Service lands and Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway. I do want to emphasize, we are not cutting off access to the Forest Service lands. We've also included an 18-acre regional park site and a 5-acre neighborhood park. There were some comments about water service. Tumwa will be the municipal water service provider, and we will be extending surface water municipal supply to Verdi, which provides regional benefits for the community. So you are aware, we are exploring the possibility of SAD financing for water infrastructure, but no final decision has been made. And of course, any decision of that magnitude would require extensive further discussion with the city. Fire service is probably first on most of your minds, but I saved it for last because it warrants special attention. In fact, recognizing the importance of fire service, after the Planning Commission meeting, Toll re-examined the project and decided to offer a number of additional enhancements to further public safety. Fire service enhancements on the site include a new fire station at the entrance, which will benefit the entire community when constructed. Project will pay a fire service facilities fee of $1,600 a unit. We have a WUI wildfire vegetation management plan, which provides for defensible space, vegetation restrictions, and fire retardant home designs. Secondary fire access will be provided pursuant to the fire department standards, and no roads will be steeper than 10%. And as Angela mentioned earlier, we do have automatic aid response to this site. We will pay into the citywide police impact fee system for police service, and the project's estimated to generate over $24 million in net general fund revenue, which will help fund staffing requirements. In addition to these improvements, Toll has voluntarily agreed to add new conditions of approval. As mentioned, all homes will have fire sprinklers. This is now a specific condition of the project. Additionally, and this is new, Toll has agreed to convert a home to serve as a temporary fire and public safety station until the new fire station is completed. This will ensure additional on-site public safety protection for the residents. Also new, Toll has agreed to accelerate construction of the secondary access road, so it must be completed before the first C of O. The current requirement was the 256th unit. We're accelerating that. This will ensure secondary access must be completed before any residents live in the project. These new conditions provide important additional fire service protection above and beyond what was already in place. Again, following the Planning Commission meeting, we heard concerns from the community over impacts on local roads. Desiring to be good community partners, Toll has agreed to 2 significant additional conditions. First, we will limit the density in Village 12 to 1 dwelling unit per acre. This is a reduction of over 200 units. It will significantly reduce traffic and development impacts on local roads. This is in addition to enhanced access and traffic study conditions, which we are imposing on Village 12 as well, and I'll speak to those in a second. Additionally, Toll will contribute $150,000 to the city for public safety roadway improvements in the Verdi area. While traffic improvements on local roads is nominal, Toll recognized this is an important issue to the community and is offering these enhancements to improve local roadway conditions. As I mentioned, Toll also agreed to modify a number of conditions of approval to further address community comments. We've enhanced our wildlife mitigation requirements, strengthening condition 13. We've inserted the public review comment process for the final map. And for Village 12, we have specific conditions that say that village cannot be developed, even with the reduced density, until access is demonstrated to the city's satisfaction and a separate traffic study is performed to ensure no impacts. The result of all of this outreach and betterments since the Planning Commission is a better project that is responsive to and addresses comments from the community, staff, regulatory agencies as indicated. Moreover, as a result of these efforts, all the tentative map findings and special use findings can now be made. I would note that specific to the MGOD, the map otherwise meets or exceeds all development standards in the MGOD, including cumulative impacts, traffic, hillside development, protected open space, viewshed, ridgeline protection, etc. All standards are satisfied. In conclusion, this is a good project. A lot of time and effort has been spent listening to neighbors, listening to the Planning Commission, to staff, to regulatory agencies, to the community. Change is never easy, but by focusing on a collaborative approach, by adapting and modifying the project when necessary, Toll has gone above and beyond to ensure that change occurs responsibly. We have listened and we have responded, spending hundreds of hours and committing millions of dollars in modifications, concessions, enhancements, redesigns, and revisions to ensure all comments are addressed, all concerns are mitigated, all issues are resolved. This is a good project, a responsible project by a developer with an exemplary reputation for quality and community, a project that lives up to Toll standards, to your standards, and which we believe will be a source of enjoyment and community benefit for years to come. And if I may, I'd like to finish with a 1-minute video that gives you a good orientation of the site and the development. I'll stop sharing my screen. And with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we would respectfully request approval from the City Council of all 4 applications and are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let us move forward I believe we need to go to public comment and then we'll come back and have our questions. Does that work? Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we actually addressed the public comment right at the beginning on this one, so council doesn't have to go back to that. So
Okay.
you can move into your questions.
Okay, so then I should say that the public comment is now closed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And who has the first questions? Let's start with you, Councilwoman Jordan, and then we'll go to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the work and modifications that have been made since the inception of this project and the process that you used and listening. You've made some very significant changes between the Planning Commission and now, and many of the concerns, and again, I don't think we will mitigate everybody's all the time. The issues surrounding fire, that secondary access and that interim station, I think are huge. The fact that you are, per many people's requests, reduced the density in Village 12, that is a big part of the gateway into our city, and the surrounding neighbors do have the larger lots. And I think reducing from 248 down to 48 units on 48 acres, which means 1 per acre. There's no clustering, as I understand, correct? Okay, that's a big concession as well. And I appreciate your listening to all of us that had concerns with that. That was a big concern with many. The developer's contribution of $150,000 towards the city's roadway, I think those are important safety improvements that we need to always keep our eye on. The one thing I didn't hear in here, and I'm not going to try to kid everybody that this is an affordable project, although there are parts of it which it says it could be more of a multifamily, which could be some attached units, some different things near the school. I didn't hear anything about anything towards affordable housing. Can you make any comments on that front?
I can, and thank you for those initial comments as well. You're correct. The densities that we have and the extensive open space really don't facilitate the higher density that you need for an affordable housing component. We initially intended to address that with the cluster development in Village 12, but we understood the neighbors' concerns and were willing to sacrifice the density there in order to accommodate their goals. That said, we watched the discussions of the council a couple of weeks ago. We know how important affordable housing issues are to the city, and I did have conversations with the developer in advance in case this question came up, and Toll does desire to be a good community partner, and they are willing to offer an additional condition to provide a donation of $500 per residential unit at the time of building permit. If affordable housing is a hang up for any of the council members, we're more than happy to make that offer.
Thank you for that. I think it's a community. I think it's a community hang up, for lack of a better term. We just carry forward the concerns and the voices of our community, and that's certainly one that has been expressed numerous times. The hard zoning on the 750 acres of open space, that's a big deal as well. I know in the meetings we had with a number of the group that we convened in the Verdi Somerset area, I know there was lots of discussions about the elimination of the industrial and the preservation of the open space. And so I appreciate the hard zoning on that open space. That's important. And frankly, the 12 units the 48 units versus 248, that kind of starts to remove some of the uncertainty of the what if might happen down the road. It locks things in where the neighbors and everybody can have a clear understanding of this project forever. So I appreciate that. I'll stop my questions now. I think that the concessions that you have made, the changes since the Planning Commission have really been significant, and I appreciate all your efforts in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. So the first finding, and I'm really just spending time on the findings. The first condition of approval for the tentative, because that's the only one that you can condition, says the project should comply with all applicable city codes, plans, reports, materials, etc. as submitted. So what we know right now is that if we approve this master plan and zoning, it doesn't comply with city code because a text amendment is needed. And I guess my question is that a catch-all then? Because say, for example, today, the master plan and the tentative are approved, but it's not meeting that other code. And then say in, I don't know, 3-4 months, that text amendment comes through and it's turned down. And they have a vested right towards this tentative. Will they be able to, would someone be able to point to this, say apply with city codes and say you can't exercise your tentative if that text amendment doesn't go forward?
Who will be answering that?
I'm happy to start with a response and then staff can join in. Obviously, a zoning change is done by ordinance. So if you approve this zoning change, you're doing that through an ordinance. And so that would, in our position, supersede any conflicting ordinances that were adopted previously to it. But obviously, you're going to want to hear from your staff on this point as well.
Yes, Ms. Fuchs, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. And this is a multi-step process because we also have that master plan amendment. It does have to go all the way up to regional, and then that text amendment has to take place. So the tentative map, portions of the tentative map can stand alone without the zone change in master plan. There's elements within the existing zoning, within the SF6 zoning and open space that they can build their tentative map. There's areas, for instance, on that very west side that's industrial, where if that master plan zone change doesn't go through, they can't build that portion of their tentative map.
I guess my concern is taking off of the appellant, Sargis is the appellant, is, she's outlining this process that she understands was, part of the approval here. And it is rare that it's embedded into code, and we do have it embedded in code. And for me, I feel that the text amendment has to go simultaneously with the master plan zoning amendment, and the tentative has to hang out there until that is done. That's how I see it. And I think that you can't make the finding that it complies with code, the tentative, if you haven't changed the code and it's not in harmony with the code. So I'm really, really struggling with that. But on the master plan alone, and there are some overlapping findings, and I don't know if we're just doing the master plan or the tentative right now. I want to ask a couple questions. And so I don't know, tell me if I'm out of line with my kind of questions. If I frame them broader, they're master plan zoning. So I think they can be discussed both, but more specific are the tentative findings. I have been, and I'll just start with one very specific piece of infrastructure. When I came onto the city council in 2012, I picked up the regional transportation plan, and I saw that the overpass there, over the NDOT overpass, rated pretty highly. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. Well, it has fallen way off, and it has not gotten any funding. And while I see NDOT phrases their phraseology, like, we don't do land use, we do tell you what to do, and it's on the STIP, but a lot of things can be on the STIP. And one of the other approvals we had out here showed some video that was very disconcerting to me of the safety of that overpass in terms of conflict, but then also structural. I was concerned about it. So I see NDOT's on tonight, and I just like to know where are we at on getting that overpass done, because I just cannot see approving this unless that overpass is under design and funded on some funding program. I find it that dire.
This is Amanda Caligari for the record, project management with NDOT. I understand your concerns, Breckus. The Garson Road structure is not structurally deficient. I would agree that it, is not, it doesn't have sufficient width to say fit pedestrians on it, but it is structurally sufficient, and we have determined that it can fit the amount of traffic on it that was proposed and shown in the traffic study, the interchange traffic study. As far as the STIP, yes, it has been on the STIP for several years. And of course, yes, we'll give you the same song and dance that it is determined, it's based on funding when that structure will get reconstructed, and it has to be prioritized with the rest of the bridges in the state. Unfortunately, because it is structurally sufficient, it won't be built in the next couple of years. And we don't know when it will be prioritized first, because bridges that are structurally deficient will be placed before it. So if you have any other specific questions, I'd be happy to ask.
I do, and if I could just follow up, and then maybe someone else would have a question for NDOT. Short of reconstruction for the structural needs, it's just since we first started identifying growth out here, we've had all the warehouses on the north side build out. So I presume we're having more truck traffic, and now we're looking at residential, and the conflict and the safety just frightens me so much from the evidence I've seen in previous hearings and the testimony. Is there any sort of design that you have identified that could do some sort of, I don't know, safety retrofit for multiple users on just that stretch?
Well, all of the traffic in the entire area, both on the north side in the warehouses you spoke of and in the south side, all of that traffic was presented and included in that interchange traffic report that the department reviewed, and we subsequently approved. Our traffic operations folks reviewed it and approved it. The bridge has been servicing trucks adequately in the past, and I know just 2 years ago, we did a resurfacing project there. So it does have a new surface on the structure, but the substructure of the bridge is sufficient to handle the traffic that is being proposed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Is there other questions of Ms. Calgary? Not of her. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Calgary. We'll go to Councilman Reese. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The structure of the hearing is leading me to have to lay out my questions in a certain way. So I want to sort of direct my questions first to Ms. Foose about the zone change and the master plan amendment. So as to those two issues, Planning Commission agreed to the recommended changes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and these are primarily focused on the change from industrial to a different use. So in this case, industrial on the Village 12 side to residential, and then up above on the school site from some kind of strange designation that we don't know how it got there to schools. Is that correct?
Correct. And then there's also within the single family, that yellow area that we saw in the zoning map, they're taking away about 200 acres and changing that to open space.
Okay, so I guess and again, I'm going to compartmentalize because it's very complicated not to do that. I think as with all planning decisions, some folks can use certain rules to try and achieve an outcome. I'm trying to focus on the bigger picture. As to the master plan and the zone change, these seem like great things. These seem like things that we would want. We don't want industrial along our corridor as you come into Reno and where that railroad was. I assume that's why Planning Commission voted in favor of this piece of it. So as to this issue, and there are some other issues, and as to this specific thing though, the master plan and the zone change, I am comfortable with what the Planning Commission recommended, and that's how I will be making my decision on that part of it. The second part of this is about the tentative map, and it is to those things that all these other peripheral things start to happen: fire safety, traffic, density, all these things. So from my perspective, because of the way that we set up the hearing and smooshed it all together, some of what I want to ask about is being lost, and I want to ask about my questions on the tentative map in my second go around. But have I, with you, Ms. Foose, accurately understood the specific issue with the tentative map only? I'm sorry, with the master plan and the zone change?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And then since I have a little bit more time on my 3 minutes, I want to just make sure if one of our attorneys can open up their screen or talk with me. So as a lawyer, right, when someone raises an argument, my training says that you're supposed to answer that argument. And if you don't answer that argument, you're conceding to it in some way. Or if the argument has been resolved, then you move on. And as to this point, I'm trying to understand, Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall, the argument raised by the appellant appeared to me to be almost exclusively about this concern over the way the process happened. The question with planning, cooperative or otherwise. And it appeared to me that our staff identified the legal document, the requirement. And am I correct, Mr. Shipman, that you agreed with our staff's analysis? And from legal's perspective, we have resolved to the satisfaction of the city, from a legal perspective, that issue about the process.
Yes, for the record, John Shipman, that is correct.
Okay, so again, the process has been resolved. The planning commission's recommendations on the master plan and zone change have been resolved. And now my focus for the remainder of my time is going to be on tentative map conditions related to some of the other important things. So I'll pass my time. I just wanted to explain where I was coming from, because it is a complicated issue, and I want to just stay very focused on the things that are in front of me.
Thank you so much. And we're talking 3 minutes. So Councilwoman Dewar, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Jordan.
Sure. I, like Councilmember Reese, I'm doing the exact same process. So I'm trying to focus on the master plan and the zone change first. So on our document, our staff wrote, while the agreement, meaning MGOD, expired in 2012 and is no longer applicable, the Mortenson-Garson Overlay District was adopted into city policy and code through the MGOD standards and corresponding base zoning. And this is where I'm still confused, because we just had this remand from the judge saying it did not expire. You still have to use it. And so I don't want to take a lot of my time, but I know, John, you already answered this question, but it's written right in the staff report, and I'm so confused. The judge just said no. So maybe we just disagree with the judge. Could we just say that?
Well, so just quick little background here. So is the difference between cooperative planning and the MGOD as it was codified. So the MGOD handbook and the settlement, that document is the legislative history that the court wants the city to look to and the city council to look to for, as what Ms. Foose was talking about, a lot of the development standards that really, that document detailed for that area. The planning function, the joint planning between the city and the county, that was kind of separate and apart from the settlement, and it was a bigger issue, and that has pretty much been disposed of.
Okay. Well, would you just say that you maybe disagree with the judge? I wanted to just get a yes or no, and then I wanted to ask my questions on the master plan and tentative map here. But we could skip it. It sounds like it's still a confusing issue, and I don't want to use up all my time. So I'll just bring up my master plan. I'm sorry, John, I'm under a time clock here. I'm sorry. The master plan has several criteria, 5, 6, and 7. One talks about the amendment will not have a negative effect on adjacent properties or on transportation services and facilities. And yet when I was out there, it seemed like they are going to have impacts on this South Verdi Road. So hopefully we'll hear something about that. On criteria 6, it talks about minimal effect on service provision, compatible with planned service provision and future development of the area. I think my biggest issue is just, it is being done piecemeal, and we're saying we're trying to collect money to try to address a fire station, address a school, deal with it when we get there. And yet the MGOD seemed to contemplate some kind of, even if cooperative planning is out, some kind of like thorough planning where these things would be kind of thought through contemporaneously. And then evaluation criteria 7 talks about public health, safety, general welfare of the people of Reno. Doesn't talk about necessarily the people of Verdi, but part of the areas in Reno. So I wasn't really sure about that. And so I'll just leave it out there. And then the zoning map, we still have apparently mass grading on 30% slopes, and I would like to see that addressed. Arlo told me it was because it was, quote, isolated. I don't really find it to be isolated, so I'm hoping we deal with that. And then two more things. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm
okay,
sorry.
it's okay. I'm trying to race through, but.
No, you did a great job.
Okay.
Moving on, let's see. Who has been able to talk this round? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Jordan.
It's okay. I know sometimes when you have to jump through screens, it's hard to see who's got their hand up, so I appreciate that. I wonder if Angela, I know you and I have had lengthy conversations, which have kind of brought forward a lot of the concerns of the neighbors. Do you have a summary that you could put up of, encapsulates some of the modifications and the things that the proponent has brought forward here today since the Planning Commission, and then some of the things we've discussed here today? I think there's a lot of moving parts, and I'm not sure that everybody at home is following along. I don't know that that small print is going to help either. Do we have a summary that has the interim station, the Village 12 density, the secondary access road? Do we have something a little more concise? I understand the redlining.
Oops. Yeah, maybe what I can do, I can summarize this just verbally. The bigger concerns, I think that we've heard and that we've heard the applicant offer up related to fire. So we can add a specific condition that residential fire sprinklers have to be required in every home for the life of the project. Again, that typically is only required if you're not within that 6-minute response time. If the concern is that once a fire station is built, these homes will be within the 6-minute response time, we can still add that condition so that at any future time, all homes will have fire sprinklers. The residential unit, I guess we're calling it, for a temporary fire station. This was similar to what we've done on other projects where the applicant will basically temporarily offer up a house that will be used as a residential fire station. They won't have, they won't respond to fires per se, but they'll be able to respond to medical. So it kind of takes care of that need. The concern we heard about the timing of that secondary access. Right now, it's triggered to be required at the time of the 256th unit. It sounds like we could, there's a desire to make it required with the first unit. So by the first certificate of occupancy, that secondary access road has to be constructed. The affordable housing component, again, similar to what we've done on other projects, at the time of building permit, when a house comes in for a permit, they have to contribute $500. That goes into a city fund, and then the city can choose to use that for affordable housing as they choose. I'm going to go ahead and do a stop share.
Now, Angela, can we maybe ask the toll representative, can we ask Mr. Panyi to clarify on the affordable housing? I mean, he had asked us how important that was. I would say that's critically important. And I wasn't sure that what the per unit, because they came down 200 units, but then I heard a number. Can we get them back on to talk about the per unit contribution and the importance to the community and the council?
Yes, Councilman Jordan. We were off camera. I was having a little discussion with the client about that. And I had forgotten in the last discussion you had a couple weeks ago, I think on the Lucas project, I think you were looking at $1,000 per unit contribution. And so I have confirmed with the client that they are willing to increase it to 1,000 given the reduction of the density, to try to, kind of maintain that community relationship with the city, knowing how important it is, and to try to keep that aggregate contribution donation is, in the higher level. So they are comfortable increasing that to 1,000 a unit.
Thank you for clarifying. I was a little confused because you referenced that prior, and then I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah,
And
my
then Angela,
apologies.
I think you covered all of it. Did you put in the 150,000 for the safety and road improvements? Yes, there's a dog climbing up in my face right now.
So yes, that is the other one, that $150,000 will be donated to the city of Reno for roadway safety improvements within the Verdi and MGOT area. And that can be triggered at the recordation of the first final map.
Okay. All right. I'm taking notes feverishly. The redlining is obviously very, very important, but I wasn't sure we kind of captured the summary. Thank you for summarizing that. Thank you.
And then one more, I think we got this, but the density reduction in Village 12.
Yes.
No more than one dwelling unit per acre.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other council members that wanted to ask questions in this round? Okay, we'll move on to the next, in this round.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll go back to the next round. And I think, Councilman Reese, were you the first to start off? Or was it Councilwoman Breckus? Councilwoman Breckus.
I'll defer to Ms. Breckus.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I'm still confused. Are we doing tentative map findings or are we doing master plan zoning?
Well, you have another round of questions, so you can ask your questions.
Okay, let me ask.
Go ahead.
Question. There's procedures in here for amendments, interpretation, and exceptions. And I'm wondering if any of that is applicable, because we are amending what's in the overlay. And so are we working under those sections, or are we working under just straight zoning map amendment and master plan? Because you said we're going to come back and do a text amendment later, and I'm having the hardest time with this text amendment to come forward. And is it only to maps, or is it to some of these procedures, or is it also to access points?
Just for everyone's reference, within those MGOT standards, at the very end, there are administrative amendments. And there's about 6 different criteria that they qualify as an administrative amendment. Most of those have to do with density increases. Again, specifically to the MGOT, there's a density cap of 3,000 units. Within that MGOT, it's also called out within each planning area, how much density you get within each parcel, and by property owner, how much density they get. So if there were to be some density transfers between planning areas or between areas that were called out for certain densities, that process is outlined within the MGOT. What we're talking about today is a complete change to the zoning and the master plan. So that follows the standard process. Again, we're going from industrial to single family. We're not talking about just moving the boundaries like we had in the San Lucas case.
Well, I guess the question I'm having, and I always saw this as a PUD that was embedded into the code, is that if we're not using those ones outlined, we're using this other one. Are we just at this point taking away the whole MGOT document, and we should be doing this through the text amendment work and not through a development request work, which involves, some development rights? That's where I'm very hung up, but I'll leave that aside. I think I'm seeing it one way. I think I'm seeing it, although I don't see the cooperative planning, I think I'm seeing it the way the applicant, who seems to have a lot of history going back, sees it. But let me ask you, on a drainage issue for the NDOT folks, one of the hearings we had over on this side of the freeway a while ago was just large ditch drainage down into the right of way. What drainage facilities will they be required or are in place off this hillside? And then where does the water go to get to the river or wherever it goes? Because one of the findings is water and environmental conditions about sedimentation, that sort of thing.
So are you asking about an NDOT encroachment?
Yeah,
or are you
I
asking
am wondering how NDOT takes care of the water, because I think it goes through or under on their facility, presumably to the river.
This is Amanda Caligari, NDOT Project Management for the record. It is my understanding that most of the water coming off of this facility makes it to the steamboat ditch. I could be incorrect. We haven't seen anything from the developers or the developer's engineer that we have had to review. So I can't speak to that any more than just what I see from looking at the area.
Is that true that the preliminary hydrology shows it going to the steamboat?
And Nathan, if you're still on, can I have you chime in real quick on the drainage?
Yes, for the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That would be addressed specifically in condition number 11, which requires, also for the record, yes, it does drain to the steamboat ditch. Condition 11 requires an enhanced analysis for a geotechnical stability analysis, hydraulic and hydrologic analysis related to the existing steamboat ditch to identify points of stormwater and concern, and C, canal embankment breach analysis to determine the risk of flood inundation as a function of location along the length of the ditch.
I think there's a study going on of the steamboat ditch that looks at capacity issues. Has that been completed? Did that come in under the review?
I don't believe so, but I'd have to defer to an engineer on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckes. We have to move on. Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weber. I want to ask about tentative map finding section G. G is in good. This has to do with the existing public streets and the need for new streets. So is there a map that can be shown? I want to make sure I'm clear on something as it relates to the secondary access point, the reduction of units from Village 12 from, I think it was 248 down to 48. Okay. So let me understand something. It sounds like we've gotten as far as we're going to get with NDOT in terms of the bridge that goes from Boomtown over and across and into the Meridian property first. The bridge is structurally sound and it can hold the traffic that's planned for it. As to the area on the secondary access, there was like a jog in the road. I went out there with some of the residents and it's like an S curve. Is that getting cleaned up in this process? What can you tell me there? Because that is something I want to have addressed.
It is, and mine's just a really conceptual, cartoony drawing. Mr. Pawnee, if you can pull up maybe your map that shows your road design. You had one that was zoomed in that actually is probably better.
Sure, let me share my screen again. Let me get down to the. Oh, that should have worked, but it didn't. Sorry, I'll scroll up to it. Is that the one you're referring to, Angela?
There we go.
Okay, so the S is going to be eliminated and you're going to straighten out access on what is essentially an extension of Gavika Lane onto Crystal Park Road. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and where does the secondary access come down the mountain? Or I don't know how to say it other than to say it that way.
Yes, that's probably an accurate description. It's going to come down from the plateau through that corridor connecting into Crystal Park Road with the improvement. That will become a T intersection. So we'll get rid of that kind of jog, that hook will improve that intersection as part of the secondary access improvements.
Okay.
And I believe there's a specific condition, condition number 10, that sets forth that requirement. It has to be done before the first C of O.
And then Ms. Foose, who owns South Verdi? Is it South Verdi Road?
South Verdi Road, that is a Washoe County road.
Okay, and is it always to be a Washoe County road in perpetuity? When might it come to be our road, if ever?
Yeah, so there's state law to that, and if I'm trying to make sure I say this correctly, I believe it's once there's development or it's in the city boundary on both sides of the road, that I believe is when state law triggers that it becomes that jurisdiction's road.
And this may be beyond our scope this evening, but I would like to meet with you and Ms. Koski about this particular roadway, and also to meet with your counterpart in the county to see what can be done, if anything, to improve this road. I live out here, and there are parts of this road that are concerning to me. I'm not sure it impacts my ability to make the tentative map findings on this project, but it's very narrowly, very close to it. And so I would like to have some discussion outside of tonight's conversation about that roadway as it stretches through the older part of Verdi and then back up on the other side behind the industrial development adjacent to Boomtown. Okay, that's for me the question I have on tentative map finding G. Thank you.
We might have to do another round, but let's get through to the next council person. And that would be Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. Mr. Pawnee, when I'm not seeing you now, here you are. When I met with you, I asked you about the trees, and it looked like to me that you had cited a lot of the lots on top of the existing trees, and there weren't that many trees on the site relative, maybe 10 or 15% of the site has trees and the rest doesn't, but it looked like you had cited lots on top of trees. And you said you were going to check into it, get back to me. Could you address that? Because you said that the developer wanted to preserve the trees or something to that effect.
That's correct. So there's a significant old growth stand on the northwest corner of the property. That's currently zoned for residential. So under the MGOT, that would be an area we could develop with residential units. We have hard zoned that as open space to preserve that tree stand. That was an important tree stand for the community. Frankly, it's the only tree stand.
Is that the one along Quillisi Road?
It's on that corner from Quillisi Road to I-80. It's the only tree stand you can see from the interstate highway.
Right, but what about the rest of the property?
So on the rest of the property, there are not very many trees. What we did is we had an arborist come out, did a tree survey. We did the GPS with the tree survey to develop a preservation plan and a preservation area to preserve as many trees as possible on the site. And we have done so, and we configured the development in order to do that. There are some dead trees, some dying trees, which of course will have to be taken down for safety reasons. We are also having a robust landscaping plan that will include planting at least 2 new trees per lot. So we're going to be significantly increasing. You saw from the video, the site's pretty sparse other than that northwest corner, which we're preserving those pine trees in the northwest. The rest is pretty barren, but we're going to end up planting a lot of new trees. So it'll actually be have a lot more trees when we're done with it than it is right now.
Right. So the city has a tree appraisal manual, and I understand this 2-to-1 concept, you know, planting 2 young trees. But when you have trees that are, I don't know, 20 to 80 feet, 80 years old or even older, they provide a certain amount of benefits that brand new trees don't. And so we've been losing trees instead of gaining over the last 6 years. And so that's why I'm asking. I didn't know if there was a particular tree condition that you were going to avoid. I mean, I love hearing we'll try to avoid them, but what that usually means is cutting them down and replanting, and that's not what we're really after here. So I just wanted to ask you on the record, you know, and maybe that's a condition that you would, I don't know how to word it. I'm not prepared to, you know, people came with pre-worded conditions. I don't know what that looks like, but even if there are lots with trees, so take Galena, for example, there's a lot of houses built amongst trees. They figured it out, right? How to do it. without cutting down the existing trees. And that's what I would love to see on this project. And the other thing is that you said that you're taking out the industrial, putting in residential, and then you reduce the residential from 248 to 48. And my issue was when I was standing there and you and I talked about this, 2 trains came by within 15 minutes. And what my concern was, and maybe it's misplaced, but it is a concern I had, was that some of the trains were full of like tankers. They had oil, you know, it said flammable hazardous materials. And locating houses right next to the train tracks, while it might have been done historically and even historically in Verdi, I don't know that that's a standard that we're looking for. And one of my recommendations is you've been so good to propose some parks along Quilcy Road and this old stand of trees. I think it would be a phenomenal thing to do for Verdi to keep that area as open space. You and I discussed it when I met with you, so that there wouldn't be people living along train tracks. There would actually might be a community regional park out there in the whole Verdi area that would be useful. And I didn't know if you had a comment on that.
First comment is that area is actually 65 acres. So the 1 dwelling unit per acre is 65, not 48. But with that in mind, a 65 acre site, there's a lot of room to develop that where the homes are not going to be right up against the railroad tracks. In fact, the railroad doesn't like them. There's a corridor where they don't want them within a certain distance of the tracks. So that'll be mitigated through with the railroad standards and how that ultimately gets developed. We were sensitive to the issue about maintaining that west side. That's why we have the 18 acres set aside for a regional park. That's why we were willing to give up that density on that side. I mean, a 200 unit concession is not a small sacrifice when you think about the economics of a project. But we did that because it was important to the community, and we wanted, again, be good partners with the city. And so we felt that was an appropriate exchange. And that plus all of the other recreational amenities we have combined on the site, we think provide those opportunities for both the residents of our project and the Verdi community.
Would you want to put a condition about the trees, or would you, and I just have a follow-up. I mean, you said it was 248, but then you said it's 65. So I'm probably confused now. You said you're dropping out 200. So I'm unclear on these numbers now. So
the condition on Village 12 is 1 dwelling unit per acre. That's the density that we've reduced it to. I just wanted to clarify, it's a 65 acre area. It's not a 48 acre area.
Okay.
And again, on trees, that was part of the comprehensive studies we did in advance, getting the arborist out there, getting the tree survey done, identifying which areas needed to be preserved. And that developable area map that we showed you earlier, it accounts for all of that. We feel that we've done what we need to do to preserve that old growth tree stand, and everything we need to do to preserve the trees to the extent necessary is already embedded in the project.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I don't know what round and what we're on. I'm prepared to start down a path of motions and see where they go. I don't know if we're at that point. You're the runner of the meeting.
Well, I believe we are, but look around. Does anyone else want another round?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, wait a second. That doesn't mean that you're going. Wait a second. Okay, does anybody else want another round? Well, then we're going to move on.
Well, I'll say, I think that when we have big decisions like this that are complex.
Right. Councilwoman Weber, Vice Mayor Weber is running the meeting.
Okay, I'm going to.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Okay, this has a number of different facets and parts to it. So I just want to understand, I think the order is to do the master plan amendment motion first, because that will dictate the other two, if I'm correct. And if I'm taking anything out of order or need additional clarifications or language, please staff just jump in, because this has an interesting wrinkle because of the appeal, but the appeal wasn't on the denial of or the denial of the planning commission. So it's a little bit confusing. So I'm going to make my best effort here. With regards to the master plan amendment, in the case of LDC 21-00017, Santara Quilcy Properties, upon consideration of all the information received and written materials and at this public hearing, I move to approve the master plan amendment and adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a second. Is there any other discussion? Councilwoman Breckus.
I'm going to ask, what are the findings for the adoption of the resolution? Because I didn't hear that.
I can make all of the findings for the adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. And so is there any other discussion, questions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
I'm going to oppose because I can't make the finding of compliance with our code. I
Okay,
think master plan conformity is not met.
So the motion carries with Councilwoman Breckus voting no.
And I believe I'm voting no too. I never got my answers because my time ran out, but I'm struggling with
Okay, well, is it a
I
yes?
voted no, but I'm putting on the record why. Okay.
Okay, so let me finish the motion and you can put on the record why. Okay? Okay, so the motion carried and there are 2 no votes with Councilwoman Breckus and Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, my issue was criteria 5 about, it says that the amendment will not have a negative effect on adjacent properties or on transportation services and facilities. I'm concerned about that overpass, no pedestrian access and access for fire on that evacuation and coming and going. And then criteria 6, when it talks about will have a minimal effect on service provision or is compatible with existing and planned service provision and future development of the area, this is where I'm lacking clarity. So those are the 2 that I'm cannot make, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to go back to Councilwoman Jordan. Do you want to try for the next motion?
Thank you very much. And I think at this point, probably going to the zoning map amendments at this time. In the case of LDC 21-00017 Center Quilisi properties, upon consideration of all the information received and written materials and at the public hearing, I move to approve the zoning map amendments and introduce and refer for a second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Delgado. The motion was made and seconded. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to support the motion. I'm going to save some of the detailed issues, like what Ms. Dewar said on some of the issues that overlap to the tentative, but I'm going to not support it on a master plan zoning conformity. I believe the text amendment should have run first before we were able to make the requests on this development request. I really am having a difficult time with that. I also want to state that the inability to meet of me being granted time to ask questions, such as the requirement for archaeological studies on some of the railroad crossings and in some of the fire issues, makes this a very abbreviated deliberation for me. That puts me at a disadvantage to understand how the findings are met. Thank you.
Thank you.
My comment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Before we vote.
Dewar.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to compliment the applicant. I really think they tried very hard. And so I want this to be understood in the spirit of that. And it's really about, I think, where the planning commission was. And I think the applicant took a lot of strides to make this project better. So I have to compliment them. But I also have to be consistent with what I've done in the past. When we had a vote on Meridian, which is right next door, my biggest issue was fire. There's a finding F here that talks about that in the zoning map to protect life and property in areas subject to flood, landslide, other natural disaster. And it talks about the high hazard wildland fire. I think the applicant has done a lot to try to move forward with the access road and those kind of things. Where I'm struggling is, and I brought it up earlier, is not reaching a level where we can support a fire station given what we have not been able to do at Station 19, Station 7, and also the downtown station, and then the staffing. So that's my issue. And my only other issue is M. And I do acknowledge that just came in right now today about $150,000 for roads in the area. But this M is to ensure protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of rural preservation neighborhoods. And where I'm struggling is the impact of this level of development on this rural, essentially rural neighborhood. And I believe that the applicant are good people. I think that they have striven or strived, I don't know what the right version of that word is, to do good things. I just haven't been able to reach assurance on that because unlike Councilman Jordan, it sounds like I did not sit and work through conditions with the applicant to get those things addressed. So those are my two issues.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Matt.
much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So the motion was made by Councilwoman Jordan, seconded by Councilman Delgado.
Madam
All those
Vice
in
Mayor,
favor? Yes.
before we vote, can I go ahead and I'm going to read the ordinance introduction. So
I
on
thought you did.
item I 1.3, yeah,
Okay.
no, it's just,
That was, okay.
so this is an ordinance introduction, bill number 7170, case number LDC 21-00017, Santera Quilisi Properties. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, plus or minus 1,164.59 acre site located to the south and east of Interstate 80, southwest of Boomtown Garson Road, to the south of Meridian 120, south projects from plus or minus 215.29 to plus or minus 199.65 acres of single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, from plus or minus 427.97 to plus or minus 298.61 acres of single-family residential, 9,000 square feet, from plus or minus 13.99 acres to plus or minus 25.72 acres of multifamily, 14 units per acre, from plus or minus 83.26 to 0 acres of industrial commercial, from plus or minus 15.53 to plus or minus 9.85 acres of neighborhood commercial, from 0 to plus or minus 10.55 public facility, from plus or minus 408.55 to plus or minus 620.2 acres of open space, together with other matters properly relating thereto. Ward 5. Thank you.
Can you say that twice again fast? Thank you so much. So there is a motion, seconded. We're moving on to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay? Those,
Nay.
okay, the motion passes with Councilwoman Dewar and Breckus. Thank you. And then we'll go back to you, Councilwoman Jordan, if you would like to follow up with another motion.
Thank you. This one's going to have all sorts of details to it. Okay, in the case of LDC 21-00017, Santera Quilisi, I have a hard time saying that word. I'm not sure if it's because it's late. Upon consideration of all the information received in written materials and at the public hearing, I move to modify the tentative map and special use permits as we discussed here tonight. And I don't know, Angela, if we have a summary of all of that that we can pull up rather than me rattling off.
Sorry, yep, let me, I'm gonna share my screen and I'll just, again, summarize what I'm saying, so you probably can't read this. Okay, so condition number 5, we have some changes, and this was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. This had to do with the 1608 fire contribution fee. This is more semantics. There was nothing really substantial here, just wording. Condition number 7, this is a big one. So prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for a residential unit within the project, the applicant shall construct the secondary emergency access. That's a big one. Condition number 8, we had a slight modification. We're adding the word approximately to the 18-acre park site. Condition number 10, prior to the approval of the issuance of the first C of O for a residential unit within the project, The developer has to realign and reconstruct the South Verde Road, Gavika Lane intersection. Again, small change, more semantics on that one. Condition number 13, this had to do with the wildlife corridor requirement. We've added some additional language to address concerns from the Planning Commission. Specifically, they have to have a program that deals with land conversion and habitat loss. Specifically, how are they dealing with open space and parks and trail corridors, seeding, revegetation mix, wildlife-friendly landscaping in these public spaces, and drainage crossing designs, concerns over bird power line interaction design standards, traffic management standards, public awareness and education program that informs the homeowners about the project's proximity to wildlife, methods to protect these areas and mitigate the impacts of development, and a compensatory mitigation program. So all of that will be conditioned as part of the in-down mitigation plan. Condition number 17, this is similar to the same condition we talked about with Stan Lucas on the stakeholder engagement process. We've just modified it to make it more black and white, that the applicant can't modify conditions, the Verde residents cannot modify conditions. These conditions of approval have to be put in a letter with responses on how they've addressed each of those conditions. Staff will take the lead on working with the Verde residents to get that information out. We will take comments in over a period of 2 weeks. And then again, staff will make the kind of final decision of if they've met those standards or not. Condition number 18, the big change here is that density in Village 12 will be restricted to no more than 1 dwelling unit per acre. Condition number 19, we're adding, and it's requiring that all residential units have a residential fire sprinkler system installed. Condition number 20, this has to do with the residential station for the fire station. Prior to issuance of the 25th certificate of occupancy within the project, that residential fire station will be provided. And it will only have to be provided until such time as the permanent fire station is in place and constructed so that they have a 6-minute response time for the project. Condition number 21 has been added. This is prior to recordation of the first final map. The developer will contribute that $150,000 to the city for the purpose of roadway safety improvements within the Verde and MGOT area. And then condition number 22 has been modified. We talked about the $500 residential affordable housing contribution, and I've modified that to be $1,000 per unit based on the most recent discussion from the applicant saying that they're agreeable to that. So that summarizes the changes, and we can incorporate all those in the final conditions of approval.
Thank you very much. So for the information received and written materials and the public hearing, I move to modify the tentative map and special use permits as follows and as modified with the conditions and red line conditions 1 through 22. And I move to approve the tentative map and associated special use permits based on favorable determination of all the required considerations under the Nevada state law and the Reno Municipal Code as discussed in the staff report, as I can make SUP findings C and D and tentative map finding B.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Councilwoman Jordan. Is there a second? And I'll come back to you. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second by Councilman Reese. Okay, for discussion, 2 minutes. Councilwoman Dewar, sorry.
Just asking, I heard the motion. I don't know why I have less time, but I heard the motion, but I didn't understand that it included the SUP. Could you just explain that? Are you combining all, there's like 8 SUPs and the tentative map? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, per the city attorney's guidance, that is what I am doing.
Okay, well, I can say this after we vote rather than before, since I don't have enough time to go over it. Thank you.
Well, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I guess on the tentative, I am struggling with D, G, and J. the SUP. SUP, let me find this. C, another SUP on Hillside. A, talking about environmental degradation. Another SUP, sorry, B, talks about grading on hillsides. It says there shall be no mass grading in the MGOT over 30% slopes, and I went over this. I don't believe those are isolated areas where they're doing mass grading, so I don't agree with that. There's the SUP for cut and fill, and that was item B again. It was about mass grading, and that is it. Those are the findings that I could not make. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus, 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I also incorporate into my reasoning Ms. Stewart's concerns, and want to just take note with those 8 special use permits, I wasn't even allocated time through this hearing to inquire about some of them and some other issues. For example, one of the requirements of the MGOD is that an archaeological survey occur. I didn't see it in the record. I didn't get a chance to discuss the findings about that. It feels to me like the MGOD, which I believe should have been amended before we did this, is just being cast aside, and our deliberation in terms of that utilities one and some of those other special ones, we're not even being given time to discuss and inquire about those. But in addition to that is the overpass issue. While it is not structurally deficient, NDOT testimony is provided. It's not in a funding path, design and funding path, but quote, there's pedestrian issues, and that terrifies me from what the evidence I've seen in previous hearings about the inadequacies of that. And now we're putting neighbors on the other side of it. 2 is we did not have the time and the opportunity to talk about the drainage down to the Steamboat ditch, which has been a central focus to Ward 1 in the last several months. I think there's levels of inquiry that needed to be conducted. Some might be already in play, but to understand what water is going to be going where with this, because it seems like it's not going close to the river that's go down. It's going through this travel course into Ward 1, which is at risk from that. I'm also, if I could just talk about fire, I think that the improvements through the modifications actually make it worse for fire, because it really sets up a presumption that we're going to have service out there, and we are falling far afield from our established standards of fire protection. And I think that's very, very risky, frankly. And so I won't be voting for it. And I also want to echo my displeasure that we were not willing to waive rules for our deliberation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion by Councilwoman Jordan, seconded by Councilman Reese. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And all those that have nay, vote nay. Sorry. That's Councilwoman Dewar and Breckus. So the motion passes. And with that, do we go back and have another motion for, do we have any other motions? Okay. Mr. Thornley,
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
do we go back to the clerk now, and are we finished with this process?
So you are finished with this process. You are on to general public comment, I believe.
That is correct.
Thornley or Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Go
I just
ahead.
wanted to say I was really particularly impressed with one of the conditions that was put in. Just because we have to find what conditions we can't make or findings we can't make, that doesn't mean that there were very good conditions put in. And one of those, I think, was about the stakeholder process prior to, I think it was condition 17. I really hadn't seen that, and I thought that was a very good effort to accommodate, you know, if there isn't a cooperative planning process, then at least there's a discussion of what's going on. And I think that will help the community. we're just not set up to say what we love about things. It's only what we can't find. So I just wanted to leave on a positive note that I think there are some things in here that are definitely better than when the Planning Commission evaluated it, and some improvements. So kudos to those who participated in that. Councilwoman Jordan, I assume, and Mr. Pawnee, and your, the folks you're representing.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Dewar. That was very great. So let's move on. And thank you all for being here. I'm concerned though, because still have not dealt with, did we deal with Ms. Argyris, who just left the line? We did by the vote. Am I correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. So Madam Clerk, go ahead with public comment, please.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, transitioning to closing general public comment. It should be noted that items in this section were received after 4 p.m. the business day preceding our meeting. We received public comment from Ann Trejo, Cheryl Baso, Amber Mulholland, Sophia Kirchman, Gary Crushman, Lindsay Dimitri, Sally Tate, Lisa Lee, and Mohammed Arampour. Additionally, we do have 2 voicemails that we will transition and listen to now.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we don't hear anything.
Yes, my name is Daryl Kersey. I'm calling about the Santana Quillisi Properties LDC 21-00017. I do understand that this is just past the 4 o'clock deadline. However, I do own a company and I work for a living, and I would much rather have attended this in person. My complaints, my concerns, my thoughts are much like most of the other residents in this community, and that the exits and the interstate and the school district, the town of Verdi, Bridge Street cannot handle the influx of all the additional traffic. Personally, I think that it is a gross misuse of the parcel of land. We have plenty of flat scrubland that would be more suitable for development all around the Reno Basin, Reno Sparks Basin. And if we're going to market our area, how about some slogan other than Reno? It used to be beautiful. That particular piece of property is more than just a wildlife corridor. It is also a nursery to our mule deer population. I have been up on that plateau and counted over 350 deer, excuse me, over 350 animals during the wintertime. The area known as the Quillisi property over there, to a lot of locals, it has been nicknamed the zoo because of the sheer amount of wildlife at any given time in that, within a square mile. It's also got water on top of the hill. It's above the river, and I think there are much better uses. It could be used to market this community, to have a wildlife preserve, or maybe even a city or state park within city limits. How amazing. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Bridget Tubman. I'm a Reno resident, and I'm calling today to address agenda item D.4. I am concerned that with the new CARES facility, our city will move to criminalizing poverty and arresting and finding folks that are sleeping outside. Also concerned about the staffing of that facility. I would like to emphasize that community members want to see our houseless neighbors supported by mental health professionals, not by police officers. I'm also concerned about restrictions placed on community feeds. These efforts are something that our neighbors rely upon to get just some healthy, consistent food when faced with all the other challenges that they confront in a day. Yes, I really want us to be thoughtful about how we're providing care for our neighbors, and to make sure that it's focused on the whole person, and on getting people, good care. All right. Thank you for your time.
All right, and with that, council, we have no further general public comment. We've already taken care of redevelopments. So we'd be looking for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Motion by Reese and seconded by Jarvin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. It was a tough day.